What's the dumbest thing you got in trouble for in school? Two stories. This was actually my friend. In 6th grade I was on crutches and needed to use the elevator to get between floors. The rule was that only one person can go in the elevator with the person on crutches. Two of my friends and I were walking to the elevator when my teacher was walking the other way. He said, "Remember, only one of you two can go with him." My other friend looked at the teacher then jumped into the elevator. As the doors opened on the bottom floor, the teacher was standing there and took him to his office and gave him a detention. Story 2. In 5th grade my friend took a pen from my desk, so I asked him, "Can I have my pen back?" And my teacher went ballistic. "Why are you talking in class?" "Oh, I was just asking for my pen back." "No you weren't, you were talking, my friend." "No, really, I took his pen and he asked for it back." That night my parents got an email saying that they needed to come in for a parent-teacher conference specifically about this incident. I had no previous incident, so when the teacher told them this, they said how outrageous it was, and I got off without punishment. She's still my #1 least favorite teacher all time. Whack. This happened in 10th grade, during lunch break. I had borrowed my friend's notebook the previous day and was trying to give it back to him. Now, because the break just started, the whole class was on the foot and moving around, so I decided to frisbee that notebook to him. He was sitting a row aside and on second last bench, no one between us. A teacher who didn't teach us happened to pass by the door exactly at that time and noticed this. She came inside our class and started slapping me left and right until I burst out crying. Her point being, I disrespected the notebook cause it had goddess of education, Saraswati, Hindu goddess, residing in it. I cried really hard because those were really hard slaps and also because it happened in front of the class. My dad was furious when he heard about it. He took me to school the next day, which was a Saturday, an off day for us, but working for teachers, and he told me wait outside staff room. He went inside and screamed at her furiously. Edit. I studied in one of very famous institution in India, but the school management was ruthless. I remember a 4th grader was run over accidentally by his own school bus trying to cross the road after getting off. His parents were not given any compensation, nor were they allowed to enter the school premises after the incident. They held a silent protest right outside the school with a large photo of the boy. I know this only because our class window faced the protests. There was no RIP announcements for him, just a memo given out for road safety procedures. When I was in grade 3, a friend of mine got bullied by people I knew from daycare. They cut her hair, her belt and just continuously called her names. By the end of recess she was in tears brought her to the office. At that point the principal pinned the whole damn thing on me because apparently they took my scissors to do this to her. The school got everyone's side and none of them even included my name. At one point the principal even asked me, "So what role did you play in this?" To which I responded, "Nothing. I had literally just walked her to the office to get her help." They wound up calling my mom anyway and telling her I was the ringleader of this whole event and made me sit in the office all afternoon until 4 p.m. at which point my daycare supervisor got me and gave me a hug. I spent the rest of the night in tears and nearly wound up grounded. Apparently my mom started out extremely pissed at me until her friends and my daycare supervisor told her to ask me my side first because that would be completely out of character for me. Always had trouble trusting the school system after that. I got my dorm room broken into and assaulted in my sleep by the brother of my at the time. Apparently he didn't know we were together. I was hospitalized and dragged his ass to court on charges of aggravated assault, breaking and entering, and false imprisonment. By law the brother needed to change schools as he can no longer be in the same area as me. I got into trouble for calling the cops on the kid and the school tried to explain to me how the parents will pull both the brother and the girl from the school and that I should leave the school instead as they were two and I was one person. I told them no and told them a school's purpose is education, not calculating profits. Private school. Anyways, they pulled our grades up and my grades were better, so I had it my way. The school proceeded to punish me by going after my grades and grading very harshly with the purpose of making my university application harder. I got into touch with my university and told them what was going on. They thought I was bullshitting until I sent them the court papers and a copy of my SAT scores to show I'm capable of. I also contacted the Ministry of Education and told them the situation and that they should come for a visit and check if everything is done in a correct manner. I proceeded to call the authorities about the fire exits being blocked and the fire extinguishers being expired. Needless to say, I put my school through some serious financial mess. I graduated with an 86, got into my university of choice, but I couldn't get over the bullshit my school attempted, so I put a calendar event when my school's website expires so I can buy it and sell it back to them for the price of my year of education. Edit. For people asking about the website expiry, it's in 2021. I had this demon teacher in 6th grade who was extremely condescending and unreasonable, who was very strict about writing in pencil only. Since we were allowed to use pens in pretty much every other class, there was one day I accidentally used a pen in her class. When she asked me if I was using a pen, I looked down at my writing and for some reason thought I had been writing in pencil. So I said no, before realizing my mistake, and I guess that just really set her off, and she made me stand up in front of the class while she yelled at me for lying to an adult. I was super close to crying and absolutely furious at her, but there was nothing I could do since she was an adult and I wasn't, so therefore she must have been right. To top it off, I was the quiet girl who never said a thing. In fact, I made sure to never say a thing, since this teacher would usually find a way to use it as an opportunity to embarrass or belittle me. Honestly, there's been dumber things that I've gotten into trouble before because of her, but this one's the one that affected me the most. I really hope she's not out there terrorizing innocent 12-year-olds anymore. Already posted this elsewhere, but it's a good story. I was 10 years old at the time. One day I wanted to show my friend how sturdy my new sneakers were and prompted her to repeatedly shut the door on my foot, with me claiming that I don't feel anything, which of course prompted the said friend to keep slamming the door even harder. Really did not feel a thing. Those shoes were lined with solid plastic. Well, anyway, some teacher noticed this whole thing eventually. To be fair, a small crowd had begun to gather at that point, so it was beginning to get noticeable. Scared shitless that we were in a fight or something, and that my friend was beating me up, because what other explanation could there be to two preteen girls hitting one another with a door? The teacher took us away from any doors and windows, and proceeded to take away my friend's register to give her a note. Being the honorable one, at that point I chime in, saying she hadn't done more than just what I asked of her, and that in truth, I was the one who had started it. Cue the teacher looking at me with utter shock, because what the hell, this kid was getting this beating voluntarily. So of course I proceeded to explain that it hadn't even been a fight, and my friend started to back me up. So we went on to explain the whole thing, and that I just wanted to prove I had impenetrable plastic sneakers, and that we actually hadn't had the chance to finish it, and that it was harmless and literally no ill intentions and all that. Ended up coming home with the most ridiculous note anyone had ever received. Mariah volunteered to partake in a shoe sturdiness test. The girl conducting said test slammed a door shut on Mariah's foot repeatedly. Neither of the girls seemed to acknowledge the dangers of such behavior. Please talk to your child immediately. Edit. Okay. Things are different in Scandinavia, apparently. Changed Europe to Poland. Standing by someone's bike. Me and my friends often hang out around the school area about 15 minutes after we finish our classes, and one day we decided to stand by that bike holding thingies, you know which ones. After talking for some time, a girl came up to us with the biggest beach face and is like, what the hell y'all doing here? And since we were just talking, we thought that we are gonna move away from there and talk somewhere else. She drove off on the bike normally. The next day we get called by our teacher to have a talk, and turns out she told her parents about our behavior, and they went to check the cameras and we were just standing there. I also heard that her parents told the teachers and the principal that we somehow broke the bike. It happened about 4 months ago, and the whole thing went quiet. My English professor freshman year failed me for literally no reason. Every assignment I turned in was failed. I even made revisions using her suggestions, and then she would say the revisions made it worse. Well, after losing financial aid for failing a class, I emailed my professor and asked why I failed and stated why I shouldn't have failed and how I felt she didn't grade me fairly. She sent me a 4-page email saying I was harassing her and she reported me to the dean for harassment. Nothing ever came of it, but I never got financial aid again and had to pay for the rest of school out of pocket. I retook the class with a different professor and turned in the same exact assignments that I did the first time I took it. Passed the class with 100%. I had an English teacher in 9th grade who had some kind of little man complex, even though he clearly worked out. I must have looked like one of his bullies or something, because dude hated me. One day he gave us a list of vocabulary words and said if we learned the definitions by the end of the week we could get extra credit by taking a verbal test in front of the class. I, admittedly snarkily, it was no secret we weren't friends, said if I do it now can I get extra credit? And he tried to call my bluff. He tested me on 15 of the words from a list of 30, and I got every one right, and he was livid. He then said guess we've got a regular Stephen Hawkins over here. I said Hawking again. He was pissed, argued with me for a couple of minutes. I told him to call the science teacher. He did. She confirmed it. So he sent me to the vice principal, expecting me to get punished for disrupting class. Long story short, I didn't get in trouble. They had to call my dad because I got sent from class. We all four met after school and the teacher had to apologize to us and then he stormed out. Separate time, same teacher. We were arguing again. I don't remember why this time, and he raged and said why don't you go cry to your dad again. I, super politely /s, reminded him that he was the reason my dad had been called, and I walked out to the office myself. Same meeting, except this time my VP told him he would be suspended if there was another issue where he verbally attacked a student. I know this seems like r/I am very smart, or like I was some little sheet, but this dude legit hated me. Sure, I could be snarky, but none of my other teachers hated me like this guy. He left the school after that year, and I heard he went to a smaller district and took a lower paying but higher position job as a principal. I feel bad for those kids. I got in trouble for pointing out Ashley Tisdale sucks at lip syncing. In 6th grade, in my 9th period class right before Christmas break we were talking about the Rockefeller tree lighting ceremony. The whole class was freely talking with the teacher. Standard classroom etiquette was entirely ignored because who cares? It was Christmas. Or so I thought. This was around the time where, if you were on a Disney Channel show, you had a singing career. Ashley Tisdale has performed at the ceremony and this guy in my class always joked about being in love with her. My teacher brought up to him that she performed, and the kid said he didn't watch. I decided to chime in, because I had noticed she was lip syncing and doing a pretty poor job at it. My teacher did not take very kindly to this. He proceeded to go ballistic and berate me for not raising my hand and talking out of turn. 11-year-old me was mortified that I did something wrong, so I quickly apologized, and teacher took that as me being insincere and told me to leave the class. I was all choked up and I'm upset because I was so embarrassed. Conveniently for me the bell rang as I was leaving and the teacher followed us out into the hallway to find me and continue humiliating me in front of my classmates. He was about 6 feet away when this group of girls, who didn't see him coming, literally said wow teacher was a total asshole to you. He clearly heard them, then looked at me, and I had the biggest shit-eating grin on my face staring back at him, because I didn't respond to them, and he couldn't punish me for what they said. Watching his face turn beet red as he considered blowing up on all of us was both terrifying and entirely satisfying. The entire hallway was laughing at this point, because of how red he was, and he stormed back into his classroom totally defeated. Doesn't quite fit as I was working as an after-school janitor, but was still a student at said school during the time, and around 14 years old. One of the head janitors was a real piece of work. He was maybe 20 and the son of one of the teachers. He would always come to my round and harass me while I was working. One day in particular he decided it would be funny to spray cleaning fluid at my face, which obviously would get into my eyes. I couldn't see shit for 5 minutes, and made my way to the head teacher's office to complain. It was obvious he had done it as my eyes were still streaming and bloodshot and I reeked of cleaning fluid. The head teacher said he'd look into it. The next day I was pulled into the office, where I was greeted by the dickhead that sprayed me. His mum, and the head janitor dickhead's mum is wailing that her boy would never do anything like that, and that I had obviously done it to myself, because I had a grudge. I was promptly fired, and from that day on the teacher would always walk past me with one of those smiling pursed lips that showed she knew she'd faked me over on purpose. Fuck that school, fuck that teacher, and fuck that asshole for attempting to blind me. TLDR, some asshole on my cleaning round tried to blind me that used his mum's position at the school to get me fired. I once got in trouble because a pair of twins kept pulling my pants down at recess because they thought it was funny. I got embarrassed and upset, which made them laugh more, and a couple more kids came around to also laugh, and one joined in at pulling my pants down, which bothered me more, and I kept angrily trying to pull up my pants and then push them away, but they kept pulling my pants down over and over. No teachers or adults saw any of that. What they saw was at the end, when I had finally given up and decided to just stand there with my pants down and try not to cry. They took me into the office forcefully, while the kids who had been harassing me went, "Oh, Hip is in trouble." Then once I got to the office I had to sit with nothing to do for 3 hours. Eventually my mother was called, and when she got there they told her that the other kids said I had just pulled my pants down all on my own, then stood there and cried. The school called CPS on my family and claimed that a teacher had seen the whole thing even though they didn't, and I had to go through 16 weeks of family therapy with CPS as a result of the school's accusation, despite CPS interviewing me and my sister privately and believing my side of the story, at least as far I could tell. None of the kids were ever punished as far as I'm aware. Me though, I got dragged to the office, forced to sit alone for hours, then was forced into 16 weeks of mandatory therapy, all while being considered a freak at my school, and much of the staff thought I was being molested. Whenever I hear kids do that "oh, so and so's in trouble" thing, it makes me irrationally upset so much, and I want to die. This isn't actually me, but one of my close friends. In Britain we have this thing called the SMC, or Senior Math Challenge, for kids in the last 2 years of school. My friend was really good at math, so at our old school he would be allowed to sit the SMC, even though he was 4 years too young. As we got into a new school he asked to do it. He was denied. His parents kicked up a fuss. The headmaster called them in and told them that he would not be doing it under any circumstances. My friend was thinking of changing to a different school because his brothers went there and his mom knew the head. They got a call from the head of the other school 2 days later saying that they would not accept him. Apparently the head of our school called the head of the other school and asked him not to accept my friend. My friend did not sit the SMC. I got expelled in middle school for beating a popular boy's ass. He used to walk down the hall every damn day and grab my ass or my breast. Every day. I wasn't a popular kid, but I also wasn't a meek mouse, and I said something every time. On the final day he did his usual walk down the hall, but instead of his normal grab he grabbed me by the bussy from behind. I reacted by elbowing him in the face and then swinging around and wailing on him with everything I had. I was about 125 pounds to his 200, but I was pissed. I guess I knocked a couple teeth out. I wasn't told at the meeting, but some other kids told me later. I had the cops called on me, was arrested, taken to juvie, and later expelled. Nothing happened to him, because it was still in the days where boys were just boys and girls were supposed to deal with it. I was ahead of my time, and never was good at dealing with it. I got transferred to a school for problem kids for a year until high school, and then it was all behind me, nothing but a memory. I'm still proud of myself for kicking his ass. I'm sure I'm not the only girl he was groping, but I might have been the only one who would have ever considered fighting back. Right, this was ages ago, but it still makes me rage when I think about it. I was in elementary school and 6 years old. It was playtime and our playground had lots of things to climb and stuff. I was running past one of these things and someone else, let's call him Tom, ran around the other side and we collided. Tom chipped his tooth and had minor concussion, and even though it was his fault, he ran into me. He got off with nothing, and I got a red card, which means I had to stand by the wall for the next playtime, like the whole 20 minutes or so. I had to offer to pay Tom's dental fees for his chipped tooth. I had a playground monitor card for the rest of year. I had to write an apology letter to Tom. And I had to have a chat with the deputy headmaster. All this because someone ran into me. Edit. This guy was French if anyone's interested. Obligatory not me, but my younger brother. My brother is in class. Teacher is pissed. Teacher keeps treating transsexual student like shit, including vulgar name calling. Brother stands up for bullied student and tells the teacher to back off. Gets sent to the office for disrespecting faculty. Principal threatens suspension, but my brother tells him to check security footage. Principal sees what really happened, walks down to the classroom, and fires the teacher. All of the articles you'll find will make this about misgendering. You'll also see a student protest. This incident was just the final straw of his bullshit. When I was in high school, blaming was a lying piece of shit who intentionally misgraded paper sleazed on female students. I doubt that this changed. The student protest is all rednecks who were let out during a gym class that decided to protest because transgender bad. Grade 9 French. First class of the day. 5 minutes into a 45-minute class I dropped my pencil, and it rolled under the desk in front of me. Couldn't reach it. Whispered to the girl in front of me to pass it back. Teacher turns around from writing on the chalkboard, screams at me, kicks me out of the class. I ask why. She screams at me to get out. Sitting in the hallway, principal walks by and asks why I'm in the hall. Said dropped my pencil. He thought I was being a dick. Said he would come talk to me at the end of class. He came back 35 minutes later, and 17 of the 26 students, including every boy, were in the hall for various ridiculously weak reasons including incorrect answers. He wrote down our names, but must have done some investigating, because nothing came from it. Found out a couple of days later, that the French teacher was dumped by her boyfriend the night before. TLDR, a teacher who didn't even know me tried to destroy my life twice, because she just didn't like me. At the beginning of my sophomore year, my dad almost died in an accident where he was cycling for exercise, and someone ran him over with a car, and left him to die. I was distraught for months, while he was in the ICU then rehab for at B, and in a classic cry for help move, I brought alcohol to school, a water bottle of orange juice mixed with my mom's peach brandy, that she used for fruitcake. I wasn't exactly a hardass. But I didn't even get through first period before one of my older friends expressed that she was disappointed in me. Feeling pretty guilty, I dumped it out and replaced it with water. I went about my day as normal until fourth period, when I got pulled out of class. I was taken to the office, where I was screamed at with pounding fists on the table by my principal and 2 assistant principals. I was threatened with jail and coerced into doing a breathalyzer test despite initially declining. I was informed that a teacher had personally seen me drinking, which I thought was odd considering I wasn't around a single teacher while I still had the alcohol. I got a misdemeanor and had to appear in court, and I received 4 days of suspension plus a month and a half of alternative school amongst people who had brought guns to school or nearly killed a fellow student in a fist fight. My previous record was clean as a whistle, and I was a member of many clubs and extracurricular activities, so they decided to nail me to a cross over a first-time offense of blowing a .001 with no alcohol actually on my person. Weak. The following year, the new instructor for the twirling line of which I was on, who wasn't even one of my teachers for any actual class, just really hated me right out of the gate. Well into the school year, she got into my file, reported me for threatening her and another student, and overall just created a web of fabrication in order to get me expelled for no reason whatsoever other than she didn't like me. It didn't matter that I had witnesses who rebuked her claims. It didn't matter that my mom was there defending me. My principal just said my teachers don't lie and tried to threaten me with expulsion. Thus was born the greatest thing my mother has ever said. Yeah? Well, your teacher is a lying bitch. She grabbed me and we stormed off to the superintendent, where he eventually found that there was more than enough evidence to prove my innocence. He even gave me his personal cell phone number to call him if she ever tried to fuck with me again. Apparently the most damning evidence were notes that several students took of what she was saying about me in class. Some students were people I didn't even know. She would allow 2 to 3 girls that disliked me to come to her class mid-class. And while her actual students were busy doing open book tests or taking notes, she would gossip and conspire against me with those 16 to 17-year-old girls. She didn't even know me, or so I thought. I was later informed that she was the mystery teacher who reported me for the alcohol. One of the girls who disliked me saw me drinking, reported it to this teacher, and she lied about having seen me firsthand. From there, I guess she just decided to make it her life's work to see me suffer for no reason whatsoever. I was in hell for 2 years because of this awful gossip girl teacher, and it was by far the dumbest thing that has ever happened to me. Got tasked with prepping 1.5 liter batches of this solution in chemistry that was going to be used in a demo for the local kids. Problem was that if any batch's temperature varied by more than 4 degrees while it cooked, the whole batch had to be thrown out. The end of class time rolls around, but there's half an hour left on the batches and nobody to replace me. I weigh my options and decide to finish the batches to avoid disappointing 8+ trip organizers, my chemical teacher, and all the kids. I'll only be half an hour late at the most, maybe less if a person can swap in. My Spanish teacher got mad at me for not coming to ask him if I could skip the first half of class immediately after I explained I had been unable to move for the last hour and 40. Finally, one of these that I can answer. It was in 7th grade English in 2006. We started class with a warm-up exercise. Name 3 love stories. Since I was a 12-year-old boy, my internal reaction to the question was I'm a boy. I don't watch love stories, those are for girls. However, there was a romantic movie that had been in the news for the last few months, so I knew its name, so I wrote that down and figured I'd copy someone else's answers later. She started calling on people to read their answers. The first kid said Romeo and Juliet, which for some reason hadn't occurred to me. The next kid said Snow White, which I also knew about, so now I was feeling dumb. Then the teacher called on me, so I read my only answer out loud. Brokeback Mountain. The class erupted into laughter. That totally surprised me. I wasn't a class clown or funny guy. I was just old enough to watch the news with my mom in the mornings, but not old enough to care about what they were saying. My teacher turned red and quieted the class down and told me to meet her after class. After class, she tried to seem like a concerned teacher and asked me why I was disrupting class like I was. Was something wrong at home? Was it a cry for attention? I didn't understand why she was angry. I named a love story like she had asked us to and was the kind of kid that hated getting into trouble. She gave me a detention slip that my parents needed to sign for disruptive language in the classroom. I asked my dad to sign it and he asked what language I used. When I told him the story, he laughed so hard that he had to take a minute before he could sign the slip. My grandmother was a high school English teacher for 25 years in a rough school, and she thought it was super funny and wouldn't have given me a detention. The teacher that I served detention with, some math teacher I never had, asked me what language I used, and she thought it was funny and didn't deserve a detention. In retrospect, my English teacher was brand new. It was her first year teaching, and she probably felt embarrassed that her class got out of control like that. After my detention, she called my mom to talk about my behavior and see what was being done at home to correct it. My mom didn't put up with her bullshit and said she didn't think that I had said anything wrong. My teacher said concernedly, "Is this the kind of thing you let your son watch at home?" To which my mother replied, "No, he hasn't seen the movie, but if he had, why would that be a bad thing?" Still a bit salty about it, but it makes for a pretty good story. I was in 7th grade and played junior high football. Games were on 2 nights and we had to be back up to the field house by 4:30 to start getting ready. My mom didn't get home from work in time to get me back that soon, so a bunch of us just hung out until then. School lets out at 3 o'clock and we walk 1/2 mile up the road to a store to get a Coke. We then walked back to a public park across the street from the school to just sit and wait and shoot the sheet. I end up getting in a fight with an 8th grader and break his nose with a lucky punch. This fight was after school had been dismissed for the day and off school property. I received 3 days in school suspension for my involvement in a fight. Reason: they are responsible for my safety until I get home. My junior year of high school, we had a pep rally bonfire. We were warned many times before the event that anyone who threw something in the fire would be removed and punished. So at the rally, I'm standing front row in the inner circle closest to the wood, and when they light the fire, immediately everyone starts throwing all kinds of shit in it. Boxes, papers, and those cardboard tubes for wrapping paper. I got hit in the back of the head with a tube and I picked it up and threw it on the fire. The moment I did, someone forcefully grabbed my arm, and I thought it was one of my buddies, so I jerked my arm free. It turned out to be my tiny female principal. I'm 6 feet 4 inches, and I had inadvertently landed a solid forearm to her head area. Before I knew it, the vice principal, who also happened to be my head coach on the football team, came over and tried to throw me on the ground. We grappled for a second before an uniformed officer came over and handcuffed me and escorted me off of the school campus. Once we were far enough away, he took the cuffs off and said he only did that because my coach was a psycho. He also told me to go home and get ready to be suspended, which I was, and when I came back to school, I had to apologize to the whole front office and the student council that put on the rally for ruining the rally. It really pissed me off, and I ended up not playing football my senior year after playing Pop Warner since I was in kindergarten. Back in high school, my friends and I would challenge each other to eat spicy stuff, so I bought some ghost peppers online and brought them in during lunch. A large group of us ate the peppers and went on with our days thinking nothing of it. About an hour later, I get called to the office and basically interrogated by the vice principal. He wanted a list of every single person who ate a ghost pepper or was involved with the situation in any way. He sent an email to the parents of the entire class and all of my friends explaining that a student had distributed a substance, his exact words, during lunch, and that they should check on their kids when they get home. He confiscated the rest of the bag of peppers, which he never gave back, and suspended me for a couple days. He even mentioned getting the police involved. Unbelievable. My friends still tease me about it to this day. In grade 3, my grandma had given me a pack of bubble gum. A buddy at school offered me a quarter for a piece. The light went on, and I realized that the pack had 5 pieces, and if I sold the other 4 pieces at 0.25 cents each, I'd have enough to buy 3 more packs of gum, which were 35 cents each at the time. I started making quite a bit of money for someone in 3rd grade. A few weeks later, a teacher found out I had gum and told me if I was going to have gum, I had to have enough for the whole class. I told her I did have enough for the whole class, but if they wanted a piece, they were going to have to give me a quarter like everyone else. Principal's office. My mom was called, and she stood up for me, but they kiboshed my lucrative bubble gum trafficking business pretty quick. 2nd grade teacher Mrs. Roker sent me to the principal's office for saying water was clear when she was telling us the ocean was blue on a map. She told me to walk myself to the principal's office, so I ended up just hiding outside the class until another student, my friend, got in trouble too and was sent outside, where he spotted me and told on me. Mrs. Roker then walked me to the principal's office, but I don't remember anything after that. I think nothing happened. But imagine being a grown woman trying to explain to the principal that the reason you sent this boy to the principal because he disrupted class by saying water is clear. You can't handle that on your own by just saying, yes, good job, water is indeed clear, but on maps we use blue to color them. Or maybe try to mention light scattering in very simple terms. But I actually had to learn on my own in my teens why the sky and ocean are blue. Looking back, it's kind of amazing that no teacher ever taught me that. The first time I ever actually heard a teacher mention Rayleigh scattering was a college astronomy intro class. College. It took until college for a teacher to explain something as everyday experience as why the sky is blue. This still blows my mind to this day. Basically, me and my friend U/Jamfina got into trouble because we made a joke video I was the murderer, and we still hadn't picked a victim. This girl, let's call her Sophie, who is obsessed with the both of us, begged my friend, the director, U/Jamfina, to be the victim. We made a short trailer and sent it to our friends the next day after school. Sophie's mum drives past me and rolls down her window and yells at me, "Stay away from my daughter." I laughed and shrugged it off because me and Sophie argued a lot. The next day I came into school and told my friend our teacher came in and asked us both to stay behind. Basically Sophie's mum saw the vid and thought we were threatening Sophie's life because we put a release date, and she thought that was a hint to the day we were gonna murder her. Sophie cold said that she volunteered for the role, but she didn't. The teachers decided to side with Sophie and gave me and Jam Finna 2 detentions each. We had to write an apology letter to Sophie and another to her mother, and they made me write like 2 pages about the situations for school records. But I'm pretty sure Sophie's mum got the police involved. Our parents came to school and they changed it to 1 detention. Sophie didn't get any punishment at all. I don't really like snitching, but it got to the point where Sophie got so obsessed with us and it turned to harassment, leading me to complain. The teachers just ignored it and decided punishing us was the better idea. But Sophie's mum is an anti-vaxxer, so I think I know why she took it this far. Mayo. I don't salute the flag, pledge my allegiance to the flag, or sing/participate in patriotic songs/celebrations. In 8th grade our English class was studying a piece on American literature. Our teacher suddenly got the urge to have us all sing the "My Country 'Tis of Thee" song. I can't think of the name of it right now. I politely sat quietly, as it was against my religious beliefs to sing this song. She stopped the entire class, turned to me, and asked why I wasn't singing. I explained to her, very respectfully and honestly, why I was not singing aloud. She suddenly began to rage. She informed me I should leave the country and be deported to a country like Afghanistan, so my tongue could be cut off. Then I'd be begging to sing the song for my freedom. I sat silent, embarrassed, and made no reply. She kicked me out of the class immediately and sent me to the hall. To make a long story short, the rest of the kids actually sided with me. They stood in the hall with me instead of sitting for the lesson. They told her how unfair she was being and how everyone back knew I wasn't able to sing it. Also that it wasn't for a grade or test. She came out and brought all of us, including me, back and without so much as an apology. I never told my mom, regretfully. That teacher deducted 3 PTS on our chapter test for lack of participation during this unit. Truly a horrible woman. Looking at you, Mrs. Horton from 8th grade English back in South Carolina. Well, it is a bit weird and wholesome story at the same time. In elementary school, this kid was pushing me, and I was sick of it. Pushed us on the ground. I was getting abused at home, and my parents' motto was that you solve everything by words. This school mom came over and started yelling, sending me and the boy to the principal. I was so scared this would end up at my dad's, and he would hit me for it, or send me to my room for the rest of the day. Yes, ironic, isn't it? This man, principal, was enraged. He started cussing out the boy in front of me, saying if he ever touched someone else again he would be expelled. Screaming to the boy's face. I was so afraid I had hidden myself behind a pillar in the office because he was going to do that to me. He called me over and said, if he ever bothers you again, be free to come into my office. You are off the hook. And he lead me out of the office. And he didn't inform my parents. As a kid, this was one of the most scary but respectful thing an adult did for me. Okay, long story paraphrased into, well, this. I went to an crappy old school where smoking and drug dealing was the norm, but half through term I got accepted into a fine school. I knew very few of the school's rules, and I had to find them the hard way. But one thing I didn't know is that our math teacher, a rule which he apparently had told everyone on the first day of term, rule was that if a window was open, even just a bit, you would lose house points. Bad for losing a house point would not only land you in sheet, but everyone else who is lucky enough to land in your house would also lose out, because the school gives the houses with the highest amount of house points a bigger slice of their budget. Well, idiot me wanted fresh air, so I opened the window and boom, I had lost a house point. Luckily my friend backed me up and told my teacher that he had not told me the rules and therefore I should not be punished. He had none of it and gave all of my friends -1 point each. Moral of the story: if you get into a fine school, only do exactly as you are told, and if a teacher is messing with your friends, don't stand up. Not as serious as some of the others you may find, but still pretty stupid. This was back in 6th grade, so I was waiting for my PE teachers to get to bring us to the gym because he was always late. Anyway, I was talking to a couple of my friends when one of the school retards comes running up behind me and jumps on my neck and knocked me off my feet. And I hit the ground pretty hard, and it wasn't the first time this kid had done something like this. So I got up and ran after this motherfucker, but he ran into a class that was doing a test unknown to me. So I ran in there and was about to whoop his ass, and I got in suspended for 2 days for arranging physical contact. Another student had to go home, and Miss PE I wanted to kill him. 7th grade in algebra class, the teacher would have a problem written out on the board as a warm-up for everyone to do when they came in and sat down. It was competitive, and we all enjoyed it. The first one to turn in a correct solution would go in front of the class and solve for everyone. One time I went to write the solution on the board, and as I was writing with my left hand it out when the teacher stopped and asked me, "Oh, you're left-handed?" To which I replied, "No, I'm right-handed. I just write with my left hand." Which was 100% true. I literally do everything right-handed, but I happen to write with my left hand, not sure why. The teacher's face got red, and she stood up and threw her finger up pointing to the door, yelling at me to go to the principal's office. I was stunned, had no idea what was going on. She said she didn't want a smartass in her class, and for me to leave now. The entire class started trying to explain to her that I was 100% serious, and she wouldn't even listen. So embarrassed and upset, I went to the principal's office and waited. A bit later she came and explained to them what I did, and when I tried to explain that I was 100% serious, the principal said, "Well, sounds like you were still being disrespectful." I wound up getting 1 day of after-school detention. Me and my friend both turned in an essay and both got accused of plagiarism by our English teacher, who had Google searched terms we had used. We hadn't written the essay together. We hadn't plagiarized the source she found online. We didn't even write the essay on a computer. We hadn't even used the same phrase as each other that she searched. But chance would have it that both of our essays contained phrases that were the same as in this one online source we had never heard of. She put us both in detention against our pleas and made us rewrite the essay. Prior to that, we had designated ourselves as the guys who hand out paper around the class because we enjoyed the lesson and we liked the teacher. We were always involved in class discussions and keen to make a good impression, getting good grades and the like. After she wrongfully accused us of plagiarism, we never handed out paper for her again. My algebra teacher sent me to the office to get a late slip after I was late to school due to getting into a car accident. I had talked to the front desk people of the school when I initially got to school, and they gave me a slip excusing me. Teacher wasn't having any of that and sent me back. I come back with the same slip, and he tells me about waking up early and getting to school on time. I went off on him as calmly as I could about being in a car accident that morning, and he sent me to the vice principal's office for insubordination. VP thinks my teacher is a fuckhead after that and lets me chill in his office until there's like 2 minutes left of that class. I get back to class and my teacher is still acting like a smug jackass about it. I don't want to say I feel glad that he later had an accident at home that cost him significant feeling in his hand, but he should have had a slip telling us why he could no longer write coherently on the board with it. My friend and I, we are playing catch with a small plush ball we got the day prior from a college ghost visited. AHS. While we were playing catch, security pulled up and grabbed the ball and both our IDs told us to meet him at the security office, and he drove off. My friend and I walked over, where we were met by the security guard as the school's head of security, whom lectured us on how, if the small plush ball could hit someone it could have started a fight. They also told us a story about the worst fight they'd ever seen started, cause some kid threw a baby carrot at a trash can, missed and hit some other kid near it. This all took place in the morning, and we got ice for the rest of the day. During the day the person who watched us took a break, and one of the other security guards came in and asked everyone what we were there for. We told her what happened as she said that what should have happened is for the ball to be taken away, and we should have gotten warnings. During lunch the person who regularly watched us came back, and the security guard left. We watched out the window and we saw a group of kids playing catch with a football. My friend and I made a comment about getting new friends in ice. The security guard that watched us for a while pulled up to them and began to play catch with them. Needless to say, my friend and I lost a bunch of respect for security we didn't know we had. I have the perfect story. It's long but worth it. So I had a crush on a girl. Let's call her Amy. Now if you have a crush, and if anyone gets to know, that information spreads like wildfire in my school. Few weeks later some loser writes my name and Amy's on the wall with a heart in the middle. I saw it, but didn't take much note of it. Our math teacher walks into our class and immediately goes right to the wall and calls me out. He then proceeds to grill me about who Amy is. She was a senior. He kept asking why I wrote it, and I kept saying someone pranked me by writing this on the wall. 10 minutes of me denying this later, he decides this is a problem the principal has to get involved in. Now this wouldn't have been as embarrassing if I was the only one who has to go to the principal to explain the situation. No, my teacher had decided the entire class of 30 students should come to the principal's room as well. So now that the principal has been briefed about the situation, he does what any responsible adult would do. He calls Amy into his office. Amy, now standing right next to me, is asked by my teacher if we were dating. She said no. He asked if we were friends. She said no. He then asked if she even knew my name. She said no. Keep in mind that all my classmates are right in front of me as all of this is happening. The principal, laughing his ass off, says Amy and all my classmates to return. He then laughs even more for a solid 2 minutes and lets me return to class with the teacher. My soul died a little bit in that room. TLDR, someone pranked me by writing my name and my crush on the wall. Teacher takes entire class to principal. Crush is also caught and she denies everything. Principal has a laugh and sends us back. My school has regular drug dog inspections. We have to leave the room some days so they can sniff our bags. Well, one day while we were out of the room, the teacher called me and another kid into the room. The officers asked us if the bags were ours, and when we said yes, they told us to follow the principal to the office. We took our bags with us to the office, and I was taken into the officer's room. They sat me down and told me to unzip everything in my binder that I could and then step away. They seemed really irritated as they basically destroyed my binder going through it. Whilst they were doing that, they called my mom to tell her that the drug dogs had sniffed something from my bag, but I was already texting her by then. We both knew I had nothing, so she was frantically trying to figure out why they busted me for something. By the time my binder was completely raided and strewn all over the place, my mom had realized that where I had left my binder the day before was right next to where our dogs ate, and apparently someone had dropped some of the dog food on it. The principal and officer who were in the room with me looked really mad until one of our secretaries came in and told them what my mom had said. I was having a massive panic attack, and hearing her say that, and the look that the principal and officer had, was enough to calm me down. They told me they were sorry and that the dogs must have been hungry, and they let me put my binder back together and sent me back to class. I honestly was never mad or anything. I just thought it was funny that they thought they had busted me for drugs when all it was just leftover dog food crumbs on my bag. I was a massive gamer in high school, very close to going pro in CS, but I'm Asian and my parents wouldn't allow that, since it would keep me from attending college. One aspect of growing up obsessed with games, though, was that I tinkered around with console commands, basic programming, logic, command syntax, etc. One day, halfway through the school year, we were in the computer lab, and luckily/unluckily had a substitute teacher that day, and I had finished my assignment early. I forget how, but I found a way to send a direct message to another computer via the command prompt in Windows. It's been a while and I've since switched to Apple. All I had to do was find out the ID of the computer on the lab network, type in a command in the command prompt, fill in different IDs into the syntax, send. Easy peasy. So I would mess around with other kids by sending them funny/mean/ect point messages that would pop up on their screen, and they had no clue from who. The problem started when I got to thinking, if I can send a message to one computer by finding out its ID, then surely I can send it to every computer in the computer lab by finding out the name of the computer lab. With a little digging, I found the lab ID, expanded the syntax slightly and boom. It worked like a charm. Naturally, the next step was to send messages to the whole school. Let's just say by this point other kids had caught on to what I was doing and were putting in requests for shoutouts, roasts, love messages, hate messages, etc. Yes, to the whole school. I had been going at this for about 20 minutes when suddenly the school's network admin bursts through the door, grabs me by the collar, drags me into the hall, while chastising the sub for not paying attention as a pesky student hacks the network. Hacking? Come on. I got chewed out and threatened with suspension, but I was a full diploma candidate for our school's first year of IB adoption, getting rid of app, so they weren't going to do shit. I wrote a letter to the principal about how I was merely a curious student that so happened to find and exploit, rather innocently, a hole in the school's network security. I did them a favor, and if anything I ought to be rewarded, not punished. In the end, I lost my computer privileges for the rest of the year but wasn't suspended. I convinced my teachers to sign a letter to allow me to bring my own laptop to school, which I basically just played video games on. And by the way, fuck you, Mr. Bartlett. Beach of a teacher didn't believe I had a dad. We used to have a thing in my elementary school called the 100 book challenge, where the student had to read 100 books. I was in 2nd grade at the time. To keep track, teachers would send you home with a paper. On left side you write down the book you read that day, and on the right side the parent would sign confirming that you read the book. The student would turn the paper in at the end of the week. Usually my mom would sign it, but she had to work at night that whole week, so I asked my dad instead. On Friday my teacher asked, "Hey, who is this?" My dad's name. "Your uncle, brother, or older cousin?" Me. "No, it's my dad." Beach of teacher. "But, that's not your dad. You forged a fake name." Me. "No, I didn't. That's my dad's name. Yes, we have the same last name. But, you know what? You're not getting credit for this." Being a non-confrontation kid, I just accepted it and didn't ask my dad to sign anymore. I still regret that decision. My parents, particularly mom, checked her real quick. The teacher was white and I'm black, and so were 100% of the students at that school. I didn't put 2 and 2 together until like 10 years later. A science teacher had us learn how to use microscopes by cutting out individual letters and then writing them exactly as we see them. We all write our letters. The teacher flips out and says we did it wrong. He makes us do it again, and, confused, we all do it again. Some of my classmates even drew them mottled, like the ink was under the microscope. This time the teacher just starts screaming at us that we are not listening and idiots and that we are going to do it until we get it. After the 3rd time a bunch of us demanded he tell us what the fuck we are supposed to be writing, and after another teacher is brought in, we are told that the letters should be upside down. I had B, and obviously other kids had letters like E, C, D, things that wouldn't look different upside down. I still remember the look of pity from the 2nd teacher as they dismissed us and turned to have a conversation with a screamer lol. That BO teacher was always nitpicky, a great trait to have at a low-income high school. We only used microscopes once more to look at plants. I don't know if they were upside down lol. This will get buried huh? In middle school we had a group project where we had to create a newspaper article from scratch on what was breaking news. It had to be about local news, and we were given templates to fill out. My best friend and I were in a group and decided to talk about the opening of the city's new arena. We didn't get much work done during that first day, since we had a week. I figured I could at least draw the headline of the article with the area. I had terrible handwriting, so I thought about drawing the letters in a bubble format / font. I started with the letter T and left my paper in my desk. Next day I get called into the principal's office. They ask me why I was drawing dicks. They found my newspaper template with a huge T with a separate sheet with a bunch of other differently sized T's apostrophe that looked like dicks to my teacher. I was practicing the letter on it. They called my friend from his other class and interrogated him about the dicks, and he began to panic, not knowing what they were talking about. Apparently we were drawing dicks all third period. TLDR, I had to explain to school administration that I sucked at drawing the letter T in a bubble font, and that it wasn't a dick. In 7th grade, I was trying to do homework at lunch. I believe it was a Friday, and was doing stuff that was due on Monday. I know, what a nerd. Lol. Anyways, my friend's binder was out on the table as well, and she had gone to the bathroom or something. The vice principal comes along, and she confiscates both my homework and my friend's binder. My friend comes back, and the VP tells her to come with her, but quite rudely tells me to stay there. Later my friend comes back and lets me know that the VP thought I was cheating and had to get my homework from my teacher later that day. Like what the fuck? I wish I had had the confidence to stand up for myself back then. If you're reading this, fuck you Phyllis. We were in the lunchroom just minding our business, not doing anything wrong. One of the kids at a lunch table just kind of looked around because he was bored and saw both of the lunch supervisors or whatever staring right at us. He thought this was odd, but just looked away. A minute later they were still staring at us. Why? I don't know. Them staring at us became somewhat of a joke at our table, so every once in a while we would look back and they would still be staring. They had enough of this and came up to the table and said, "You guys are really bad at hiding whatever you are trying to do. You keep staring at us. It's clear you are up to something." We tried to reason with them because they started this whole thing and we weren't gonna do anything. Needless to say, she sent us all down to the office, and the next day our table had to be split up so none of us could sit together in lunch. Sorry if I didn't make much sense, kind of rambled a bit. I didn't graduate high school because I missed 3 extra days of class while caring for my younger siblings. I had a 4.2 GPA before the attendance policy hit me. Long version, my siblings are 10 plus years younger than me. Their dad, who'd raised me since I was a toddler too, took off when I was 13, and my mom was making $8 an hour trying to raise 5 kids. My sophomore year, my school implemented a policy where, if you miss more than 9 days of school, you lost credit for the class, no matter what your actual grade was. Every 2 tardies counted as 1 absence. You could make up a little time at the end of the year by sitting silently in the lunchroom for 2 hours after school let out, but only up to 20 hours total, and each full day you were absent was 6 hours to make up. So after 13 total days absent you had to pick and choose which classes to save. My mom couldn't afford to miss work and we didn't have extended family, so if my sibling was sick, or their school was closed, or they had a half day, or whatever, I had to stay home with them. On top of days where I was sick, it added up. I couldn't explain myself to the admins at the school because the one time I mentioned babysitting, my teacher pulled me aside and explained if that was why I was out she'd have to call social services. I was not about to risk losing my mom and siblings. What could they have changed? We didn't have the money. There wasn't another option for my mom. So anyway, I adored school. I've wanted to teach since I was 8 years old. It came easy for me. I had straight A's and weighted classes, scored 90% or better on almost all my tests, etc. I love learning, and I'd take classes for the rest of my life, just for fun if I could afford it. But by the second year of this policy I knew there was no hope of graduating with my class, so I just stopped doing homework, unless it was a project or essay I was really interested in. Why should I bother, if all my work was going to be for nothing anyway? I had a math teacher tell a freshman I was friendly with that he might want to reconsider sitting with me because I could be a bad influence. I respected and liked my teachers. It hurt. I went all 4 years, but left with my class despite only technically being a junior. I cried the day they walked, and I really struggled with all my siblings' graduation ceremonies. School meant so much to me, and I felt like a failure. I work for 2 high schools now as a secretary, and grad season is hard, but I weirdly feel more a part of it. I worried when I took the job I'd feel awful during the end of the year, but mostly I'm just excited for my students who are about to start their lives. The places I work had the same policy at one point, but in their case, if you scored above a 78% on your final you get your credit. That could have changed everything for me. I still want to be a teacher when I finish my degree, and I hope my failure makes me a better one for kids who might be struggling personally too. This user profile has been overwritten in protest of Reddit's decision to disadvantage third-party apps through pricing changes. The impact of capitalistic influences on the platforms that once fostered vibrant, inclusive communities has been devastating, and it appears that Reddit is the latest casualty of this ongoing trend. This account, 10 years, 3 months, and 4 days old, has contributed 901 times, amounting to over 48,424 words. In response, the community has awarded it more than 10,650 to karma. I'm saddened to leave this community that has been a significant part of my adult life. However, my departure is driven by a commitment to the principles of fairness, inclusivity, and respect for community-driven platforms. I hope this action highlights the importance of preserving the core values that made Reddit a thriving community and encourages a re-evaluation of the recent changes. Thank you to everyone who made this journey worthwhile. Please remember the importance of community and continue to uphold these values, regardless of where you find yourself in the digital world. When I was in the 4th grade, a guy and his group decided to come over to mine and start nailing my friends in the face constantly. My school had a strange layout outside, with a big tree down a hill, where everything else was on the hill, playground equipment, etc. We kinda just endured it all for a while, but after a kid got hit in the face with an elbow, we told teachers. They got told off and sent to detention for the rest of the class. 2 days later, the guys were back outside and saw me put my hands on a friend's shoulders. They reported us to the same teacher we had reported them to. That teacher embarrassed us in front of the whole school and chewed me out in class, pulled us out of class into the hallway, chewed us out again. Then when we told her what happened, she took the guys who are known to cause trouble, to hit kids, to act like complete shats. Word of mine. I to this day have had 0 write-ups. Pissed me off the rest of the day because I had bad social anxiety and basically cried in front of the teacher. Oh, and I got 3 days lunch and recess detention. That was more than what they got for nailing us in the face. Oh, here we go. In junior infants, age 5, I got in trouble for having hiccups because I was distracting the children at my table and making them laugh. In kindergarten, different country, age 6, we were in drama class playing a game and we were told to act like a baby. My friend rolled around on the floor crying, so I did that too. I was sent outside. I still don't know why. In second class, age 7, I was sent to the back of the class for losing my place when we were eating. I'm dyslexic. I proceeded to hide in the bathrooms for the next reading time. In 4th class, age 9, we had a rule where you couldn't stand up during lunch break because our teacher was out of the room. I opened my lunchbox and realized my juice had spilled, so I went to get tissues. Another teacher saw this and made me stand in his classroom until my teacher got back, because apparently trying to prevent soggy inedible sandwiches isn't a good enough excuse. In 5th class, age 11, I was told to grow up for wrestle playing with a friend during our lunch break outside. In 6th class, age 12, I was constantly berated in front of everyone by my teacher for not understanding math. Again, I'm dyslexic. The absolute worst thing that happened was also in 6th class, where I had spent hours learning some prayer for my confirmation, even making it into a song, and the next day I couldn't remember any of it. We were reciting it as a class and the teacher noticed I was fumbling over my words and demanded I say it alone. Obviously, I couldn't. She asked if I had learned it, and I knew she wouldn't believe me, so I just shook my head. Then she told me, in front of everyone, that I didn't deserve to make my confirmation, and that she was going to ring the bishop and tell him not to let me. I find myself distrusting anyone who tells me they want to become a primary school teacher, because a lot of them genuinely seem to just be power hungry. That last teacher really faked me up for a long time, and if anyone ever does something like that to my kid they will not get away with it. Phew, what a rant. This all happened in 6th to 8th grade. Can't remember exact grades except for the first one was in grade 6. I had a teacher that would bring in the newspaper for each class. She would bring 5 to 6 per class period and have us break into groups to read 1 or 2 articles and discuss them. I was always doodling on stuff, which was my downfall. The next day, when I walk in, she hands me a referral and sends me to the office. I'm confused as hell, but admittedly I was a troublemaker, so I assumed I had done something. As I'm walking to the office, I start reading the referral and start tripping out. It said something along the lines of sexually explicit material and sexual harassment. I start really freaking out, cause as bad as I was, I knew I didn't do anything to constitute this. I get to the office and start telling them the teacher has lost her mind. When I get into the principal's office, he asks me if I know what's going on. I tell him no idea, and he grabs a newspaper and sets it down in front of me. Someone had drew a tongue on this lady getting a massage on the front page. He asks if I did it, and I tell him no. He tells me that the teacher knows it's me because I was the class artist, but that he thinks she is blowing the whole thing out to proportion. He tells me he doesn't see this as anything sexual at all, but she was adamant it was. He was cool. We just talked for a little bit, and once the bell rang for that class period, I was let go. Never really punished more for it, but was told to stop doodling in class. A second time, same school, I got in trouble for not telling a staff member my name. She wasn't a teacher, by the way, just some lady they pay to stand in the yard and monitor kids on breaks/lunch. She had called me by a different name, and I was obviously ignoring her, since she wasn't calling my name. She walks up to me and calls me the name again and asks why I was ignoring her. I told her it wasn't my name and she says it is. I tell her no, and my friends do the same, so she asks what my name is then. I tell her it doesn't matter what my name is. I wasn't doing anything wrong, and she was just trying to ask the person she thought was me how his sister or someone was doing. I thought that was the end of it, but she follows me to my next class to ask the teacher my name. When she asks him, he tells her, and she says oh with this dumb look on her face. He asks why, and she explains I refuse to tell her my name. He writes me up for it. I go to the office and talk to the same principal as the first story. This time I was a grade higher, but I just realized both of these teachers were my language arts teacher. The principal asks for an explanation and I give it to him. He tells me to go back and apologize to the lady and my teacher and he will be okay. Bonus story, all of this must have been karma for the things I never got caught for. I remember once a classmate of mine came back from Mexico with these tiny fireworks. They looked like black cats but weren't. He gave me a small box full, and being the hustler I was, I turned around and started selling them for $0.25 each. He liked the idea, so he kept bringing me more, and we would split the profit. This went on for about 2 weeks. During this time people were setting them off all over school. We had cut out a book, like we saw on movies, and had them stored there. At one point someone snitched on us, but we had sold out for the day, and when they searched our bags found nothing. My friend had the book but no one even opened it, so we thought we were masterminds. The following week we were still doing our thing when the school decides to have an assembly. We all gather into our gym and 3 to 4 police officers are on stage. The principal goes up and starts discussing the fireworks and how it needs to stop. The cops then start talking to the school about how dangerous it was and so on. They also mention the book, so someone was still snitching on us. With the cops involved, me and my friend decide to call it quits. We had made about $30 to $35, which was pretty amazing considering we were selling each for 5 for $1. We gave what we had on us away to a few people we knew we could trust and closed shop. We were a small school and some of the girls that worked on the yearbook and student body knew we were involved, but they weren't the stereotypical student body. They were really chill, and one of them nominated me for most likely to succeed because of all the side hustles and shit I was a part of, but said this one in particular was what made them think of me. Sadly I didn't win, but I guess it was the right decisions considering the guy who did win ended up getting a scholarship for an Ivy League school and will probably run for president one day. Not me, but my cousin, who is a triplet. If you know them and see them every day, you can very easily tell them apart after a short time. Anyways, There was a interim English teacher in my 8th grade class who everybody hated. She treated us like kindergarteners and wore way too much makeup. She was actually really pretty and she didn't even need it. The teacher said back quote hi to my cousin and he didn't hear her, therefore didn't say back quote hi back. Pretty soon all 3 of the triplets had a demerit for back quote disrespect because the lady couldn't tell which one did it. The kicker? This was over halfway through the school year, meaning that she still couldn't tell the boys apart after teaching them almost every day for over 6 months. Every other teacher could tell them apart within the first month. Oh, the tales I have from that cursed school. Broke my arm. I wasn't in school, but I was in the Boys and Girls Club when I was in grade school. My sister and I were going to go on a field trip somewhere I forgot. I think it was the zoo, but I was running and some kid was bouncing a kickball. I got in the path of the kickball and stepped on it. I went flying forward and I tried to break my fall by using my arms, but one of my wrists bent back so much that it snapped my radius. I was crying in pain. My sister was a lot older than me at the time and she came running back to help me back into the office room. The staff there were getting annoyed with us and said that we would get in trouble for not going on the field trip. I'm literally wailing in pain. Are you blind? They never called my mom and I had to wait 6 hours on the office couch, my sister hanging out with other kids, but close by. My mom came there and asked why I wasn't playing with the others and I told her, I think I broke my arm. She didn't know what to say and she asked why they hadn't called her. I don't remember much after that other than going home and my mom telling me we will go to the doctor in the morning. I went to sleep with my arm between pillows and woke up with a swollen wrist. My mom was sure to make an emergency call to the clinic blah blah. She decided to never go back there ever again. My senior year of high school I was driving to school in the morning. A car blows through a yield sign and I had to slam on my brakes. I was annoyed, so I went around the car and gave him the finger not looking. Then I hit the traffic going up to the school and I look in my rear view and it's one of the principals. I pull into school, do a loop and leave cause I figured he'd follow me. He spent that day asking people who drives my car and eventually I get called into the office. He claimed he got out of his car and walked up to my car on the school grounds. Never happened and I drove away from him. He was going to suspend my parking privileges for 2 months for insubordination. He calls my mom to tell her thinking I'm gonna be in trouble and my mom flips out at him, calls him an asshole, and that he broke the law off school grounds that prompted all of this. My friend picked me up for those 2 months and we waked and baked every morning. Last year I got in trouble by this ashat of a teacher barely anybody likes. She is literally your fashionista aunt that bothers your mom about feeding you healthier. Anyways, last year I accidentally poured sauce on my friend's unopened pack of milk he said he wasn't gonna drink, and since this was my first time getting sent down to the principal's office I literally started crying and shaking thinking how ashamed my parents would be. And I ended up getting lunch detention for that. Then this year my friend was cutting the entire line to get food nobody wanted, and me and my other friend thought he was gonna get in trouble, so we kept looking back at her thinking she was gonna heal at him, but no, she thought that we were talking about her behind her back and got us in trouble instead, while not even punishing my friend who cut the line. She is the worst part of my school day, honestly. Fuck you, Mrs. Kemp. Not me, but a classmate. My Spanish teacher in high school was certified crazy. She was a PETA member and had a full-size barrel full of peanuts that she'd feed the squirrels with. Naturally, having 15 to 20 squirrels all grouped together every morning attracted the hawks. So she would stop class on multiple occasions to look out the window and then run outside and bang pots and pans to scare off the hawks. Anyway, so she had a class rule that if you found any bugs or insects in the room, that you were to tell her and she'd pick it up and take it outside. Well, some kid saw a roach on the ground and stepped on it. She flipped the fuck out. She yelled at him for a good 2 to 3 minutes and then wrote him up and sent him to the principal's office. The principal tossed the write-up once he found out what was going on, but still, he did get in trouble with the teacher for that. This happened to my son. He was in 1st grade and out at recess. Another child ran up from behind him and put him in a headlock. My son's first instinct, which would have been anyone's first instinct, was to throw his elbow back. He gave the kid a bloody nose. My son was suspended for 2 days and nothing happened to the other child. We sat down with the principal, and she became upset when she overheard me explain to my son that if anyone ever puts their hands on him, he has my permission to defend himself by any means necessary, but he is to never ever place his hands on another child first. I explained self-defense and the principal was pissed. She told me he can never defend himself. I told her he is my child. I'm his mother and I will make that decision. Needless to say, every administrator at the school did not like me after this. Oh well. Kiss my ass. My elementary school had a very strict no phones policy. This was when I was in grade 7. I live in Canada, so most places here don't have middle schools. We have elementary school which goes from kindergarten to grade 8, and then high school going to grade 9 to grade 12. But anyways, I was in grade 7, and I was waiting outside for the school bus to show up. It was late for whatever reason. My mom made it a habit to always call us when we get home from school to make sure me and my little brother got home alright. The bus took forever to come, and I knew mom would get worried if we didn't call. This is exactly why she had bought me a phone. I had a flip phone. It didn't go on the internet. It didn't have music. It didn't have games. All it was for was calling and texting. So I take out my phone and call my mom. My vice principal then comes up to me and starts yelling at me for being on my phone meanwhile I'm on the phone with my mom. I'm honestly not the type of person to sit back and let people yell at me, so I was yelling back trying to explain I was letting my mom know that my bus was late and to not worry. But he kept yelling at me and I to yell back because, let me remind you, this is an hour after school ended as well. I get not being on your phone in class but after school? In the end, he made me and my brother go to the office when the bus came and forced my mom to pick us up at the school. My mom made sure to give him a piece of her mind, though. She told him that she got me that phone to tell her about this sort of thing and that he had no right to yell at me for calling my mom after school because the bus was coming. To this day I honestly hate that guy, but then again I hold grudges easily lol. A friend and I almost got in trouble in high school for protesting the Iraq War. Some backstory, my friend and I are both anti-war. I decided one day to make signs we could wear on our shirts with up-to-date counts on how many American soldiers died in Iraq. We then proceeded to stand on the patio at lunch and read anti-war poems out loud. The school resource officer pulled me aside the first day we did this and told me that we could get in trouble for this. I responded by having a polite discussion with him about why taking action against us would be unconstitutional, citing numerous Supreme Court cases such as Tinker v. Des Moines. He backed off pretty quickly after realizing that I would not allow the school to violate my rights. When I graduated, that same resource officer wrote in my yearbook that if I showed the same passion in life that I did for that protest, that I would be president someday. Fairly new to Reddit, so sorry if any formatting stuff is weird. So in my last year of primary school my whole year went on a week-long trip where we'd basically do lots of different activities, building shelters in woods, climbing the high tree, stuff similar to that each day, and on the 6th day I got to go do archery with a bunch of other students, and when I went up to shoot, one of my friends said something, so I turned to the right so I could respond. Forgot what he said exactly. I slightly pointed my bow into a corner where no one was anywhere near. Everyone was to my left, and the teacher who was supervising immediately told me to stop using the bow since I was a danger. So I got sad and annoyed and sat in the corner for the rest of the archery session, and the teacher said that if I didn't get out of the corner and go shoot the bow I wouldn't get to go to the dance we have at the end of the trip. Guess who didn't go to the dance? I refused to write a paper about how I would stay abstinent until marriage in my sexual education class. My mom is awesome, so when the class started, she'd ask me every day what we talked about or what we did. When she heard we were watching Lion King or talking about brushing our teeth, she complained that this wasn't real sexual education. Turns out in the South, this was our first year living in SC instead of MN. They don't care and told her to fuck off. She ended up teaching me at home, and when the end of the year came around, our final project was the paper. I refused to write it, and instead wrote about the importance of consent, communication, and protection, along with the benefits to relationships for being sexually active prior to marriage. Teacher was a Bob Jones student and extremely conservative. Lost her mind, brought my paper to the principal, and threatened to suspend me if I didn't rewrite it. I refused. My mom was called, and she defended me, stating papers like mine would help prevent problems, like my 15-year-old classmate being pregnant. They still treated me like a terrible person the rest of the year, and my grade in that class was awful, but it taught me a lot about standing up for what's right. In 4th grade, my friend brought to school little bath fizzes that also turned the water red, blue, or yellow. I was 9 and that sounded totally rad, so she was being awesome by letting me have some. The teacher found them, thought they were drugs and/or we were dumb enough to ingest them for sheets and giggles. Both of us were dragged into the principal's office, parents notified, and had to sit in the chairs of shame. The VP, who had younger children, walked into the office, and after about 3 minutes, we were set free. She told us it was the same ones her kids had, so she knew what they were and was safe, but don't bring things like that again. Best part, did I mention they were still in the damn container? Yay, they were in the container that said ages 3+, do not eat, but safe to a degree, and had an enlarged picture of the tablets which were in the shape of a duck on the front. Still salty about it. When I was in secondary school, 3 of us were allowed to go into the empty library before registration to hang out and do some work. Once we were messing about, and my friend lost something behind a bookshelf. We took some of the books off the shelves, so that when we tried to get behind it nothing would fall off. However, as we were putting the books back on, in the exact place we took them off, the librarian walked in and asked what we were doing, so we explained everything. She said okay, but once we went to registration we learned that we would have to go back to the library at break time, lunch and after school every day, until we had completely sorted every single book and tidied the place up completely. The school had just reorganized the whole place, so most of the books weren't even on shelves yet. In grade 3 we were all going back towards the school at the end or recess. I reach the super crowded door and just kinda stand there waiting for the people in front of me to get a move on. Then this kid pushes me from behind, accidentally, and as a result I bump the kid in front of me. Turns out that was the wrong move, because the kid in front of me, who was actually one of my classmates, turns around and punches me in the forehead, then stares at me in disdain, while I fall on my ass. It happened so fast that 8-year-old me just sat there trying to process everything, expecting the kid who just punched me to say something like an apology. Well, turns out he did say something. He told the teacher that I pushed him for no reason. I didn't think that a small push warranted a punch, but because of how serious my teacher was acting I was too scared to mention what he did. I ended up having to apologize to him and had a nice round bump on my forehead for the next week. TLDR, had to apologize to a kid who punched me because I accidentally pushed him first. Back in the 8th grade we took an English class period to read outside, as it was some sort of holiday I can't remember. We are sitting out there reading under a grove of trees and I remember some of my nearby friends getting a little rowdy. They weren't bad kids, just kinda a group of schmucks. They were tossing sticks and stones at each other and snickering quietly as we would read, and I found it amusing but didn't participate. The teacher takes notice several times and tells them to stop, keeping a close eye on the group and I as we came out together, and I was seated nearby. Finally she had enough and told us we were getting written up, glaring at me as well. I assumed she was just fed up and happened to glance at me, yet a day or so later I get called into a meeting with her and the principal. I explain I was only sitting near them, and both agree with me, yet say that I shouldn't have been near them while they misbehave. I was dumbfounded, and got 3 days of in-school suspension. Fuck her, I used them to finish that book. I was in jazz band in high school. We played at different events including our city's beauty pageant. After the performance 3 of us were called into the principal's office the following Monday. He told us that someone had reported that the 3 of us were seen laughing at an obese man. None of us had any clue what he was talking about and denied it. Two of us were overweight, so it really didn't make sense that we'd be laughing about that. But despite pointing this out, the principal didn't care and still gave us all Saturday school. To this day I have no clue who this obese man was or what he even looked like, nor do I know who the absolute douchebag was that saw 3 kids talking and laughing and assumed it had to be about an overweight person, but I do know what kind of person they must be. This was in 8th grade, I believe. I was always one of those kids that just wanted to get good grades and not make any trouble, and I was always really scared of getting in trouble. My friends and I were tossing around someone's hat for fun while we were waiting in the cafeteria for our bus to arrive. The vice principal came over to us and told us to stop throwing the hat since it's rude to the owner. He was throwing it around too and actually suggested it in the first place. So we all sat down at one of the tables just so that we don't irritate the vice principal any further. A few minutes later we're all just talking and laughing, and my friend just hits me a couple times with that same hat to annoy me. It works, and I grab the hat out of his hands and toss it a short distance away so that he'd have to go pick it up himself, knowing he was somewhat lazy. It was such a short distance that someone would have to have been watching the entire altercation to have noticed it. Lo and behold, the vice principal calls out young man with the glasses and called me over to him. He promptly rebukes me for tossing the hat and gave me a detention. I'm still pretty mad about that. That guy was just so spiteful. Everyone hated him in that school and he only ever did things to make it worse. Fuck you, Mr. Merrick. Coloring in 3rd grade. The assignment the whole class was doing together with the next door class, 60 kids total. We were coloring the universe to learn how the different colors changed shades as they got closer or farther from a light source like the sun. I didn't like how scribbles looked when I moved the pencil vertically, so I tilted the page diagonally to color horizontally, so the colors blended really well. My teacher thought I was taking too long, so she yelled at me. Cold curry, the universe is not perfect. Whole class was silent. I didn't get why I was coloring wrong. I went home and told my parents I got yelled at for the way I colored. They didn't believe me. Same teacher also didn't believe in conventional lessons, so she made us do poetry. Some lessons were fun, but at the end of the year my state test scores were shit, and I know it's cause she didn't teach like she should. I struggled with math for 2 years after, when I did well before her. But I digress. This was during a high school science class with a substitute teacher. I was sitting near the front of the class and the sub told us to go get our textbooks, which were located at the back of the room. So we all got up and started heading back there when she told us to sit back down because we were being too rowdy. I was pretty much at the back of the class when she said this, so I grabbed my textbook and headed back to my desk. Only, she wanted us all to drop the textbooks and go back to our desks with nothing. This sub wanted us to try again in an orderly fashion. I didn't want to walk another 50 feet back and forth, so I grabbed mine and sat down. She commanded me to put the book back. I said no, because I already had the damn thing. This lady was clearly trying to assert her dominance over this class, and I wasn't having it. We argued back and forth for a bit, until she sent me to the principal's office. The entire class was silent during this time, because I was usually a quiet kid and everybody was seeing a new side of me. I'll never forget the entire class clapping for me as I exited the room. I had the whole school talking for a week, so that was pretty cool. I got a 3-day suspension, but, more importantly, I got the respect of my classmates, lol. I got in trouble for being an Eagle Scout. Yes, my 11th grade chemistry teacher, out of nowhere, said my name and told me to exit the classroom. I know teachers make mistakes, so I don't blame him, but after I had exited and he came out to speak with me, he began to tell me that he can't believe that I'm an Eagle Scout, and if it were up to him, he would take my status away. I was bewildered and told him I had done nothing, and the boy and girl to the left and right of me could confirm. In fact, they had already raised their voices in my defense. But no, the teacher wanted me to know he was an Eagle Scout, and it used to mean something, and now they just hand it out to everyone, and it's a shame. As an adult who runs a business, I talk to a lot of crazy people, and unfortunately, I see some of these people in instructor positions, So I've concluded my 11th grade chemistry teacher was just chemically imbalanced and had pride when it came to his Eagle Scout badge and couldn't believe I had one. Being the only brown student in an all-white school, in year 4 I once got a detention because my watch was reflecting on someone's chair. The teacher said I was purposefully trying to burn the student in front of me with the light reflection. I didn't even know what was going on when the teachers surrounded me and started yelling at me. I was honestly just sitting there watching the performance. After several future cases of being blamed for, I turned into a bad student that thought if I was being blamed for acts I didn't commit, I might as well commit them on purpose. I became the worst kid of the year, ended terms in suspensions from fights. That was 14 years ago. I changed my life around. Now graduating, I'm finance next month at a prestigious university. I understand that's what marginalization does to people. I understand people who have trouble integrating into society because they feel left out. From refugees, homeless people, African Americans in the 50s and immigrants. Some revert to crimes because they don't feel like they belong. It's up to us to treat people like they're our brother or sister, no matter where they started. The dumbest thing I got in trouble for was sitting on the floor in the hallway because I got cramps. I went to a private middle school. I got sent out into the hallway because the teacher assumed me and my friend was talking during class. In reality, my friend was asking me about my stomach pain and maybe I should go to the main office. The teacher didn't even ask what was wrong and sent us both out. When I got in the hallway, I stretched right out on the floor with my uniform and all. The teacher came out and had a beach fit. My friend tried to explain to her that I just starting getting flow and I was not handling it well. She gave me work duty. I went home and told my mother. I love my mother cause she wasn't having it. She went to the school and went off on the teacher. She didn't respect how the teacher talked to students and parents. I was in an integrated math class by freshman year, so it was a mixture of special and non-special needs children. One of the kids had an assistant that would go with him around the school, and he was generally a really nice kid. One day in class, while the teacher was up writing, he sprinted to the front of the room and screamed, "Snapper, get down!" and dolphin dived into the wall. He then proceeded to speedily army crawl under multiple desks until his handler got a hold of him and escorted him out. Some unknown force came over me and I couldn't stop laughing, and my teacher warned me after the class had calmed down that I need to stop. I didn't. I went to the vice principal's office. It would not stop, it would just creep up on me. Went to the principal and same story, it would just take a hold of me. Mom feel I got called to the school and I still couldn't stop till she slapped me in the car because I got 2 days of in-house suspension. TLDR, couldn't stop laughing at specials needs kid in class. Went all the way to the principal and still couldn't stop until my mom took me into the parking lot and smacked me a couple times, lol. We had a fire in my apartment where my mom left rice-a-roni cooking on the stove for hours when nobody was home. Black smoke everywhere. Was winter, all windows were closed. I showed up to school the next day smelling of smoke because I couldn't get it out of my clothes. Was almost arrested by stupid school cops. Was only saved by the real cops. They had come to arrest me and let them know that it wasn't marijuana smoke. Teacher that told the deans on me in second period still thought I was guilty and didn't let me finish the test we were taking when I was yanked from class by school cops. Principal had to do a written and verbal apology to me and my pissed off mom. I think second grade, I was in the bathroom doing my own thing when these 3 other kids, we'll call them A, B, and C, came in and decided they were going to try and flush a sweatshirt and a WWJD bracelet down the toilet at a Catholic school, too. They bust out laughing as, obviously, the toilet backs up and make a bunch of noise. I finish up, wash my hands, and leave out the main door. And one of the kindergarten teachers was stood, hands on hips, waiting outside the door. Kids A and B come out right after me, and kid C stays behind to use the bathroom. Myself and those 2 were accused by the teacher of doing all kinds of things in the bathroom, some of which happened, and plenty of it did not, and were marched back to our classroom, and were told we were in a bunch of trouble. Kid C later comes back to class from the bathroom and evades the fiasco. But because I maintained my innocence, while the other two kids fessed up, but they were both unable to convince the teacher of my innocence. What followed was a week-long inquisition, where my second grade teacher would bring us three out into the hall so the other teacher could interrogate us. It was so much of a fiasco for something so ridiculously minor. But for the teacher it was almost a matter of pride, as I was missing recess every day for that week, even while the other kids fessed up and served their time and were free to play. I got punished for standing my ground. After a week of this, and my mom getting called, because I told the teacher she was wrong and full of shit, not verbatim, I was nicer then than I'm now. Kid C finally came forward that he was the third co-conspirator, and my actual teacher, so thoroughly over this entire thing, didn't even punish him, and told the Inquisition teacher to buzz off. TLDR, a teacher thought I was part of a group of kids who flushed a sweatshirt down a toilet. She was wrong, but she prosecuted me for it for an entire week, and me refusing to admit to it led to me getting punished for longer than the kids who actually did the thing. My intermediate school, 5th and 6th grade, had pretty strict rules about going to the restroom during class. Apparently there had been drug deals going down in the restroom or something. Anyways, I'm sitting in class when I get hit with one of those "oh crap, I need to find a toilet now" feelings. I asked the teacher if I could be excused to go to the restroom, and she gave the usual wait until after class speech. A couple minutes later I start getting the cold sweats and stomach cramps. I ask her again if I could be excused, but I got the same response. I finally just said I got to go and walked out of class. I was taking a dump when the assistant principal walked in with a referral and suspended me for 3 days. My friend and I got detention once for being involved in a fight in 5th grade. Well, that's the story the yard duties told my dad. My dad knew I wasn't much of a fighter, so he asked me what happened. Told him my bully had punched me in the face, had the shiner to prove it. He asked if I started it, and my friend backed me up when I said I hadn't. This became a regular occurrence as my school's policy on fighting was that all parties involved were at fault. My 5th grade self would often get beaten up, so I curled into a ball and tried to keep my face safe after a certain point. Still got detention. This culminated in my dad not accepting the school's reasoning for detention anymore. He would come to pick me up, storm into the lunch hall where detention was held, and walk me out. He also told me to fight back, as if I was going to be punished for fighting I may as well defend myself. I don't think this worked out how the school system intended it to. I had a Kobayashi Maru experience in 11th grade US history. Teacher wanted us to pair up with a partner for a project. A few minutes into it, my partner started smarting off to the teacher and ended up being sent to the principal's office. Whatever. So I go about the project when the teacher starts chewing me out about not having a partner. I tell him he just kicked him out. He tells me I have 1 minute to find another partner. I look around. All pairs, no singles. So I ask the duo next to me if I could join them. They say sure, and I scoot my desk closer. Woo. The teacher watched me do all this, waits until after I scooted over, starts to yell at me that it wasn't a project for 3 people, then writes me up for insubordination, fails my group project, and has me sit outside in the drizzle for the rest of the class, which ran like 1.5 hours. That guy was an all-around dick. He kicked out a student for not standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. They were Jehovah's Witness and used to sit cheerleaders in the front row, directly in front of his desk, so he could look up their skirts. When I was 13, we had an English teacher who was really not enjoying her job when she had to teach us. Every lesson she would scold at us for the dumbest reason. One girl actually started crying when she asked to go to the bathroom and got scolded at for at least 5 minutes, because in her entire career she never had this happen to her that someone dared to ask to leave her class. One day, when she left our classroom after another big yelling lesson, she left her keys on the teacher's desk. I had put those keys in a drawer in the desk, just to fuck with her. I was going to bring them into the teacher's room. At the end of the day, it was a Friday. Of course I forget about it and went home for the weekend. On Monday, we had her again. She opened the drawer to get our tests, so she found her keys. The rest of the hour she just scrolled at us telling us we were scum, we would never account for anything in our lives, and she would send the whole class into detention. This way, the whole class sat in detention every Wednesday for that month. No one told her that I did it, just because everyone thought it was something she really deserved. Edit. I clearly still can't write in English. This may get lost in the mass amount of comments. A little background about myself during high school. I was that typical Elmo kid, the long hair, wears black all the time, band t-shirts, etc. When I was in 9th grade, I was in gym class sitting in the bleachers. I had a pair of scissors in my backpack and found some strings on my backpack. I took the scissors out and begun cutting my strings. Apparently the girl in front of me was offended that I had scissors. They weren't safety scissors. The girl in question ran to the teacher saying that I had scissors and was calling her the N-word and saying I was going to cut her. I, not once, would ever do such a thing. I was just different, liked wearing black, mind my own business, get through the day, go home and play video games while listening to Avenged Sevenfold. After she ran to the teacher, I was sent to the principal's office. The principal at the time was an African American and for good reason had a zero tolerance for hate speech. He would not allow me to speak, would not allow me to tell him any side of my story, and gave me OS, out of school suspension. My mother pulled me from that school the next year and I went to another one. I guess my sense of style was offensive to people, so I changed my look. I cut my hair and tried to fit in a lot more. Never really worked. That's the most ridiculous thing I have ever gotten in trouble for. Something that never happened, but I got in trouble for it. 2. I can remember a girl stole my gloves in winter. She had convinced me to go on the monkey bars and she grabbed them and ran off with them. I chased after her trying to grab her cause I was slower. My fingers got tangled in her hair and she outran me and her hair got pulled. The principal wanted to suspend me and let her have my gloves cause she would never steal my gloves. They weren't even good gloves, they were those thin ones you buy in bulk. Only reason I cared was we were broke and they were the only set I had that matched. My parents got involved, neither of us got punished, but I got my gloves back. We were like 7. I got attacked after school on the way home by 3 kids. They threw rocks at me, chased me with a dog leash trying to whip me, and held me down trying to beat me. I got away before I got hurt thanks to my dad. The school board wanted to expel me because it was easier than punishing 3 no bullies. My parents just asked the 2 in my class me move to the other class of the same year. They declined, saying it was unfair to remove them from their friends. I didn't go back to school much that year. The kid who threw rocks 1 half day in school separation. Kid who held me down to be beat 1 half day in school separation. Kid who chased me down with a dog leash to whip me 1 day in school separation. I got to listen to my dad try and hide him fighting with the parents of the kids, say their kids were not there and they saw the whole thing from 3 blocks away, the tree line. But I got to learn some new swears. Not necessarily why I got in trouble, but my punishment for it. Senior year of high school, I was in IB, so no pet, just 7 HRS/classes of IB classes, and my last 2 classes happened to be IB French and IB Art. Both of the teachers were super chill, and I was doing decent in the classes, so I often snuck out of school after 5th period. Sometimes after French class, sometimes before. Now, IB Art is super chill. The final grade is just completion of your IB Art assignment. So I think like 6 or 8 art pieces around a theme you choose. This was year long, so by February, I had finished, so I skipped a lot during March to April, and there was no school for us during May due to IB exams. Anyway, I skip apparently too much of art class and my art teacher said she didn't mind me skipping every now and then, but I can't just leave for 3 weeks in a row, and I had to go to the dean's office. The dean, who says skipping is not allowed, and gives me 1 week of ice, which means I'm not allowed to go to my classes for a week, and have to go into a room with all the other hooligans doing W.E we wanted at our desks, as long as we were quiet. I just ended up doing other classes' homework, and studying for my other tests, but it was a free study hall. For MACUP tests and homework, I talked to my other teachers and made stuff up after class or got assignments from friends to do in ice. Seems like a dumb punishment. To skip more classes for skipping classes. So, that's how I spent the second to last week of HS. I went to a private Christian school with maybe 30 kids K8, and it was essentially a one-room school with the principal's house attached to it. The only other classrooms were the mother of the principal's dining room. She taught English and was elderly, and in the chapel on the property. Someone had written "Erica likes to suck" beside the word bonus in the dictionary. The principal said it was my handwriting, and held a meeting with my family and her brother, who was the foster father, or Erica, and the history teacher, in which they expelled me for it. I was banned from the church associated with the school, and from the youth group the father's biological son held. Years later, the entire family besides the principal apologizes to me, also excluding the father, because he had passed away. Without an apology, however, the principal acts like it never happened, and the few times I've ran into her since leaving that school, she has been polite to me. TLDR, my teacher threatened to get me out of class because I looked bored. We were sitting class and my English teacher was preparing us for the Cambridge exam. She was in the middle of some rambling about how to properly write essays or something, and I think she might have had a bad day because she suddenly fell silent when she saw me. I don't remember exactly what she said, but it went something like this. "Okay then, are we just going to do this now? Are you bored?" I was taking notes, for heaven's sake. I didn't know what to say back, so I just kept silent. This made her even madder, so she threatened to put me out of the Cambridge program, which she couldn't do anyway, because it's our choice to take the test. We had paid the money. I protested and convinced her with my notes that I wasn't bored, and she embarrassingly said sorry and went on with the lesson, while a few kids in my class were trying to hide their laughter. Wasted 10 minutes of my life typing this. Let's go. Oh lordy, story time. In 6th grade, our school took us to a slave experience recreation camp. Yes, it was every bit as cringy and problematic as that sounds. That's really a story for another thread, though. Anyway, of course it rains all night during the main activity, so I'm wet, muddy, I think I had hit my head, tired, and above all, hungry. Further necessary context, I'm a vegetarian. Ovo-lacto, if anyone cares. Any fellow vegetarians might know, schools, camps, and group activities don't always know how to properly feed a vegetarian. Many places think that, like, a plate of steamed vegetables or unseasoned lettuce is enough. As a picky American child who liked pizza and pasta and all sorts of other mainstream foods, I can tell you that steamed vegetables is 100% not okay. However, the canteen at the Slave Experience Recreation Camp didn't even get as far as the steamed vegetables. Oh no. Their idea of how to feed me was one hot dog bun with no hot dog or condiments, and one fun-size bag of chips. Yeah, no, not even close. So there I am, tired, wet, hungry, and indignant, and Summer Shat decides it's time to bully me. He starts poking me, or pushing me, or some shit. I barely remember what. However, I was in a weird state of mind, too tired to actually throw down, but too pissed to let it slide. So I did the only logical thing I could think of at the time. I grabbed a plastic knife from the table and waved it at him, yelling back, like a lion tamer or some such. He finds this deeply hilarious, which, in retrospect, it kinda was, so he comes again, and I start sawing at his arm with the blunt teeth of this plastic knife. I knew it wouldn't hurt him, but it did have the desired effect of making him abandon his bullying, albeit doubled over in fits of laughter. About a week later, I'm called to the office after school, where my dad and the principal are sitting together. I'm then summarily told that I'm to be suspended from school for a day because I stabbed a kid with a knife, and the parents of the child demand punishment. MFW, TLDR, I got suspended for stabbing a kid with a knife while escaping from slavery. Not school, but work. I was working at a vet's office way back, about 10 years ago. We had colored markers to write in the boards regarding which patients were getting what, etc. I learned a while back that flipping the markers upside down helped to increase the pen's lifespan. I was just trying to help. Got called into the office by the head vet, who was a faking asshole, and given a review which actually included him writing me up for turning the pens upside down. When I explained this to him, he got pissed. Next day I was fired. Not even fired. I showed up for work the following day, and he met me at the back door with another one of the employees who had no idea what was going on. He humiliated me in front of her as she just stared, confused. He told me I was fired because of insubordination, and asked for my key back. I threw it at him, told him to go fetch, then left. Oh man, I have like 50 of these putting trash in the trash can marked rocks. Everybody put their trash in it. Nobody cared except this one lunch lady who got on me for putting my trash in the rock bin. The next day I walked down the hallway 30 feet to put my trash in the bin. Marked trash, and my math teacher was like, why didn't you put it in the other trash bin? It's closer. Running on the playground wood chips at recess. Falling off a swing, not me, but this one girl would have sneezing fits. One day she got a talking to for disrupting the learning environment because she sneezed 10 times in a row, shining a laser pointer at someone's feet. So before school and middle school, we were able to chill outside before school and talk with friends or whatever. This one day it was raining, so we are waiting in the cafeteria before school, and one of my friends sees an umbrella on the table and decides to basically bend it, making the umbrella unusable. So, it's lunchtime now, and the principal called all the 8th grade boys into the art room before we can go outside for recess. Apparently the umbrella belonged to some little kid and they assumed one of us did it. Which was true, lol. Anyways, they asked if we did it or saw who did it. I wasn't going to rat on my friend, so I said no. I told her I saw the umbrella after it was bent and picked it up to just look at it. She told me okay and let me go. I thought that was the end of it, but apparently because I picked it up, I got in trouble. They made me and a couple of other kids pitch in some money for a new umbrella. My mom was confused, but just decided to give the money, which was like $15 or something like that. Not a big deal, but it was pretty stupid. TLDR, got in trouble for picking up an broken umbrella and forced to pay for a new one. I was in 2nd grade, and it was mid-December. It was the first time it had snowed that year, and my friends and I were incredibly excited. So during recess we began making snow forts and throwing snow at each other. Bless. At the quickest sprint I had ever seen adults commit, 3 teachers come barreling down the hill from the school building towards all us 6 kids playing in the snow, yelling and hooting at us to go inside immediately. We got reprimanded for playing in the snow due to the fact that the snow could have had razor blades in it. We had to leave school early and tell our parents ourselves what happened, along with writing a handwritten apology to the school teachers. My dad called the school. I remember him saying thanks for terrorizing my son, hanging up, staring at me, and began to laugh. We all did. My friends came over cause their parents also thought the whole situation was dumb as shit, and no punishment was even remotely necessary. I never wrote that apology faking dumb as razor blades. My name is Joe. We had a substitute teacher in 8th grade. When she went around the room asking people's names, this girl said Joe. Teacher said Joe who? Girl says Joe mommy. Yes, this was the 80s. Everyone laughed. The substitute was kinda like okay, very funny, and moved on. Next kid, what's your name? Kid says Joe. Teacher said it better be Joe who? Joe mom, and our teacher is pissed and says she's not putting up with any crap and there better not be any more smarters remarks. Now teacher comes to me. Remember, my name is Joe. What's your name? Me. Joe. Teacher flips the fuck out, grabs me by the back of my neck, again, this was the 80s, shoves me out the door, and tells me to go to the assistant principal's office. Assistant principal was the enforcer. Principal asked me why I'm there. I said I don't know. Teacher asked my name, and I told her it's Joe. Principal asked me if I'm trying to be a smartass, tells me to lean over the desk, and proceeds to give me 10 licks. A lick is a whack with a board paddle with holes cut in it, then tells me to get back to class and quit faking around. What the fuck, but it was worth it. Classmates loved how I deadpanned it and didn't try to explain to the sub that my name really is Joe and that I got the shit beat out of me. In high school my French class always went the same way. We walk in, teacher hands out a worksheet, and the first 10 minutes or so was just silently working on the worksheet. My friend and I would normally finish quickly, and he would stare off into space and I would put my head down. It was toward the end of the day and I would get tired. She once kicked out my friend for being inattentive waiting for her to address the class, and once scolded me for sleeping after answering her questions and waving my sheet in the air showing I was done. She also had a sub once who kicked me out for saying Jesus. It offended her, and the vice principal basically told me to wait out the period in his office. Lol. In grade school I used to bring a sandwich and 2 snacks to school for lunch. I would typically eat my snacks first and my sandwich second. Harmless, right? Well, our new principal didn't think so. She noticed the order that I ate my lunch in, and for some reason it bothered her to an absurd level. The next day she came over to my table and took my snacks away and told me I wouldn't get them back till I ate my real food first. Then she walked away. Me, being 12 and incredibly petty, decided to take that as a challenge. I made eye contact, walked over to the lunch ladies, and purchased a huge chip and start eating it. She marches over, rips it out my hand and takes my unto-shade sandwich. She gives me detention and says I'm lucky she doesn't lash me with a wet noodle, whatever that meant. I went to detention, then called my mom to tell her why I wasn't home and why I got detention, and she now had to pick me up. She came to get me within like 5 minutes and was furious. I was in another room, but I heard her screaming at the principal. She came out of the office and took me to McDonald's. For the rest of the year I ate my lunch the way I wanted, and that bitch never had a comment again. Thanks mom. TLDR, got detention for eating my lunch in the wrong order. We had a substitute teacher who would make the rounds a few times over the course of a school year in various classes as the regular teachers couldn't make it in for one reason or another. One day, I was sitting in her class, and I had put my stack of books, notebooks, etc. under my desk. We didn't have cubbies or operable desks, so we made do with my pencil case on top. At some point I must have nudged it with my foot, because the whole stack slid over with the pencil case just shooting across the whole thing like a surfer on a wave. We were on carpeting, and I'm sitting right in front with only the regular teacher's desk in front of me, so I didn't hear anything happen. So it wasn't until I went for a pencil that I noticed my stack. I got up and reassembled my tower, but couldn't find my pencil case. It was during activity time, so I went up to the teacher to ask for a pencil to do my work. I told her something to the effect of I could have sworn I brought my pencil case, but I can't. Don't swear in my class. Go to the principal's office. It was said with such venom and disgust, I can still remember it to this day. She got right up in my face to say it tall. I was so confused. I was just completely astonished. Had I said something wrong by accident and it sounded like a swear word? I'd never been to the principal's office and I have really bad anxiety, so I start crying. This is 3rd grade or so. Now other kids are staring because the sub just said I swore, and that's big news for the quiet girl to swear at a teacher. The sub kinda backtracked then, because now she has a crying child in front of her who is basically having a panic attack in front of a class of 3rd graders, and she thinks maybe she overreacted and this is ridiculous. It was, and maybe she should do something other than be a raging beach. Long story short, because the rest is a blur for me after that, because remember I'm pretty much incapacitated in my anxiety, someone must have seen the pencil case under the teacher's desk and put 2 and 2 together and gave it back to me. I don't end up going to the principal's office, but instead end up at the nurse's office, where they call my mom to come pick me up. I don't think I ever told my mom what happened. I think I just told her I had a stomachache and she came and got me, but I've been pondering this whole interaction for over 15 years. To this day, I still don't know why she reacted the way she did, but now I avoid saying I swore I did this or that because I'm afraid of offending someone again. In 2nd grade, my friend started a bulldog friendship club and had a red binder for you to sign if you wanted to join. I signed it just thinking it was a harmless friendship club. Next thing I know, my mom shows up and takes me home from school. She's pissed and I'm confused. At home, I got my ass spanked with a fly swatter and cops show up at my house to question why I was trying to join a bulldog gang. The bulldog gang apparently has red as their gang color. Unbeknownst to me, maybe because I'm 7 years old, a bulldog gang was known to be a violent gang in my city. They thought I was intentionally trying to join a gang and recruit other classmates. The next day, I go to school and had to sit in an intervention meeting with a police officer who interrogated me and went on to explain why gangs are bad. They wouldn't believe that I didn't know what a gang was and that I wasn't trying to join anything other than a friendship club. I told my friend I didn't want to be her friend anymore. I have a whole story about how my 2nd grade main teacher bullied me because I was then undiagnosed autistic. Basically, if I didn't understand something she said she'd send me to the principal/nurse's office. It was the same thing. Very tiny school. Now I can admit that I was a very weird kid, on top of being autistic, using adult logic. I wonder why I didn't ask the kid sitting next to me for help instead of just staring. But really, Mrs. Nielsen? Other honorable mention, superintendent locked me in a closet. Can't recall why, and repressed the memory for a long time, before being reminded by friend and mom. I had also watched the movie Mathilda, W. Danny DeVito, so I had the association with a chokey, which made it that much worse. Chewing gum, and then swallowing it to avoid getting in trouble. During my home ec class in junior high, I was absent-mindedly chewing on my tongue. The teacher saw me and thought I was chewing gum, so she called on me. Much of this is paraphrased, since it was a while ago, and I don't remember it very well. T equals TACHER, M equals ME. T, I saw you chewing gum. Spit it out, and give me your planner. I'm giving you a mark. We used planners to keep track of how many times we'd gotten in trouble. If we did something wrong, the teacher would write it in there. If you got too many, you'd get in school suspensions, regular suspensions, ECT. M, but I wasn't chewing gum. T, yes you were, you just swallowed it. I guess she thought she saw my throat move. M, no I didn't. I don't even have any. T, for lying to me, go outside and scrape gum off the sidewalk. That was actually a common punishment for getting caught chewing gum. She hands me a scraper thing and a piece of paper to put the gum on, and I begrudgingly go outside. This normally wouldn't be such a difficult thing to do, but the issue is that it was winter and it was raining, so I could barely see if there was gum on the ground, and even if I did, it was way too hard to scrape off because of the cold. After a while of trying, the paper got soggy and I just threw it on the ground. I ended up standing out there for the rest of the class, just a sad 7th grader standing under a gazebo in the cold rain until the bell rang. I went back inside, and she asked me where the gum was. I told her I couldn't get any off the ground. She decided that I was making excuses, so she gave me another mark in my planner. I was pretty salty for the rest of the day, but I pretty much forgot about it by the next day. I had this math teacher in high school who wouldn't explain anything. She did the lesson, made us write it down, and then we'd do exercises to practice. Whenever you'd ask questions she would tell you that you only had to read the lesson and wouldn't go further than that, even when the problem was actually not understanding what was written. One time I understood so little that I couldn't even answer the first question of the exercise, as she wouldn't answer my questions. I turned to my friend who was very good at math, and as you may have guessed, I was written up for disturbing my friend. The whole thing was so dumb. Like I was just a student trying to get better at math, and she wouldn't help me. What was I supposed to do? The dumbest thing was that when it happened, I tried to play it off nicely by apologizing and reading her the sentence I did not understand. Logically, her reaction was to double my punition by writing me up for not listening to the lesson. Cause that was the only reason possible I couldn't understand apparently. I was in a class with my younger brother. We had a sub who was notorious for being an irrational and ignorant artist. The drama program was trying to raise some money by selling sweaters with the school mascot printed on them. My little brother was messing with the merchandise, unfolding it and throwing it around. I was admonishing him, turned around in my seat telling him to leave the stuff alone and sit down. The substitute teacher was very upset that I wasn't facing her and yelled at me to pay attention. I turned to face her, looked her in the eyes, and raised one eyebrow. Then I turned back to continue to yell at my brother. I wish I had saved that write-up sheet. It said looked at me funny. Vice principal sent me to suspension for the first time in my high school career. I was 2 weeks from graduation. In 4th grade I asked my friend A why friend B was being mean to me lately. Friend A takes friend B for a talk it out, leave the classroom, and talk about feelings during class, and told friend B that I called her a beach. So they both tattled to the teacher, and the teacher made us all stay in class after school, including extra friends CDEECT point, and they were all confused because I never called anyone names, though I did swear sometimes, because I had just gotten back from Manhattan and I picked it up there. The teacher probably believed friends A and B because of that SMH. Basically the teacher, friend A, and friend B all chat on me for 30 minutes after the final bell, and I was crying really hard, saying I never said that. And then friend B made me invite her to my birthday party when she never invited me to hers. At my party, she was 30 minutes late, so my mom took us all to the pool because we figured she wasn't gonna show up. Then she comes to the house, so we have to go back and get her. Then she made me cry because of Bloody Mary and spent the whole birthday party making sure my friends, except friend C, my BFF still, were all hanging out with her instead of me. She was a beach, but I hope she's a better human now seeing as we're 11 years older. But I'll never forget how that teacher took her side without a second thought. Side story, unrelated, same teacher asked me if she could use my essay as an example for the class, and I was excited, so I said yes. Then she used it as an example of what not to do, and laughed at it. And you could see my name on the overhead. Everyone knew it was me. We were doing some sort of craft project with that salty dough you bake, and it'd get hard. We were making a little salty dough family, and were instructed to bring our own materials and stuff. It was some kind of holiday, maybe Christmas, because we had the whole afternoon to do it. I had a really great idea for a salty dough baby. I had an old pink frilled sock from when I was younger, and made my dough baby a dress out of it with a matching pink bonnet. It took me almost the whole afternoon to do it. I was so proud. I loved the thing I created, and I wasn't a very creative kid, but I was just so happy with how it turned out, even if it was silly. My teacher started coming around asking how we were all doing, and obviously assumed I wasn't working, since I only had one salty dough family member done. She was the type of teacher to fly off the handle and just start screaming, which happened to me. I was old enough to know this was not right and got sent into the hall for talking back when I told her I could make 100 crappy ones, and this was something I actually put time into compared to others. To make matters worse, she made me stand in the hall for over 30 minutes, and I had to pee. I tried to wait it out but just went to the bathroom eventually. Of course, during the 5 minutes I was gone, my teacher came out to speak to me. She then yelled at me for leaving for the bathroom when I was told to wait. All I remember is asking her if she would like to clean the piss from the floor, and then I lost it and started crying. Then I got sent to the principal's office. I still have that stupid salty dough baby and it still looks damn good. I used to have allergies year round. Everyone I went to school with knew it because my eyes were always blazed red. Everyone used to joke and say I look high. But it was just because of the constant sneezing every 30 seconds of every day at school. Well, my sneezing would get so bad that they were like power sneezes, very loud and also very hard on my chest and head. Well, this one teacher I had always thought I was faking it. I usually contained most sneezes by closing my mouth so I wouldn't disrupt the class. But every once in a while that super powerful one comes along and I can't contain it, or I'd probably have a brain aneurysm. So every single faking time I had that powerful sneeze, my teacher assumed I was being obnoxious and sent me to the principal's office for purposefully disrupting class. I even had students defend me, and the beach would still send me to class, which sucked because it was a college credit class, and due to how much she would send me to the office, I ended up getting a C in that class due to the lessons I missed, and she wouldn't even give me the PowerPoints for notes. Our school had a very strict no hats policy. I live in Iowa, where winters can get into the -20° F range. I walked into the cafeteria to get breakfast in the morning, still had my hat, gloves, and coat on cause it was very cold. I went through the line, got all my food, and was walking out when the cafeteria monitor told me to take off my hat. Okay, that's the rule, but my hands were full, so I said I'll do it when I get to class. She proceeds to walk up to me, snatch my hat off my head and throw it on top of the food in my hands. I told her don't faking touch me and walked off. She followed me, beaching and hollering at me all the way to class. I just kept telling her to eat shit cause she has a history of being ridiculous. I eventually got sent to the office, told the dean I'm not apologizing to her, and got up went back to class. Sheet was dumb as hell. My sister got detention in 5th grade for making a snowball. Not throwing, just making, while others who threw them got nothing. Also a friend got detention in 2nd grade for being bullied. He was with his friends playing Pokemon, not games but pretending being one. The bully came and wanted to play too. They agreed. The bully wanted to be a Pokemon already chosen and was told to choose another one. His reaction? Smacking my friend's head to a concrete wall, giving him a concussion. Teacher gave my friend detention for not letting the bully be the Pokemon he wanted. But sure, the bully got in trouble too, right? Right? Nope. My friend's parents were furious about the school not being okay with not letting to be a certain Pokemon, but were okay with violence and giving a concussion. A few since my principal had it out for me, and I was a relatively good student in middle school. Once it was raining, so my friends and I were running around. They tackled me and dragged me through wet grass. We all got sent to the office. My friends got sent back on lunch with a warning, while I got 3 lunch suspensions. Cool, whatever, I was mad, but we were being dumb. Literally 2 weeks later, lunch again, I was walking from grass to concrete and had to walk through mud. Halfway through, my shoe faking got stuck and came off, so I had to hop back to it. I got sent to the office again by him, and this time 4-day lunch suspension for playing in the mud. I was livid, so I called my mom and had her come to school, and she came in screaming her head off within 15 minutes because of how ridiculous it was. When I was a kid, my parents got divorced when I was about 8. After that, my mother moved me to the local Catholic school in our town. She was Catholic, my dad wasn't, so I was at a non-denominational school before this. Anyway, we would go to mass every so often as a school, but as I had not been baptized or had done my first communion or any of that, so I would have to sit and wait while everyone went up to get their communion wafer from the priest. However, at one particular mass, I was sitting on the pew while everyone went up to get their wafer. A teaching assistant told me to go up and take communion. I told her no, that I wasn't to get it, but she was really insistent. I was a young kid, new to this school, and didn't want to refuse what I was being told to do, so I hesitantly went up and took communion. My teacher, who already did not like me for some reason, I wasn't a bad kid, just a normal 8-9-year-old boy, saw this, and when we left mass and got back to school, she went absolutely ballistic at me, saying things like, "You don't have the right to communion. Only Catholics receive the Eucharist. You should have stayed seated," and she refused to believe that I was told to go up by an adult. Faking still pisses me off to this day, and probably why I'm now so against organized religion. It was just a bit of faking wafer. True story. I went to a private Catholic high school. Years ago, someone got caught sipping a water bottle of vodka in class. After that, the rule was in order to have a simple water bottle in class, you needed a doctor's note and approval from the nurse, and you had to wear a lanyard all day at school to prove it. Take me, freshman, athlete, heart condition, enlarged ventricle. I needed to drink a gallon of water a day or I would faint sometimes. So I brought my gallon jug of water everywhere I went. In homeroom, teacher cites me for not having the lanyard and confiscates my jug. I take it back sneakily as I'm leaving. Teacher finds me in first period across the entire school with jug and drags me in dean's office. I get detention, suspended from practice, and jug is confiscated again. Later that day, I faint in the hallway going to lunch, hit me head on a locker and get concussed. Needless to say, after that no one in school bothered me about my jug of water. 7th grade in 1999. The in thing was spaghetti strap tank tops. I literally had one shirt like that, and the straps were actually a lot wider than your normal spaghetti strap. I had a hair clip on my strap because I was self-conscious about my bra strap sticking out. I was painfully shy, and wearing this top was quite out of the norm for me. I was really stepping out of my box on this one. The first day I wore it, I made it through 5 class periods just fine. My final class, history, comes and all seems fine. Just before the bell rings for class to be over, the teacher calls me up to her desk. She proceeds to tell me these exact words: "Your shirt is inappropriate, your bra strap is sticking out, and you look like a prostitute." Keep in mind there are plenty other girls at school wearing much less. I told my best friend, we told my mom, and she called the school and had some choice words for this teacher. This is the same teacher that told us we shouldn't wear blue nail polish because then paramedics wouldn't be able to tell if you are alive or not. What the fuck? Really, that's all they look at to make that determination? LMAO, I had heard a few times that other parents had words with her about different issues, and one even made her cry. My best friend's dad, lol. Oh god, I remember a really stupid reason. I was in like 3rd grade, and I had to go to the bathroom to poop. I go inside the stall, and I'm doing my business. At the same time, there was a group of like 1st graders being led there by a teacher to use the bathroom. The kids went in and, for some reason, were peeking through the door slit in the stall and looking at me. I was like, stop looking. And then it kept happening, so I yelled, stop looking. Then I leave, and the teacher that brought the kids is outside the bathroom. She starts scolding me about how what is wrong with me and so on. Didn't explain what was even happening because that was always considered talking back, and I was taught that the teachers were never wrong. Then my parents were brought in and so on. Still don't understand what exactly happened. Fuck Catholic school in general. Back in 6th grade, which is the grade I teach now, I was kneeling at my locker packing my bag to go home. The kid with the locker next to me was a real stereotypical middle school douche. Cuff high socks, gym shorts, and Nike t-shirts that said something about swag were his daily uniform. He comes up to his locker, again right next to mine, and shoves me to the floor. My awkward, non-confrontational self gets back up, continues packing my bag, and acts like nothing happened. I get shoved again. This process repeats about 5 times. Enter the kid who has the locker on my other side. Kid 1's unopposed bullying of me stirred something in Kid 2, who thought the noblest and most logical thing to do was to hit Kid 1 with a surprise uppercut. Of course, all 3 of us are sent to the office. This incident is told to the assistant principal, including the crucial detail of me not doing anything. The APS responds, all of us, including me, are suspended for a week. TLDR, I was packing my bag to go home, was physically bullied without retaliation. Bully was hit by another kid. I get suspended for a week. 2 different stories. One time, when I was in about 7th grade, there was this teacher that everyone hated. He was really strict and really old. After lunch one time, my group of friends usually ate outside on the grass. I walked past a piece of trash without picking it up and throwing it away, and got a detention from this guy. And yes, multiple people got detentions for this from that guy. Edit, I forgot that one time I walked through the left door to get outside instead of the right door, and the strict teacher made me apologize and hold open the door for everyone who went through the door, and ended up being late to my next class. Another time, a few years later, I was taking a piss in the bathroom while there were some kids vaping, and I got a detention for being in there. I guess the teachers thought I was too or something, but I ended up getting in trouble for it anyway. In 7th grade, we had to do a history report on ancient Mayan civilization. I researched that hip ball game they played and created a scale replica of the court, textured it and painted it. I was damn proud of my creation. The day it was due, I was late for the bus and ran to catch it while carrying this massive model. It was about 4 foot x 3 when I tripped on the bottom of it and planted onto the sidewalk, crushing my project in the process. I had to go to the hospital because I had blacked out. I went to school the next day to turn in the project, and the teacher chided me for turning in a late and poorly created project. I explained what had happened, and she told me that was no excuse, and that I'm capable of doing better work, and gave me a D on the assignment. She must have filed a report with the school administration, because at the end of the week I was placed on academic probation for continued disruptive activity in class and deception. When my parents found out, they were livid and met with her and the principal in person. The next Monday I received a B on the project. She still marked it down for being late, and the teacher rarely spoke to me after this. In 2nd grade, there was a rumor going around that a secret club existed, and the teacher investigated. She took everyone outside of the room, one by one, to ask. When it was my turn, I told her that I had absolutely no idea what this club was about. Kinda wish I did though, sounded cool. Once everyone was through, she called me out again. I was kinda confused. When she closed the door, she told me that I was the ringleader of the secret club, and that it was a club of the heavier kids in class, deemed the Chub Club. She said I was getting a detention and a talk to the principal. Took the lesser of two evils. Walked back to my desk and put my head down. TLDR, I was in trouble for being the head honcho and organizer of the secret Chub Club, a club I didn't knew existed until my teacher told me, and my ultimatum was to get a detention and a talk to the principal. In 6th grade elementary school, I was playing with my friend during lunch, and then two girls came by and asked if they could play with us, and we said of course, and so we played and had lots of fun, but we ended up playing in the dirt, and I noticed one of the girls' faces was covered in dirt, so I simply told her she has dirt on her face and to wash it off. She then ran directly to our teacher, and I was called into class to talk to her, and when I got there I hear the girl tell the teacher that I'm racist for telling her she had dirt on her face, and here's the little detail I left out: she was also a black girl. But I wasn't being racist, I legit saw dirt on her face and thought I was being helpful. I'm half Latino/Asian and the teacher was Japanese. The teacher grilled me for a bit but then looked at the situation and told the girl to go away, she'll handle it, and gave me some speech I didn't need since I wasn't racist, but she gave it and either let me go or gave me some slight punishment warning. It taught me to be careful what I say to some people because they might take it the wrong way. It was a rude wake-up call, sadly. My friend was standing behind me and annoying me a little bit, so I spun around super fast to face him, and before I could even say anything, my teacher was scolding me, saying to go stand in the hallway. She comes and talks to me asking why I would punch someone like that and saying it's a bad thing to do. I tell her I didn't punch anyone, but she won't have it. The kid I punched comes into the hallway and we walk to the principal's office, and the whole way there we are talking about how I didn't punch him. After talking to the principal I get a call home, but it turned out pretty funny cause he accidentally accused my mom of having punched the kid instead of saying my name. We had a good laugh about the whole thing. I explained what we were doing during work time to a student who came in late and was told not to talk, so I stopped talking until the sub yelled at a girl who had some obvious learning disabilities, and I asked to go to the bathroom so I could go get a head teacher to tell them what was going on, and she refused, so I told her it was an emergency and I was going to pee my pants. She told me that was too bad, and if I spoke another word she would call security to escort me to the principal's office, and I told her that she probably should call security, so they came and G90 me from class. I called my mom and she came to the school, talked to the principal, and the sub wasn't allowed to teach there again after they confirmed with other students what happened. So I was watching a film and we were told to pick trash up at the end of the film, so I, being the good bean, picked up some trash that was under my table, so I picked it up, and upon going to put it in the bin next to me, I was told to drop it. Confused looking, then once I dropped it in the bin I was told to go to the headmaster, so being the 5-year-old I went, but cried a bit, but the school counselor person's office was right outside it. So she came out and asked me what was wrong. I told her. Then the teacher came to the hall and told me to go to the headmaster, so I leaned against the wall. No happy ending, but my mum and the headmaster believed me. Added another BS story. Sat next to this girl named Lily, hated her. Now this cunt would whistle and faking hum. Now that was annoying. But I got blamed because girls can't do any wrong. BS. Because a few years later a female came up to me, cornered me, and yelled about me bullying her son, when it was the other way around. Still hate him, but we tolerate. But forcing 2 kids in a room with one old lady isn't a good idea. I really wanted to hurt him, but I didn't. Jamie, I didn't change their names because I lost a good few brain cells, and the woman who cornered me was called Janice. Did I mention she secretly stole from me and my mum? In 7th grade, there was a special needs kid who would come to my class for an hour a day. My teacher noticed he didn't have many friends outside of his class, so she asked me to try and talk to him. Sorry, next time I see him, I say, "Hey XXX, how's your day?" He gets upset and tells our teacher that I kept bothering him and if I could leave him alone. She calls me over and gives me a talk in front of him. I leave him alone, and a week later he tried talking to me. I ignore him per his request, and then he gets mad that I'm ignoring him and tells our teacher I wasn't punished, but having a special needs kid tell on me twice could definitely have been blown out of proportion if he told his parent, his teacher, or the principal. I have a few for standing up too eagerly. We were to stand up every time the principal entered the classroom, and because someone was standing up too eagerly, they made us all sit and stand up like 5 times until the person got it right. It turned out it was me, and I hadn't even realized. For not bringing a gift on the Secret Santa activity, even though I had been sick the previous days and hadn't been assigned anyone to bring a present to. For not knowing how to lace my shoelaces, my teacher told me to do it, and when I say I didn't know how, he made all the class watch while a classmate did it for me for stacking books wrong. Everyone was to put their books in the teacher's desk. When I put mine, the stack was already very high. My book slided to the other side and poked my teacher's face. She screamed at me as if I had done it on purpose. When Pope John Paul II died, I was in 12th grade. It was the week they were doing star testing for the rest of the grades, which meant all the seniors were in class for like 4 hours with no lesson plan. It was also the week we had gardeners come in to tear up the lawn in between buildings B and C, so right off the main hallway, there was this 4-foot long, 1-foot wide mound of dirt on the grass. My best friend and I were drama class bored out of our minds, so we made a cardboard gravestone that said, "R.I.P. Hearly the Pope, beloved Poland friend," with a little happy cartoon Pope beneath it. We taped a yardstick to the back, then I snuck out and stuck it in front of the dirt pile. When the lunch bell rang, we hung out in the background and watched people crack up laughing when they saw it. Then, 20 minutes into lunch, the entire JV men's basketball team charged up the hall and ripped the gravestone out of the ground and tore it to pieces. They were led by their coach, who looked around screaming, "Do you think this is funny? This is disgusting." The next day at an assembly, the coach pulled us out of the bleachers and marched us outside. He gave us a very stern lecture about respect and good taste. "What do you girls have to say for yourselves?" We paused, and then I said, "Geez coach, we just had no idea the basketball team was so Catholic." Ended up getting 2 days of detention. So worth it. In my junior year of high school, year 11th, I got in trouble for my friend giving me a pen during a quiz. So for a little bit of explanation beforehand, the teacher is strict only during quizzes. Everywhere else she is really lax and nice. She goes through her rules for quizzes before every quiz, and she says she's going to be mean in a joking manner. One of the rules is that there is no passing of anything, and talking is not allowed either. My friend was sitting in front of me, and my pencil had run out of lead. It was a mechanical pencil. I raised my hand for the teacher to come over, and I asked her for a pen or pencil. She nods silently and begins to walk to her desk to get one for me. As she's walking, my friend very quickly throws a pen onto my desk. She comes back and notices I already have one, and my friend says that he gave it to me. She gives us both a glare and tells us to stay after class. After class, we talked to her, and she said she's only going to take the bonus questions off of our quizzes. Each quiz has like 3 to 5 bonus questions. All in all, it wasn't that bad of a punishment, but I was still kind of annoyed at the time. It's definitely better than what she usually does, where she takes the quiz away and gives you a 0. I've been in trouble for many things at school, but there was one literally dumb, silent thing I did that I got in trouble for. A teacher exploited my double name to repeatedly punish me for not standing in alphabetical order over the course of 2 years. Mixed cohort class. Often screeching things like you don't know how to spell your own name. It starts with A, B, C, or D. And sending me to another position in line while shouting whatever nonsense came into her head. Often I would be marked absent/late when I'd been bumped in and out of the same spot repeatedly until another teacher would come in to stop the shouting interrupting their classroom. Because I compartmentalized hard, the abuse I got at home, town, school, and least of all her had no behavioral effect aside from scars, suspected brain injury, and missing teeth. I operated on a hierarchy of orders, as I fully expected my father to kill me accidentally, and even knew that praise reported back to him would result in him throwing a tantrum if he thinks I did anything without his explicit instruction to do so. This would later include such offenses as completing homework correctly, following explicitly written SOP, having the police investigate my being temporarily abducted and abused by a public figure, and once saving a life. So, every day I'd greet her with as earnestly a sweet rendition I could of her previously demanded/corrected greeting, be it good morning, miss, teacher, madam, bachelors of education, ma'am, mistress T, or an earnest simple smile and a wave. And she'd go ballistic, accusing me of mocking her, genuinely unintentionally, of not respecting her absolute authority as a teacher. Technically true absolute authority went to whom I expected would eventually send me to a grave instead of the hospital, and pretending to be a good Christian schoolboy wrong ethnicity? This is where things get dumb. One day, a troublemaker was sent to the office during the classroom attendance shuffle, and happened to catch the moment my teacher turned their back to me to call them an animal. Immediately the teacher turned around and started swinging at me. Accustomed to this treatment, I stood back and tried to get back into line without comment, not finding the rough treatment anything out of the ordinary. She demanded that I never swear at her and take it back. Mildly confused, I asked what I said wrong. She told me to take back the last thing I had said to her. I apologized and recanted good morning. That made her angrier, and the force behind her slaps and jabs became decreasingly restrained. My ignoring/not remarking on her response, except to ask for a bandage, when I'd gotten a scrape on the door threshold/floor plate thing, while obstinately denying that I'd ever called her a bad word, and iterating through every single innocent thing I'd said to her, was misinterpreted by her as proof that I'd called her a bad word, and was intentionally winding her up. Things continued with her shouting and screaming, the class, 6 to 10-year-old/double cohort, becoming increasingly disturbed by her hitting me. I learned later that the troublemaker in particular was bawling his eyes out, but found the courage to run to the building, whether the principal was to get help with a confession of what he did to set her off. I continued to deny ever having knowingly called them a bad word, but she was so profoundly adamant that many of my schoolmates believed that I had. Some of them confided in the days following that they spoke to their parents about it. And their parents wanted me to know that, while it is wrong to ever say a bad word, and, especially, call somebody a bad thing, that I wasn't wrong to do so to them. Of course I'm absolutely certain that I had never once called her that aloud, and only once in the many intervening years. But at the time, I didn't know what was said, so I couldn't disagree with it, and the principal/reverend said that he could not disagree with that and either. Dumber still, years later, I noticed during a teachers union strike, 2 unions, only one struck. Both sides seemed to be using the same language to strawman the other side. Curious, I visited my old school, where I was confronted by the same insults I'd noted those against had used, and showed the teachers that had stopped to talk to me that the newspapers were using the same insults when that teacher pushed her way out from the picket line to start shouting at me. That teacher demanded an apology for what I'd done to their reputation. After a few minutes I realized that she was only paying attention for the words I am, and sorry, interrupting with prejudiced diatribe or self-aggrandizing hyperbole, when sorry did not follow I am, or those words ran together, or were too long in their coming. Having many hundreds of hours of dueling life or death dueling diatribe for diplomacy with my father, I strung together a logical refutation of her demand, framing how petty and inconsequential it was. salted it with those words just frequently enough to keep her from interrupting. My argument was simple enough that I could repeat it in whole, but I closed with, "You'll never hear it from me again. And for that I'm sorry." Her response of, What? Was somewhat more memorable to me than her earlier appeal to authority/ego. I tried to move the conversation with the other teachers back to the reasons for the strike, but they were too busy laughing or refusing to explain/repeat what I had said. Edit. 2H later. Missing word. Sitting in 7th grade art class while the teacher was out and we were working, I was messing around with my pencil, and for whatever reason it just somehow magically shot up at Mach 5 into the ceiling and got stuck in. The art room was actually super big for whatever reason, and it was maybe around 30 feet high, so being so shocked that I just violated basic laws of gravity, the teacher came back in and just asked me, "Where is your pencil?" I never came prepared to class, so it was the only one I had, so I couldn't just grab another one, so I just looked up and pointed. 5 minutes later I get a detention and watch this janitor come in with a huge ladder looking so dead inside, and I just felt so bad. Pulling a chair out from under my friend when he was going to sit down. We basically had a prank war going on, and he decided to tell the teacher to get me back. He didn't realize that the school would be a ration laugh. I had gotten into some other trouble throughout the year for fighting, got picked on a lot then. Long story short, I was suspended for a week, only 1.5 weeks left in school, and told that I shouldn't return to that school next year. Went to another middle school and didn't have an ounce of trouble for the next 2 years, then went back to the high school that the original middle school fed into and still never got in trouble again. We had one of those programs where you could anonymously text a tip to the school if you had a concern about the safety of someone, supposed to be used for suicide threats, school shooting threats, bullying, abuse, etc. Right before the basketball season started, someone texted a tip on a few of the team's best players saying that they had alcohol in their cars, and the players ended up getting suspended for the first few games. Well, our well-developed high school minds decided to protest the situation and how the tip line had been misused. Everyone started texting in fake tips that were insane, just to mess with our admin. Except they weren't actually texting the number, they were changing the name in their phone to look like the number, but were probably just texting their friends or something stupid. My dumbass didn't realize that, so I actually texted a tip to this number saying I was holding people hostage in my car and would only release them if they freed the basketball team. Got pulled out of class, shut in a room with our extremely angry resource officer, and ended up getting suspended. I went to every basketball game that year to prove a point. There were a few things, but I'll tell this story. What I did wasn't a stupid thing to get in trouble for, but the punishment was faking stupid. I was in 8th grade and I went to a pre-K school, so rules like vulgar language, crude jokes, and stuff like that was a really big no-no. One day around the last 2 weeks of school I was on a whole school field trip we have every year, and I had a friend who was in 7th grade. Because there was roughly 50 kids per grade, each grade got their own bus and the 7th and 8th grade buses were parked next to each other away from all the other buses. I saw my friend and started making faces at him. We were messing around and I flipped him off. Rightfully so, he flipped me off back. All fun and games, right? Currently not, cause the 6th grade teacher, who at this point would rather suffocate in a tub of jelly than see my face again, saw me. He pulled me aside and was so pissed and was going on this massive rant about how irresponsible I was, how immature I was. And he's like, how would you feel if someone else flipped you off? And I said, well, someone did. We were joking. And he said, who? And I kept my mouth shut, and he did not like that. He goes, if you don't tell me right now, I will do everything in my power to keep you away from your graduation ceremony, hold you back a year, and take away your 8th grade prom. I fucking lost my mind. Mind you, there was no reason academically that I could been held back. I was an all A and B student at the time. I spilled and the other kid got in a lot of trouble too. He threatened to tell the kid's dad and my mum, and dear lord, he was taking this way too seriously. I did go over to the kid later and apologized and explained, and he said it's all good, I understand, which was really nice. Bless that kid. But yay, almost got held back for flipping a kid off. I've always gone by my middle name as opposed to my first time, which is incredibly common, and at least 3 heads will turn in a room full of people if you call it out. Anyways, in my 7th grade general music class, teacher did the first roll call and asked people to correct their names as he called them out and let him know if they preferred to be called something else. He calls my first and last name, so I corrected him and asked to be called by my middle name. He never called me by middle name. I was sent to the office several times for insubordination for not answering to a name that I'm not used to being called. It wasn't until he called my mom and threatened to keep me for detention, and she responded with, "My son who? You mean middle name?" His response, "Oh, that really is his name? I thought he made that up." He still did not call me by my middle name and even sent me to the office again. I pretty much demanded to have my class changed at that point, and my request was granted, if only because the principal was tired of seeing me on a weekly basis. Hoo boy, finally one made for me. So I went to a Catholic school that my mom taught at for the first 6 years of my schooling. It was absolutely terrible. I was bullied by everyone, including some of the teachers, and I have PTSD, so I don't remember most of it. Anyway, my 3rd grade teacher would swing wildly from acting like she adored me to acting like I was the worst student she'd ever had, which was just wildly incorrect. I've never been in trouble a day in my life outside of with her. She sent me to the principal's office 3 times within the span of the same year. The first time was because a classmate and I were jumping up and touching the top of the stalls. She came storming in and asked us what we were doing, and my classmate answered before me, so she got to go back to class because apparently that meant she was a better student or person than I was. I got sent to the principal's office and was promptly told don't do that and sent back to class. The second time she came storming in the bathroom and again sent only me to the principal's office because my classmate answered before me, since I was generally pretty timid. Apparently we being super loud or something, but I call BS because the bathrooms were so far away from the classrooms. The last time I don't even remember, but the principal just looked at me and asked if it was the same teacher, and when I nodded my head, she rolled her eyes, and without asking me what I had done, she sent me back to class. I assume my teacher was told to stop sending me to the principal's office because I remember the same teacher being told by a kid that I had punched him, and when I told her, he threatened to break my other thumb again. Basically, one of my thumbs had been crushed under a rock in kindergarten, and then the same teacher had accidentally shut my left thumb in the classroom door hinges. She told him not to say that to me. It could have been guilt though. I was very impressionable as a child. I got bullied bad, and one of the ways I was bullied, kids would pretend they are my friends just to prank me later, or when I tried to be friendly they acted like I was dirt in front of their other friends. One time a group of us decided to look at each other's math tests and copy. A few kids were really into it and asked me to do it too. I thought it was cool that I was finally being accepted in this class. Turns out that pranked me, and I'm the only one who got busted. I tried to tell my teacher what happened, but he didn't believe me. I had to retake the test and get a lower grade. I felt like an idiot, and that feeling of betrayal and getting caught is still felt when I remember this. I was 13 at the time, and I'm 38 now. Oh, here's another one. We had a pool at our middle school, and swimming was part of our physical education class. I was not comfortable getting nude before and after class in the locker room, so I would often wear my suit under my clothes to class and just peel off the outer layer, and then after class I would duck into a bathroom stall to change back to my clothes. My bestie was in my classes felt the same way, so she would occupy a different stall and change too. For some reason this was highly unacceptable to my teacher. She would literally stand in the doorway to the bathroom stalls and refuse to let us change in them because that's not what they are for. So my friend and I would rig up our own changing rooms, open to locker doors, stand between them, and the other would hold up a towel to block anyone from seeing them change. We would get lectured about taking too long to change. So one day I get called down to the counselor's office and a couple girls from gym class are in there. Apparently there was a rumor that my bestie and I were lesbians, and the counselor wanted to address it. The reason for the rumor? Not wanting to change with the other girls. So I had this whole long session of me denying it, the girls insisting it was true, and the counselor trying to get me to confess. I was so upset and utterly baffled. When I got home my dad asked what was wrong, and I told him what happened. In typical dad fashion, he said that it was okay, he was a lesbian too. I love my dad so much, LMAO. The rumor has followed me well into adult life, but I'm still not a lesbian and still don't like being nude in front of others. I had a substitute who had German heritage. This took place in the southern United States, and I was young, so I had never heard any European accents in person. He was singing some song in his language. While we were doing the crappy little substitute worksheets, I hummed to the tune of it alongside him after a while and he became furious with me for it. He asked if I knew how to speak the language, and of course I didn't, and the next thing I knew he had me sitting in the hallway. 4 more of my classmates ended up getting sent out for reasons I don't remember, but we all ended up in the principal's office. No one got into any real trouble, but that was my first and only time being sent out like that, so I was terrified. I was forced to switch classes for disruptive behavior. Class A had drama, Class B had PE. My new class, me and my oldest friend were practically twins in school. Picture skinny skater kid with long emo hair. Anyway, my friend set off a fire extinguisher which made a huge mess. When the teacher asked who it was, everybody said risk 2, miss. I got pulled into the office and out on report for it. I wasn't even allowed to explain that I was actually on the far side of the school field, playing rugby, covered in mud. So it would have been almost impossible for me to do so. Switched off a firehouse that was flooding the 2nd floor between lessons. Got put on report, detention, and contributed towards me not going to prom. I taught some kids in class how to send a net-send message over our local network. If you are unaware, this would blast a message to everyone's computer, students, teachers, to every school in our district. Our school district was faking huge. Turned into a whole mess. I had 7 computer classes for my senior year. I was not a well-behaved kid, and so when they found out I was involved, somehow the kids who actually typed the message got off for telling the truth. So I got pulled into a different assistant principal's office that I wasn't normally assigned to. We had like 5 to give a frame of reference. How large this school was, this guy faking hated me more than mine did. Proceeded to rip my ass, and at this point I was 18 and on taking their sheet. So I said, wait, I want to get this straight. I'm being punished for teaching some fellow peers in class something which I explained could be used for nefarious and potentially malicious purposes. They understood that and proceeded to do it against my instruction. But since I know we are in an educational institution, I figured that teaching someone would be sanctioned. I just want you to admit to me that I'm being punished for teaching someone something in school. He banned me from touching school computers and straight up said, don't you have 7 computer classes? It's gonna be hard to pass and graduate. I laughed and said, we will see. Drove to a big computer store and bought a badass laptop. Showed up the next day with a laptop that the school had zero choice but to let me use, because they tried to stop me, but because I was banned they had to let me use my personal computer and they couldn't dictate what I did as long as my assignments were all completed. Spent my senior year playing full games in class and the school couldn't stop me because they allowed games but restricted it to solitaire on school computers. TLDR. Taught other students how to send message to every computer in school district. Got banned and allowed to use personal laptop without school's oversight. For the lazy stoner out there. Coughing. In my middle school English class, we were told to watch a movie as a class while my teacher was out of town. The substitute teacher we had was an obese black woman who seemingly had little patience for anyone. We were watching The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, and during one of the sad parts, I let out a cough. The sub tells me to see her and asks for my student ID. She then copies it and tells me that an administrator will be giving me a severe consequence for laughing. I tried telling her that I was just coughing, but she didn't believe me. I was given a lunch detention by an administrator as a result. My mom emailed my English teacher about the whole incident when she came back from out of town, and she apologized for what the sub did. Faking beach. I went to a Catholic school, which meant uniforms. In 9th grade, I went to the bathroom before class and forgot to tuck my shirt back in, so the teacher gave me detention. Only me, not anyone else with a untucked shirt in that classroom. Pissed me right off. So the detention was set for lunch period the day after. Teacher says to meet her at the classroom we were presently in, so I go to that classroom the next day and wait. But the teacher never shows. I end up leaving the empty classroom halfway through lunch period because, surprise, I was actually hungry. I go back to the classroom for actual class, and she flips because I didn't meet her in the class she was teaching that period, in a different room. So we argued because she's thinking I'm a delinquent and wanting to send me to the office and give me more detentions, and I'm frustrated because I basically did the detention waiting for her to show up where she told me to meet her. She never actually told me where her other class was to meet her there. So for about a week, we had this back and forth of her trying to give me detention, but not telling me where I need to go to do it. She expected me to know where to go. I kept making it clear I didn't, how she kept not actually giving me a room number, etc. And she kept threatening to drag me to the office for ditching detentions. I never ended up going to the office or serving another detention. She just kind of stopped bringing it up. I hope someone talked to her about how crazy she was acting. I was a really quiet, shy kid when I was in elementary school. I never really got in trouble or yelled at by teachers, but once in 4th grade music class our teacher suddenly stopped what he was saying mid-sentence to look right at me and angrily asked, "Did you just roll your eyes at me?" I was really surprised and caught off guard because all I was doing was sorting there quietly and listening to the lesson. So I told him no, but he just glared at me and told me I better not have been, and then continued class, still confused about that till this day. I also was an overly emotional kid, still am. I'm away, and one time in 5th grade there was an important field trip coming up, and the teacher, not even my teacher, but the one in charge of the trip, who also had a reputation of being the meanest teacher in the grade, passed out folders to everyone but me, and I raised my hand and tried to tell her I didn't have one. But I was non-confrontational and terrified to talk to her, so I started crying a little despite my best efforts, and she snapped at me and told me not to be a baby because it was just a folder. Ah, good times. TLDR, I got expelled for not jumping over a hedge. I went to a school with some very nice grounds, nice hedges and flower beds, and whatever. They would keep everything in very good order, so people could host wedding receptions there or something. Skip to year 11th, and we are all taking our GCSEs, which, if you don't live in the UK, means you turned up for exams, and then pissed about for the rest of the day. One particularly gorgeous afternoon we were all sat outside trying to figure out what to do, and someone suggested trying to leap over one of the hedges. Obviously their first attempt landed them face first in the middle of it, and they were ready to give up. But I wasn't ready to give up on their dream. I told them they could definitely make it if they vaulted off my back. So I got on all fours, positioned myself in front of the hedge, and hoped no one would accidentally paralyze me. Jesus Christ, you've never seen school children fly as gracefully as they did that day. 9/10ths kept us entertained for faking ages. The problems arose when someone took a multitude of photos and then got their phone confiscated. And so begins the greatest overreaction I've ever been witness to in an educational setting. An emergency assembly was called for the whole year group, and our head teacher faking erupted. We had this red-faced, flailing explosion of rage and spittle lecture everyone on the legacy of the grounds and how disrespectful we had been. I kid you not, the phrase "worst behavior in my 15 years of teaching" was used, and for anyone who works at a normal school I'm sure you'll agree this statement is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard. You'd think at that point we'd all get some sort of collective punishment, but no, this was not the case. Unfortunately for me, they had a phone's worth of photos of countless flying children from behind, and my faking mug on all fours like some sort of Disney come to life springboard side character. I got to take my exams, and that was the only time I was allowed back on the premises. I don't remember the question that was asked, but I was standing at my locker as a senior in high school and my response to one of my best friend's question was, I could tell you, but I'd have to kill you. We laughed and went on about our business. I was called to the principal's office within the hour and accused of threatening someone in my class. I finally figured out who it was several days later and had maybe said 5 words to her ever. Apparently she was somewhere in the vicinity and eavesdropping on our conversation. I spent at least an hour in the principal's office trying to figure out what I was in trouble for because they refused to tell me who was accusing me. All they told me is that I threatened someone and that it wasn't okay. I knew it wasn't my buddy. He and I hadn't left each other's sight since I said that. They finally threatened to call my parents. I was fed up and told them to do it. I'd love to see my dad come down here and rip you a new one for whatever the hell this is. They did and he did. Then he signed me out of school and we went to lunch together. I wasn't suspended, but dad told me to go home after we had lunch. At the start of class there was this chime that let you know class has started. In the class I was in we had this short assignment to do in the first 5 minutes of class, usually something easy or from the previous day. My pencil tip broke, so I went up to the front where the sharpener was and was sharpening my pencil. The bell rang while I was doing this and I got in trouble because I needed to be at my desk working on the assignment after the bell. But I couldn't because my pencil was broken. I had to pull a card or ribbon or whatever the punishment was, some color based punishment system where the closer to red you get the worse the discipline, like detention or whatever. What's even dumber is that I wasn't a troublemaker or a rude kid. I was that quiet kid who made good grades. It's only dumb when you realize I was 18 and this was in high school, but I was in a typing/basic computer literacy class, like how to use Microsoft Word and stuff, and I was super bored because I'm a programmer, and it was like some kind of joke that I needed to take this class in the first place. So, I'm typing what the teacher wants, structuring my letter to some random person, and I put some funny placeholder like "Dear Mr. Smith, fuck you. Sincerely, Alan with or something pretty mild." So the teacher, a weaselly little man that I've butt heads with before, reads over my shoulder and then yells at me to get away from the computer. I comply, a bit startled, and then he hastily hits print and legit dashes over to the printer as if he was expecting me to intercept it and holds up the printed document to me going, "See. Now I have proof," and I just start laughing my ass off. I just can't faking believe this idiot. So I get sent out and explain the situation to the staff that came to get me, and he tells me it's okay man, we get this from him all the time. I just got to chill outside class on my laptop, which I always took with me, for a bit, then go to my next class. Then, later that year I'm in a parent-teacher conference of sorts, and the guy is asked to come in and talk with my guidance counselor and my mom, and he shows the document which gives both my mom and the counselor a bit of a smirk and a chuckle. Then he goes on a tirade about how curse words are the gateway to drugs and gang violence, and how he just wants to keep kids safe. I ended up having to take that class for summer school to get my diploma, and it was hella easy without that weirdo breathing down my neck lol. I even finished my work early and got to play Secret of Mana on ZSNES from my flash drive, or work on a model in Blender, or work on my game with my portable C++ IDE, or browse the internet unfiltered with Ultrasurf. I took all kinds of neat tools with me on that flash drive. Whenever I did anything besides Word, even when I was done, the other dude would flip out. One time he even saw me using the command line and told the security I was using the C prompt to hack the school's network lmao. But yeah, dude was a total nut. Found him more funny than irritating because I knew I was in the right lol. Edit. It was just like Dash's teacher from The Incredibles. Matter of fact, in a different class we were watching The Incredibles as an end of the year treat, and when we got to that scene the other kids were all like, "Oh shit, it's Alan with and Mr. lol." In middle school I was pretty introverted. My parents moved around a lot, and I was struggling to fit in every time. One year we moved to a small town and French was my elective course to finish out the year. I aced every single assignment in that class, honestly impressing the teacher. It felt amazing as I had never taken the time to try in school, even though I was a smart kid. I always knew my hard work would all count for nothing in 6 months, when we moved again. I was given an award at the end of the semester, the first one I had ever received, for having the highest score they had ever seen from a student in her class. I was beaming on the inside. I was told there would be a special dessert and party in class, last hour of the day, and I was looking so forward to saying goodbye to my teacher and telling her how awesome it was to be recognized for something. Lunch was after the award ceremony, and I was standing in the middle of a huge line. This kid, much larger than me, said hey. As soon as I turned to look, he hit me as hard as he could in the stomach. It knocked the wind out of me, but I held my ground. And I did nothing. He walked on as I stood there, and a teacher came running over grabbing both of us. I was suspended from school. My parents were called for fighting. All I had done was take a punch, never even opened my mouth to say anything back after. Obviously I missed my end of the year party. My parents picked me up, pissed that I was in trouble for doing nothing at all. The school apologized and said there was nothing they could do because I had been involved in a fight. I was devastated. I will never forget my dad, way bigger than the principal, asking him if the police would throw them both in jail if he came around that desk and kicked his ass. He then looked at my mother and me, said it was time to go, and we left with the principal sweating his ass off. I never got to say thank you to Mrs. Kapenlagen that year. I never got to tell her how in 1989 she helped me believe in myself. I still harbor resentment for any schools that have a zero tolerance policy and punish students who do nothing but get bullied and don't even stand up for themselves. In 5th year doing my GCSE exams, pretty sure it was geography, if memory serves me right, 15 years ago. In UK we have uniforms we are supposed to wear: blazer, tie, shirt, trousers, black shoes. My exam was in the afternoon. June in Belfast can be a bit warm. This was one of those days. I didn't wear my blazer to the exam and didn't do my top button due to the heat. I also wore a pair of Adidas Superstars instead of my black shoes, which had been beaned by this stage. Before the exam starts, I got pulled out by one of the math teachers who happened to be moderating the exams, who demanded to know where my blazer and shoes were. I told her that my blazer was at home and my shoes were in the way to a dump by now. Her reply was to try to deny me the chance to do my exam, a GCSE exam. When I told her that my choice of footwear had no bearing at all on my ability to do my exam, other than be more comfortable, the exam moderator, sent by the exam board, told the teacher that she was blowing it way out of proportion. I got to sit the exam and passed with an A. Edit, spelling. I once got sent up for smiling. In 8th grade I had a long-term substitute teacher for the first half of the school year. The sub was the actual teacher's sister, and she was taking over while her sister was on maternity leave. Well, this sub loved me because I was always being an overall good student, helping others, being active and responsive in class, etc. The first semester goes by, and I kind of get adjusted to the freedom that this teacher gave to me, since she never cared if I talked, since half the time I was helping people anyway. Well, I didn't change my old habits when the regular teacher came back, so I would constantly be getting in trouble for talking. Other kids defended me, but she was adamant that I was a distraction. Eventually I learned that it wouldn't fly with her, so I stopped talking as much, but it was too late. She already resented me so much, she would seemingly go out of her way to find something to get me in trouble for. One day, she's reading a book in front of the class. My friends in that class were all acting silly, making noises and faces, and standing up, and flashing their tummies. And I'm sitting there, trying not to laugh, because I don't want to get in trouble again. She looks up, sees my smiling face, and just tells me, "Op, come here." I walk up to her like, "Ugh, what now?" And she pulls out a freaking referral card, the first I had ever gotten. She sends me up to the discipline office, and I hand the officer the referral, and then he asks me what happened. I told him that I just laughed in class, and he realized the absurdity of it, and just told me to sit there until school ended, and then I can go. Twiddled my thumbs for 15 minutes then bounced. Worst part was that the teacher was really nice to everyone else, except me. I guess I gotta work on my first impressions. TLDR, got limited ice and scolded by the school district superintendent for reading in a reading class. Enacted some revenge on my teacher for putting us in that position in the first place. Grade 8, I think, the school district decides to try a program to encourage reading and increase vocabulary by cutting 15 minutes or so from all the other classes to create a reading class. We had group reading assignments and a workbook that we had weekly assignment in. We typically read as a class mon and wed, reading out loud, until the teacher called on someone else or everyone read one sentence, did workbooks, or writing assignments on Tues and Thurs, and Friday we read to ourselves, but only up to a certain page. You could also catch up, or work ahead in the workbook. We finished up the book by writing a 2 to 3 page report about the book and what we enjoyed, and what we didn't. We had finished up 2 or 3 books so far. So I knew the plan and we were reading Hatchet in class, and I was bored out of my skull. I read Hatchet back in grade 2 or 3, as well as the sequel, and had already finished rereading the entire book last Friday. Workbook was finished up to a month in advance, report was written, and waiting to be turned in, so while the class was reading, I would follow along, when I needed to, but would otherwise read my own book. Teacher confiscated it, said I could have it back next week. I grumble to myself, but follow along at the agonizing pace that we were moving at. Next day I get another book and start reading it. Workbook day. It gets confiscated, even though I have the workbook out, clearly showing that it was finished. I don't want to lose another book, so I sit blankly, staring off into space, and get in trouble for not paying attention. Workbook day and it's more staring off into space and doodling. Get in trouble for not working in the workbook, despite trying to explain that I've worked ahead for that next month or more. Friday finally arrives, and I think I'm in the clear. Crack open a third book, and it gets confiscated 3 pages in. I'm pissed and fed up. I rip the workbook pages out that are completed, because we turned in that week's pages on Friday, hand her my 4-page report, explain I finished the book already, and don't want to read it a third time, and ask for my book back. No, and because you have an attitude, you won't get these back until Christmas break. But some of those are library books. I have to return to them, so I don't get fined. Should have thought of that before. Keep arguing and it will be spring break. I finally back down, thinking my mum, a teacher at a different school in the same school system, will bail me out, and start thinking about get even. She steps out of the classroom, and I run over to the desk, find the book list for the rest of the school year, write it down, and go back to my desk before she returns. I plow through the workbook and complete the entire thing before the next Friday. Mum wasn't able to get my books back, but we contacted the library and convinced them that this was extraordinary circumstances and they waived the fines. In my spare time, I ripped through the rest of the books on the list and kicked out the reports, always 4 pages, more than what was asked for. Return from Christmas break and I'm ready. First free read day, I pull out a book from the school library. Confiscated. She takes it to her office, pulled out another. Confiscated. Another. Confiscated. I show her the report. We have had the book for 4 days, and the completely finished workbook. She glares at me, takes the workbook and starts to grade it. I pull out another book, which gets confiscated. When she returns my workbook with a 95, she dinged me on a spelling error. Calls for a parent-teacher conference. Mum isn't on the plan, disagrees, but is on board. Teacher and principal explains to us that I'm not to read in reading class, and that I need to participate in the group reading, or do nothing at all. If I continue with my antics, I will get in-school suspension or worse. Fine, we agree. The only time that I slipped up was I was reading my last library book from the school before class, before the pledge and the prayer, before attendance, and it still got confiscated. 2 weeks go by, books are due. To extend the loan, I have to bring them in. I inform them that they were confiscated until after spring break, and the librarian, giving zero facts, documents it and moved on. Get to history class, where we have to check out a book. I can't. Go to buy lunch. I can't. I have a hold on my account. Can't even sign up for soccer that year and the coach is pissed. This went on for 3 more weeks before someone, actually 3 or 4 people had, finally said something to the district superintendent, and I had to go speak with him with the reading teacher, who was also my science teacher. That sheet was uncomfortable, because I worked ahead in that class as well. Had to explain to him that I wasn't allowed to read in reading class, and that everything had been confiscated. He yelled at me for being a smartass, yelled at her for dealing with it poorly, called the principal, and yelled at him for not dealing with this, and then called mum, and chewed her out, because it was obvious to him that she was at least aware of my plan. Then gave me ice for reading class, only, and then sent me back to the school. The great thing was, ICE instructor didn't care what you did, as long as you didn't hurt anyone, deface school property, and completed your assignments, which I had already, excluding a few bonus assignments that got added on in an attempt to trip me up. Ended up reading whatever I wanted, and learning about photography and videography, and tried to learn how to do some early forms of nonlinear video editing, digital, back before computers were really available to everyone, and powerful enough to do video editing. She got the last word though, because she was technically my homeroom teacher and oversaw my placement for my classes in HS, made sure to put me in remedial math and science. Was able to get moved to a normal science class, but was stuck with the math placement. I have two. I went to a Catholic school and we would have to practice the songs before church. Our music teacher was crazy religious. I say crazy cause she got fired for getting a little too nutty around kids. So shit was all about us singing properly, and if we didn't, we would get in some sort of trouble. So a couple of us guys would just mess around, singing badly but not obvious enough to prove we were doing it on purpose. Anyways, one day I wasn't messing around, just singing in a semi-enthusiastic way. The teacher looks at me and says my name with a tone, then tells me to leave the class if I'm just going to clown around. I was kinda shocked, since I was actually being okay that day, but it got me out of singing the next 30 minutes, so who really won? In 5th grade, some kid flung a marker at me and missed by centimeters. No big deal, but the teacher wanted the culprit responsible. Nobody dressed up, so he gave all the boys in the class, and I mean even the kids who never got in trouble once, demerits. For this unfamiliar with it, demerits usually equal up, and if you receive 5 in a week, you have detention. So all boys start getting demerits each day, and because of that, 5 to 6 kids in our class had detention, and only one of them actually deserved it. I was one shy, like most others. I went to a public school system in an inner-ring suburb of a large Midwestern city in the USA. The schools were all built between the late 1920s and early 1950s. Most were beautiful Georgian brick structures, but the middle school was a post-war mid-century modern style. A lot of the schools had these relics like fallout shelters and closed off old boiler rooms. It was kind of cool to think about exploring these areas. At the middle school in 7th grade, some of my friends figured out that if you lifted up these rubber mats on the inside areas of certain doors, there were these seemingly trapdoors underneath. I have no memory or knowledge of how this was figured out. One time one of us lifted up the trapdoor and found a tunnel. This was just the first stage of our adventure. We quickly put everything back and went back to lunch period. Over the next few weeks, we found we could steal off down the various wings and hallways during lunch without any interference, so it gave us a window of time to explore our discovery. Doing this was terrifying as I knew it could lead to big trouble, just for being off on our own wandering the school like this. Nonetheless, one day we had our chance to get into the tunnel. One of my friends made it in and moved down the dark passage. He claims he had to crawl, but it then got taller so that he could walk upright. This was enough for that day. Now we had the full picture. The middle school had tunnels underground. Where did they go? Were they part of the fallout shelters? Did they go to other schools in the city? Why were they there? We had to figure it out, of course. Doing so would lead to my biggest punishment and reprimand in public school life. On the day in question, we had decided we would all jump into the tunnel and go as far as we could. We didn't even get the door open all the way. Upon removing the doormat and beginning to open the trapdoor, a teacher came around the corner and busted us. We tried to run, but it was pointless. Shortly thereafter we were sequestered off into the principal and vice principal's offices. It was good cop / bad cop time, with one of them screaming and berating us, while the other said to take it easy on us. We all felt terrible, and they wanted to know why we did it. Why? Because we were curious kids. That's not a crime. They eventually let us go with a few days of detention and a promise to never mess with the doors again. When I was younger, I wondered what they were protecting, but now I realize they just didn't want us getting hurt or lost. But I have to wonder as an adult, what was the purpose of this tunnel system? Not dumb of the school to punish me and my friends, but really faking dumb on our part. I was in the 7th grade and me and 3 of my friends decided to get drunk with only a few beers, so not really drunk but a bit dizzy, and break into our school at night. We climbed up a very small wall located next to our science building. Our school campus had different buildings for different subjects, and I kid you not, the moment we get out of the bushes, the cleaning lady saw us. We were terrified, but when she recognized us, and we made up bullshit excuses, she let us go, saying that she won't tell anyone. I was so happy that we didn't get in trouble, and so hyped that I sprinted a good 1.5 kilometers to get home, and didn't think much of it that night. Fast forward to the next morning, and as I was chilling during break, me and my friends get called into the principal's office, where he tells us that he knows everything, and that the school's security cameras caught us. The thing is, those security cameras were connected to the police or some shit, and yeah, that's how we got busted. However, the principal let us go without any punishment, saying, and I quote, "I have also been a boy, and know what it's like. I'll let you go this time, but don't try me." I was so shocked, because he was usually so strict. If you're reading this, Mr. Peary, thank you. This happened in middle school. One day my friend and I went to the bathroom. I was just determined to get my business done, a standard number 1, and get back to class like the good schoolboy that I was. My friend, however, thought it'd be funny to throw a sweatshirt at me while I was doing my business, and it landed right at my urinal in the direct path of my piss. Now everyone knows that once you start peeing it takes a considerable amount of effort to stop, and I just didn't have that in me at the time, so I just helplessly peed all over this poor sweatshirt. Whatever, I didn't think much of it. Well, about a week passed, and I get called down to the office, and was wondering what the hell I could've done. Apparently the vice principal heard from 2 kids in my grade that I peed on a sweatshirt, and suspended me, while also making me pay like $20 for the sweatshirt, which was never even claimed by anyone. Apparently I'm supposed to stop peeing, or move to another urinal or mid-pee. Impossible. In 7th grade I was going through a hard time. My stepdad has died from a drug overdose during the summer. So in the beginning of the year I was really messed up about it. I had this beachy math teacher who for some unknown reason had this vendetta against me. She would constantly make me get in trouble for no good reason, and made my life hell. One day I'm taking notes in class and my pencil breaks. The rule for that class is that you have to ask to go sharpen your pencil. So I raise my hand. She looks at me and straight up ignores my hand. I keep it in the air for a good 10 minutes before I get fed up. I'm not able to take any notes because I have no pencil. So I just stand up and go to the pencil sharpener. She comes up to me and rips the pencil out of my hand. She snaps it in half and throws the pieces across the room. She starts going into this rage about me not listening. She gets real close to my face and tells me my stepdad probably did the drugs to get away from me. I did the only logical thing I could have done in that situation, and I leave the room. I hunker down in the bathroom for the rest of the period, crying my eyes out. I go to my next class and the principal is waiting there for me. He takes me to his office, and I proceed to get reprimanded for leaving the class. I tell them everything she said, and I still get suspended. No punishments for the teacher. I ended up moving to my dad's not even a week later to get away from her and that school. She's still teaching there. It was a nice sunny spring day and I decided to wear shorts. Now I wasn't one to cause trouble. I was quite the wallflower. I walk into first period and instantly my teacher sends me to the office. Office staff look at me like I don't belong there. I didn't. I say I have been sent on behalf of my shorts. They take me to the back and hand me some sweatpants. Here I am, sweats in hand, when they open a closet and tell me to change. I look at the lady and say, you want me to take off my shorts and put these on? She says yes. Then I look at her again. She then says, just put them on over your shorts and bring them back at the end of the day. I'm like, that's right, beach. I'm not about to hand you my shorts. So I wear these glorious new sweats all day, fluffy and soft. I should've stolen them. Dress codes suck. I was in high school, junior or senior year. I was somewhere between 6 feet 4 inches and 6 feet 6 inches at the time. Our high school was basically laid out as 6 hallways lined with classrooms and a main hallway at each end as main hallways, so crowds would form at intersections as people walked between classes. One afternoon, I came across one of the busier intersections and there was a crowd of people circling a fight in which a much larger asshole was grappling a smaller kid and punching him while shouting "you faking beach" and pretty much every homophobic slut I knew of at the time. I tapped the person next to me on the shoulder and told them to go get the dean. About a month earlier in psychology class we learned the Kitty Genovese story and the teacher taught us the basics of bystander intervention and distribution of responsibility, which in retrospect was really ahead of the time. I pushed through the crowd, got behind the bully, bear hugged him, and pulled him away so he couldn't hit the other kid. The dean got there, grabbed the bully by the arm, and led him off to the office. Then a teacher shouted my name, motioned for me to come over there, and pointed into the dean's office. After a quick explanation, I was let go with the demand that I never make aggressive contact with another student and just call a teacher next time. I smiled and said okay, and fortunately never had to deal with that kind of situation again. I would have gotten in trouble if I did, because I sure as hell wouldn't have stood by and watched. In 6th grade I would regularly get sent to ICE because my teacher would spend half the period telling us that one political party was better than another and that our parents should be voting for X candidates and spout other political rhetoric, and I was the only one who questioned any of it and asked why we couldn't do the English work we were supposed to. Every time I raised my hand and got called on, and in retrospect I'm not sure why he called on me if he didn't like what I had to say. About 3/4 into the year he had another political rant which I questioned, and he wrote me up to do trash duty during lunch every day for the rest of the year, since I was constantly disrespecting him in class. I told him that I wasn't going to do trash duty, and he called my parents, who also told him I wasn't going to do trash duty, and he basically told them that it wasn't up to them or me. In the end I ended up doing no trash duty, even though he was expecting me to, and I still spoke against his rants in class, and I still got sent to ICE all the time. Fortunately that was the last period of the day, so I didn't miss any classes other than that one and somehow passed that class. I took Algebra 1 in 8th grade. Had a really good teacher, but not many people liked her because she was extremely strict. One day, I remember leaving a workbook under my desk in her classroom. I saw her leaving her room, and she asked if I had left my book in there, to which I responded yeah, I did. She gives me this distasteful look and says, pardon me? I repeat myself, yeah, I did leave my book in the classroom. Turns out she was waiting for me to correct myself and say yes, I did leave my book in the classroom. She ended up not giving it to me. Funniest part is that it was for her class, and we had homework assigned that night, which I obviously couldn't do without my book, so she gave me lunch detention the following day for not having the homework either. TLDR, I got lunch detention because a super strict teacher got mad at me for saying yeah instead of yes. I got suspended the last few days of high school for getting punched in the face by a random person. No, I did not hit him back or fight with him. We had a hacky-sack circle going, and this guy just punches me in the face out of nowhere. The school had a policy where, if you were 18 and you hit a 17-year-old, even in self-defense, you would send you straight to jail. We didn't really think they were serious until they actually sent someone to jail. The rule was that, unless someone hit you 3 times, you could not defend yourself. So this kid sucker punches me, and, even though I wanted to kill him, I didn't do anything, because I had senior project coming up for my career class, and would have failed the 12th grade if I couldn't do that. The next day I get called into the office and am suspended, because it takes two. I later found out why he hit me. Someone told him that I was gay, which I'm not, and it was against his religion. He was one of those kids who collected Yu-Gi-Oh cards in high school, so the principal didn't believe he would do this. Picture a fat nerd, and that was him. So no one believed that I didn't instigate it somehow. In the 4th grade I got in trouble for being an advanced reader. Does anyone remember the accelerated reader program? All of the school library books were assigned a reading level, and to encourage out of class reading you had to read a certain number of books and take a short test on each one to make sure that you understood it. I was a voracious reader and had just finished Robinson Crusoe. It's been about 20 years, so I don't remember the exact grade level it was assigned. It was either 11th or 12th. It was a fun read, but not easy. I remember reading it at home, pre-wiki, with the family dictionary and my yard sale set of Encyclopedia Britannica on standby. I read and reread passages until they made sense, including a sentence so long and perfectly structured I had to teach myself punctuation rules to get through it. The lack of a period in that sentence made my tiny nerd heart flutter with the sheer joy of what language and grammar can do. I was faking jazz to take this test. This test that your teacher has to bring up for you on the computer. And mine didn't believe that I had read, let alone understood, this book. It took a lot of begging to get her to let me take the test. She stood right behind me, and when my score was 100% she said I cheated. You might be thinking I must have been a problem child, but no. I was a quiet kid with straight A's and a book always in hand. And it was with Robinson Crusoe in hand in the tower watching the class that she marched me to the principal to accuse me of cheating on an accelerated reader test. In tears, I took 4 versions of the test for that stupid book with 2 skeptical adults watching. It wasn't until I started reciting passages of this book that neither of them had probably even read that they believed me. The book wasn't even that hard, the language was just tricky, since it was published around 1720. After that Mrs. Rodriguez made a class rule that we couldn't take tests on any book above a 2nd grade reading level. In 4th grade, and my little nerd heart died a bit. Runner-up goes to my kindergarten teacher paddling me and making me stay in the classroom during recess for crying during her class. You might be wondering now why I was crying. Mrs. Bird decided to let us watch a movie that day and thought that Dumbo would be fun and light-hearted for 5 and 6 year olds. That movie is traumatic for anyone with a beating heart, but my mother had died suddenly in our bed next to me just a few months earlier. Fuck you to fuck, Mrs. Bird. Literally breathing. Substitute teacher was already pissed off cause some guys at the back of the class, we were all about 13Y.0, kept humming some tune. She said the next person who hums is staying in her class during lunchtime. Class went quiet. I sat near the front, accidentally made like a kind of small whistle when I exhaled, and of course the teacher heard this. She stopped dead in her tracks and started shouting at the whole class demanding that the perpetrator of the humming come clean. After a few seconds of hoping someone else might say something or she'd go back to teaching, with no success, I owned up. She was pretty angry. I tried to awkwardly explain that I'd made a humming sound by accident while breathing, and I think it was somehow convincing enough that she either believed me or just didn't care anymore. Either way, I didn't stay in at lunch. Really faking stupid either way too. Still a story my friends mention sometimes. It was our first time ever writing essays in 5th grade, and using the computers to look up information on the internet was a fairly new concept to us early 2000s chilled folk. I did mine on hockey and got most all of my information from NHL.com. My bibliography literally read I got all my information from www.nhl.com. Cut to the principal's office 2 days later, and I'm reading my essay to the principal. She explains that I plagiarized my essay, then explains what plagiarism is for my clueless mind, and that my source was not detailed enough. Rather than turn the whole incident into an educational opportunity of the "I didn't know that was bad, I won't do it again" variety, instead I get suspended for an entire goddamned school week. My mom was more pissed at the school for being so harsh on someone using references for their first assignment. She told me to enjoy my time off. I was 9 and new to the school. The principal saw some kids running in the corridor skipping class and cursed them. He was in the top of the stair. I went to the bathroom with authorization and just went up on the stairs, and I see a man calling me a son of a hoe. I was young and knew that he told loud that my mother was a prostitute, so I punched him in the nuts and elbowed his fat belly. They called my parents and the principal couldn't even suspend me from classes because he was wrong and shouldn't say this kind of thing to a children. I didn't even knew he was the principal. I'm from Brazil and was living in Vitoria, Espirito Santo Point in San Antonio, Texas. They made me shave because of my 5'o'clock beard because it was illegal. We only could have mustaches and spit tobacco in classes. Alright. Long-ish story time. Scroll to bottom 40 LDR. In high school I had a test in Spanish. Our teacher told us that there were certain verbs or something. This was 5 years ago. We wouldn't have to know. And then there was. When we turned in the quizzes there was obviously an uproar because around 30% of the quiz was made up of stuff we were told not to worry about. And to kind of set the scene, I mean everyone talking and shouting at the teacher at once. So when she addressed our class and started talking, she started with something to the effect of, "I apologize for my mistake, but you all should have known those anyway. I won't be changing you grades because of it." And I leaned over to my friend and whispered, "That is such bullcrap." My teacher apparently heard me and goes, "You know what is bullcrap, Noah? Your mouth. Go to the office." And so I packed up my sheet and walked out. Keep in mind only my single friend even heard me, so everyone was looking around with a "what did he do" sort of look. Now this was an early period class, which basically meant that about a tenth of the school showed up an hour early and had class before everyone else to take extra credits or fill in for a sport, etc. So when I went to the office at 7:20 or so, it was all locked up with no administrators present when I tried my best at knocking. So I went and sat outside my first normal class of the day and went in as soon as my teacher got there. 2 weeks later I get called up to the office and one of the vice principals starts reading me the riot act about being disrespectful. I was a straight A student at the time, captain of the swim team, and graduated valedictorian, who had literally never been in trouble. I was laughing by the time she finished because of how ridiculous it was. I explained my side of the story and she essentially said, "Too bad, so sad. It's a policy thing." And at that point, against my better judgment, I said, "Like the policy of not unlocking the office even though there are classes going on." And so she gave me a lunch detention. The best part of all of this is that while in lunch detention staring out the window, I watched 3 kids hope the fence next to the building and ditch school. TLDR. I said bullcrap under my breath in an early period class and got sent to the office, which was closed, and then got a lunch detention because I didn't go to the office when it was legitimately locked because it was 7:20 and school didn't normally start until 8:15. This was dumb not so much in what we did, but in the reaction to it. When I was 14, 2 friends and I got caught by the deputy head just as we'd each lit up a cherry tobacco cigarette, which my mate had rolled in his rolling machine rather than by hand, which was significant for reasons which I will explain anon. At our school, smoking was punished with a £5 fine for a first offense, a £10 fine as a letter home for a second, and suspension for a third. I hadn't been caught before, so was looking at a $5 lost and a bow locking, same for one of the others. But the third, who'd rolled them, had already been caught once previously. I wasn't especially concerned until we were hauled out of class and sent to stand outside the head's office. I went in first, a bit confused, to see the head, the deputy who'd caught us, and 2 other teachers sitting across from me looking furious, and immediately to be told that smoking marijuana was both illegal and an expellable offense, and if I had anything to say in my defense. I burst out laughing, which didn't help, and explained that yes, I did. It wasn't marijuana but flavored tobacco, which they could work out simply by smelling it. This was met with ferocity. I was lying through my teeth and how dare I be so disrespectful as to treat staff like idiots. Biting back the obvious retort, I simply stood my ground and suggested that, if they didn't believe me, they could call the police and have the tobacco tested. The headmaster, who was a genuine bastard who expelled 30 odd kids in the 3 years we were both there, smirked sadistically and said that they'd already done that and the police had confirmed it was indeed cannabis in the cigarettes. Now, I knew for a fact that it wasn't and started to protest as much, but as I spoke I remembered that my friend had previously used that machine to roll hash spliffs, and my blood froze as I realized some crumbs could somehow have been left inside. Straight away I knew I couldn't falter in my protests and blathered on, desperately trying to remember which order the cigs had been rolled in, because surely even if a stray crumb had made it in, the last of the 3 would have been clean. But almost as quickly I realized that the head was obviously bullshitting and trying to trap me. There was no way the police would have come to school, taken the cigs, tested them and reported back that quickly. It had been a couple of hours at most. So I pressed on, maintaining that this obviously wasn't correct, trying very hard not to accuse the head outright of being a liar, but more or less failing in that regard, which infuriated him even more. It became clear that he was desperate to find some reason to kick me out and kept me there for over an hour grilling me on my drug use, including saying at one point, "We know for a fact you have been selling drugs to the younger pupils." Which had me responding irately that that was an outright lie, because if they had any such evidence I would have been expelled already, which prompted him to stand up, eyes bulging, and shout in my face not to accuse him of lying. I genuinely thought he was going to hit me, and really hoped he would, as it would have ended his career in an instant, which at that time was nascent but certainly extant. But which I denied completely. At the end of that interview everyone in the room was sweating, and I and the head were both shaking with rage. They sent me out to stand alone down the corridor while they spoke with my 2 friends. Another hour or so passed, and then I was summoned back in, and again accused of being a total liar. My friend who'd rolled the cigs had cracked like an egg, and not only admitted to them that he'd been arrested for hash possession a few months before, which would have had him expelled, were it not for the fact that his dad was quite a well-known executive in the county council, but told them, completely falsely, that I had sold it to them. Cheers Ali. I flat out denied this immediately and implied heavily that they'd made this up too. They hadn't. He really had said that and continued to maintain that every accusation they'd made was false. In the end, exhausted, the head said that he would await the official report from the police before taking any formal action, and told me to come in the next day and go straight to his office, where he would deal with me, having had a written testimony from my friend regarding my alleged dealing. I was unable to speak with my friend that night and came in the next day fully expecting to be expelled. I was kept outside the office all day. At the end of the afternoon I was called in to be told by the deputy head. The head didn't even have the courage to tell me himself that my friend had changed his story and admitted that I had had nothing to do with his arrest. Pending the police report I was to continue attending school, but was assured that if and when that report confirmed we had been smoking cannabis I would be removed from school. For 6 weeks I was afraid that stray crumbs from the rolling machine had made it into our cigars, and that I was a goner. One day I was told to go to the head's office where, again, the deputy head was waiting to be told that the police had found no evidence of illegal drugs, and that I was therefore to be fined £5. No apology for all the lies and false accusations hurled my way. The friend who'd rolled our cigs and who'd initially accused me of selling him pot remained one of my best mates. Several years later he died of a heroin overdose in Bangkok. R.I.P. Ali. Way back in grade school, I spent every break with my best friend Jeff. Shoot out if you see this. And we were pretty athletic, so this led us to setting up soccer, kickball, tag, and other activities during break. This led to us building a fairly established friend group who all spent time together in and outside of school. On the other hand, there was a clearly troubled kid and his little brother who were in our grade that we did not associate with. I'm not sure if it was true, but the older brother bragged about doing drugs and other things that were generally frowned upon for people who didn't even know what puberty was. Little brother wanted to start hanging with us on a more frequent basis, but I didn't want to associate with him because my parents had told me to stay away from those things, and boy did that raise hell. One lunch, I was approached by little brother along with the principal. Principal told Jeff and I that either little brother would be spending breaks with us, or Jeff and I would not be spending breaks together. Without skipping a beat, I apologized to Jeff and left. My prepubescent brain was fairly scared of prison. This led to principal chasing me down and lecturing me on being a bully and calling my parents to tell them I needed to be spending lunches at home. Luckily, my crazy manager wanting refund demanding mother wasn't having it, so I only spent one lunch in the opportunity room and that was that. TDLR, hot plate had a smell, no recess for 2 months. In elementary school, we were doing a lab that included a hot plate and Bunsen burner, which, in hindsight, was not a good idea in the slightest. I don't even remember what the lab was, but I digress. Apparently, halfway through the lab, someone said something was burning which made the entire class think well no shit. The teacher freaked the fuck out about this burning smell coming from the hot plate in the corner of the room, as many puzzled 6th graders tried to explain that when things get set on fire, it smells like it's burning. Teacher investigated, and a piece of paper was burning on it. Cue angry rant on how dangerous it is to play with fire. To 6th graders. On lab about fire, we were all told we cannot go to recess for the rest of the week, and that was that. Well, we thought so at least. Kids from the class were gradually called to the office to interrogate them about what happened. I remember saying something like I have no idea, I wasn't even messing with the plates. Because no one confessed, the punishment was drawn out to the rest of the month. Kids were pissed. We all tried to explain, to no avail. Interrogation continues, and no one fesses up. Near the end of the punishment, the intercom spouts to room, my classroom number, we have figured out who it is. If the kid wants to avoid any punishment, they may come to the office and confess. Of course, no one fessed up. Principals were infuriated at this little incident and continued to take away another month of recess and even take away any access to school computers and tablets. Later that week, it was discovered that, in fact, no one did it, as a paper decoration for the winter holidays had flaked off the wall and landed in the hot plate. The school gave us back recess and our experiments, but no apology or anything of the sort was given, just simply given back our stuff. It was such a dumb incident that could've been easily avoided. When I was a freshman in high school, our school started doing tardy sweeps, where you were immediately marked tardy at one of the several stations throughout campus if you were caught in the hallway after the bell rang for each period. I'm bolting down the hallway, past the softball coach, to my third period class, and I step in the classroom 3 seconds after the bell rings. The coach literally follows me into the classroom and demands that my teacher send me to the tardy sweep station. My teacher was super cool and saw nothing wrong with me coming in a few seconds late, but it was his first year teaching. The coach literally bullied him into sending me to be swept. After much griping, I oblige and start walking down the hallway. He continues to follow me down the hallway, claiming he wants to make sure I'm actually going to the tardy sweep station. He's yelling at me as I go, so I turned around and told him to shut up. He got really irritated by that and sent me to the office. In retrospect, I shouldn't have told an adult to shut up, but he was rude and annoying. So, the kicker to me was really the fact that the coach wasn't my teacher and I played basketball, not softball. I went to a strict fundamentalist Christian school. Girls wore dresses, long sleeves, long hair, no makeup allowed. Guys wore long pants and long sleeves, no matter the weather. Having a TV in the home was a disqualifying factor to attend this school. Anyways, shortly after the 9/11 terror attack, our principal was ranting to us about how superior we were to the Muslims in every way, and stated that Muslim men are clearly spiritually weak because of how they make their women dress in burqas. He said they do this because they are not spiritually strong enough to deal with temptation. I raised my hand and said that our religious group must be equally spiritually weak because of how we demanded our women to cover up every inch of their bodies as well, in addition to not being allowed to use makeup or jewelry. The principal came to my house that evening, and I was sent upstairs 1 or 2 week suspension for that. I can't recall specifically, but yeah, how dare I embarrass him. So this is Slovakia a decade ago. Each class had head teacher. It was something of an overseer, and in our case it was our gym teacher, and boy, she could kill a cow with both her fist and her mouth. Lumberjacks don't talk like her. We liked her as she always got our backs, even though she called us dickheads. And we all realized that she is right. Anyway, Christmas was approaching, and she relegated onto us decoration of class. Of course we didn't do anything because we didn't want to. One break she comes, sees everything Christmas-less, and starts shouting at us about how freaking lazy we are, onto which one of my classmates just said, "Don't worry millisecond teacher, we will get you a Christmas carp." She just shrugged it off and left. Couple hours later, we had 30 minutes break, and this classmate comes to me and fumates and just says, "So what fellas? We gonna get the carp, or what?" And we did. Bought it from marketplace nearby, and brought it back to school. He was alive, by the way. Didn't know what to do with him, but our groundskeeper had a spare aquarium, for some reason, and he lended it to us, just laughing as he saw us walking by. We filled the aquarium with water, and put carp inside who was swimming there, and we put it on back bench. Last class was English class, and when tutor came she just looked at the back, and said, "Is that a carp?" Onto which we just answer yes. She looked for a while, and then just said, "You know what? I don't want to know," and continued with the class, as if nothing was strange. Funny thing about carps, they don't last long without ventilation system and proper aquarium, where they can actually swim instead of just floating. On the next morning our the carp was dead, belly up. But my mates came prepared. After first class, where teacher upon seeing dead carp at last bench also said, "Don't want to know." We had 5 minutes break, in which we figured it's fine time to make ourselves some lunch. So we rolled one bench in plastic, borrowed lab coats and gloves from chemistry classroom, got knives and also prop and butane portable furnace together with spices, and got to work. Got the fish scale out of way, then started on vivisection of the carp. You know what? It takes longer than 5 minutes. So in middle of vivisection, when all insides were out, and class smelled like a toilet you use after dinner at Mexican Indian fusion restaurant, the teacher comes. She just stares at the travesty for a minute, and then silently walks out. At that point, and not a second sooner, we realize that we are in a trouble. In our genius minds we decided to ditch the evidence. There was school playground below our windows, so all insides of the carp went on flying there. The meat, because we still had plans for it, just went to the box, and that was hidden behind the window. We ditched the plastic, gloves and lab coats, and opened all windows. All in maybe 2 minutes. Blood was gone. Everything suddenly seemed okay. So after that, the teacher in question, our head teacher, deputy headmaster and headmaster walked in. First to speak was our head teacher, who just said, "Alright, morons, where the fuck is the fish?" And 30 students, unisono, in utterly ignorant voices just said, "What fish?" I and my mates had to work after school hours for a month in order to avoid suspension, and of course I had to bring back the note from headmaster back to my mother, for whom it was difficult to be angry at me, as she bursted out laughing as I was telling this story. Oh, and by the way, the insides of carp stuck the landing directly at elementary school playground. The crows occupied that place for weeks afterwards. And there is also story when me and same mates once occupied the school radio building and started playing Show Me Your Genitals from John LaJoy to entire United Elementary Plus gymnasium. At that point we were 18, only 1 month from final exam, and our headmaster just told us she wants to get rid of us and let us walk. So this happened to my friend, but I was sitting next to him in class. So my friend, F1, sat next to me in music class while we were watching a musical, Mary Poppins. Then after 10 minutes my other friend, F2, came up and sat next to us. F2 then started to talk to F1, but F1 knew he would get in trouble for talking, so F1 didn't reply. A few seconds later the teacher told them to stop talking, so then he said that he wasn't talking, but the teacher, T, did not like that, so the conversation went a little like this. T. You need to stop, or I'm going to sign your planner. I don't know if this was my school, but that meant that we would have to walk laps at recess. F1. I wasn't talking. F2 was. T. Are you really talking back to me? F1. I guess F2 moves back, so he wouldn't get in trouble like he always does. G. You need to stop talking now, or I'm telling your teacher to sign your planner at this point. F1 stops talking, and I can tell he is mad. In the back, F2 was laughing at F1 later after music class. T. Now don't talk back to a teacher next time. F1. But I DT. Yes you did, I saw your mouth move. F1. But T. Yes you did, now go to class at this point. He walked away and put his hood on, and he looked like he was almost crying. In 8th grade I tore my Achilles tendon during gym class. I was in excruciating pain when I put weight on my foot and the nurse was at lunch, so I had to wait until my lunch period was over to go see her / wait for my dad to pick me up. My friends, being macho 8th grade boys, carried me from gym to lunch. From lunch to the nurse's office they carried me again. And the German teacher screamed at them to put me down while writing referrals. I begged them not to because I knew my foot wouldn't hold me, but they had to. Down I go, bawling, and she yells at me for being dramatic and to get up off the ground for almost a minute straight, before she realized how much of a dumb bitch she was being. I once had 6 security guards, everyone at the high school, accumulate in bursts of 2 to get my cell phone from me. Sub tried to snatch it from my hands. I pulled it back and said I'd put it away. 5 minutes later, in comes 2 guards she called. We are shooting banter and they kinda agree it's ridiculous, but they got a job to do. ECT point, but I wouldn't fork it over. In come 2 more, followed shortly by 2 more. I just handed it over after that. There's probably a notable beatdown going on the other side of the building, and here's the whole force for my cell. School was over in like 30 minutes anyway. Still pocketed the battery though. Dumbness is only in proportion to the retaliation. TLDR, every security guard in the school was called for a student with their cell phone out. I was yelled at in 6th grade in front of the whole class for cheating and using a calculator to do math homework. I didn't, and I didn't show any work on the page because I did math a different way and didn't have any work to show. I'd do it all in my head. The teacher accused me of lying and put problems on the board, and then got even more upset when I could give them the answer as soon as they turned around, which they had to check with a calculator. We did 3 or 4 problems, and then I was told I still had to show my non-existent work. Perhaps even dumber, I wrote 1 draft of a paper and was told it would have been an A, except I hadn't also turned in a rough draft, so they wanted me to create a rough draft with spelling and grammar mistakes after. I didn't. They marked me down. They should have told me to find ways to improve on the already good paper, which would make the first draft the rough and teach a skill, kinda the whole point, but they didn't. Stupid. My 3rd grade teacher took my lunch away from me because I wouldn't say the Lord's Prayer, the Forgive Us Our Father one. I grew up in rural southern US, deep in the Bible Belt, but my parents weren't Christians, and I was the only kid in my class who didn't go to church 1 to 3 times a week. Even though I was in public school in the 90s, our teachers still made us recite the Lord's Prayer before lunch. I never said it because I was a spiteful little sheet and resented being told what to do. One day the teacher noticed I wasn't saying the prayer, so she held me back from lunch and told me I had to say it in front of her. I told her I don't believe in God and I don't know that prayer, which she didn't appreciate, and told me I couldn't go to lunch until I said it. I said that was fine because I brought my lunch with me and I'd just eat it right here. In true spiteful little sheet fashion, started to unpack my lunch. She took it from me and I think made me write the prayer down 10x before she let me go. I did a lot of sheet like this and got a lot of writing assignments. School sucked. I got suspended from school for 2 days in 7th grade because I wasn't wearing a belt. My middle school had an extremely strict dress code, but they never went over the dress code with the incoming students, like me, who were transferring over from the intermediate school. I guess a belt was part of the dress code, and I didn't know that. So I showed up to school on the second day of the new year without one, and the assistant principal came around to every class and asked who was wearing flip-flops or who wasn't wearing a belt, etc. Pulled about 6 of us in the hall and suspended us on the spot, just in my classroom alone. Because I was a straight A student with perfect attendance, won a bunch of awards, etc. My dad got super mad and we moved to another district. He also let me eat ice cream and play games for those 2 days because the whole thing was so dumb. It was awesome. My high school offered an anthropology course for seniors that was essentially baby's first college class out actually being in college. When the weather was nice, we would go out on small digs off of school property because our town has a decent history to it. Since it's New England, it would often rain when we had these digs planned. When that happened, we would usually stay in and watch a movie, usually Indiana Jones. I was flunking most of my classes at the time and decided to skip the movie day and head to the library to see if I could get some work done. My anthro teacher ended up seeing me there and gave me a Saturday detention, which my mom promptly beat my ass about LMAO. It was my first and only one. During lunch, the teacher on cafeteria duty was walking around with a trash can, and my friend slid his empty bottle down the table for another student to drop in the garbage. The kid didn't see it coming, so it slid off the table onto the floor and the teacher picked it up and threw it back in our direction, then had the balls to go get the assistant principal to yell at us for disrespecting him. The assistant principal pulled every kid at the table into the hallway to berate us for littering and disrespecting a teacher. My favorite comment was, "You guys are only freshmen, so you've never had Mr. Whatever. You better hope this nice teacher doesn't hold it against you if you have him later on in high school." Yup, the assistant principal called a teacher that threw a bottle at a student a nice teacher and threatened that he'd fully support the teacher if he decided to fail us in a few years for sliding a bottle across a table. For the most part, I only really got in trouble for being late to school. But there was one exception, which not only had big consequences, but was utterly blown out of proportion. I was in first grade, and was either 5 or 6 years old. A few kids and I were sat at a table making some crafts. I don't remember why, but one of the kids said something about how eating paste would kill you. I argued that it said non-toxic right there on the bottle, so it would be fine. To prove my point, I tried a tiny bit. Enter a whole world of trouble for me. I had to meet with the guidance counselor, who took the whole thing as some desperate cry for help. Before this incident, I had been going to a second grade classroom for reading, and the intention was that I was eventually going to be advanced a grade. Supposedly I was a smart kid. But really I was just naturally good at reading and remembering what I'd read. Guidance counselor lady asked me if I had eaten paste because I was afraid to be moved up. I saw a get out of jail free card and told her that was my reason. TLDR, ate paste to prove a point, lost my school grade promotion. When I was in 4th grade, I was hanging out at recess with Becky. In retrospect, I now know Becky had special needs, but it was a time where labels didn't seem to exist. We all ran around and played on the playground. The difference with Becky was you knew she was a teacher's pet, always running and tattling. That didn't stop me from hanging out with her at recess. Well, this day Becky and I were playing, and she said she was going to kiss me. Lil ol' me wasn't ready for my first kiss. She backed me into the corner with her 2 friends holding me against a brick wall corner, and she's going in for it as I struggled and yelled stop. I finally said, "Get the fuck off of me," and they did. To go tell the recess teacher, who then gave me my first detention. The principal made me fill out the detention slip myself with exactly what I said. Nobody cared that she was trying to kiss rap me. I understand why now, but still don't think I deserved a punishment. It was the first day of 5th grade and we were playing soccer at recess. I was running towards a kid that had the ball and he must have panicked or something because he kicked the ball as hard as he could at me. I fell to the ground holding my junk and yelled my balls. The teacher that was on recess duty was a total biatch, and when she heard what I said she ran over to me and started screaming at me and telling me to stand up. When I did finally stand up, I was bent over crying because my balls hurt so bad. She walked me into the school to the principal's office and explained to the principal why I was there. The principal looked pretty annoyed with the teacher, especially because I was standing in her office bent over crying and holding my nuts. The principal just made me sit in her office for the rest of recess. I was in year 8 being bullied by 3 boys because I had dyed some of my hair red. Other teachers weren't doing anything to stop them, so I went to the headmistress and she told me off for apparently not reading/complying to the uniform guidelines in my planner, which there wasn't by the way, and told me I was asking to be bullied simply by dyeing my hair. She gave me a 30-minute detention and did nothing about the bullies. My school was also super insanely strict with phones, to the point we couldn't even keep it turned off in our bag in the school day. The headmistress had the teachers perform random bag/blazer/coat searches and everyone who was caught with a phone had their phone confiscated for the week and given an hour detention. You couldn't even hand your phone into reception if you lived in the same postcode area as the school, so I was faked. I was 12 and it was my first year walking to and from school alone, which is also why mum brought me a phone. I lived in the same postcode area too, but my mum worked far away, so it was good to keep my phone on me to keep her updated on my way home. We had a phone search one day and my phone was taken for the whole week. It was a Monday, and I got the 1-hour detention too. The teachers understood that I needed my phone, but the headmistress was an evil son of a bitch and I feel like they feared her too, so they had no choice but to take my phone. My parents had just purchased a new eraser for me. I can't remember what shape it was, but it has so many different colors, and it was just great. I must have been about 5 or 6 maybe. Anyways, after passing my eraser around in class for everyone to use and examine how cool it was, I know right, it got a little dirty, and I was upset that the first day I had it, that it looked like this. I used the school water fountain to start cleaning it because it was break time and didn't think to go to the toilets. A dinner lady grabs my arm and pulls me away from the fountain, yanking me all the way to the wall whilst shouting at me. This was the place naughty children go. I had never been put on the wall, but basically you'd spend whatever amount of time watching all of your friends playing and having fun. I started crying, and this dinner lady comes over again and turns me around, so I can only hear the laughter from all the happy children as I stand and cry facing a brick wall. In 3'RD grade, every single day at lunch this one kid would walk up into the lunch line and cut into line. Not always at the front of the line, but usually close. It angered me into viciousness that no one would stand up to him. I held my tongue and decided to wait for him to try and cut in front of me. One day, he casually walked up to the line, didn't even try and be sociable with me, and just stepped right in front of me. I reached out with my left hand and grabbed his shoulder, spun him around, and hit him as hard as I could straight in the nose. He blubbered and cried as the blood gushed out in a fountainous spray, and for some strange reason I had to go and visit the principal's office that day. I told her when she asked me, every single day he has cut in line, and when he finally tried to cut in front of me, I spun him around and punched him in the face. I'm not sorry, and he deserved it. I didn't get in any real trouble. This is probably gonna get buried, but when I was in grade 6 to 8 I had a principal that hated me for really no particular reason. Well, I have a few stories, but here's one. I wasn't and still am not the brightest student, so when I didn't understand work I was sent down to the office at lunch instead of being helped. After a while of nobody helping me, work piled up and I spent a good 3 months sitting in the office trying to do work while the rest of my friends were outside for lunch. I would ask for help from the principal or any other teachers, but the principal said no because I was just being stubborn. Well, one day I had enough of it and said if nobody is going to help me, I refuse to stay in and waste my lunch, and went to leave the office. Well, the principal tried to grab me by the shirt as I was walking out. Her hand slipped and she started screaming, "You broke my finger, you attacked me." I'm calling the police. I ignored her because she was clearly batshit insane and went outside to join my friends. 10 minutes go by and I'm outside just chilling and being free for once, and this insane lady comes outside with the faking police officer that was assigned to our school at the time and drags me back to the office. She claimed I attacked her and broke her finger. The cop looks at me, the probably 13-year-old emo boy, and just shakes his head. My parents were called in and ultimately I was suspended for a few days because the principal has the final say. Nobody but the principal was mad at me. Come to think of it, a lot of teacher hated me for literally no reason. Oh well. TLDR, I had my lunch breaks taken away for months because I didn't understand work, was refused help. I refused to spend my lunch breaks inside and had the insane principal contact the school cop to say I, a 13-year-old skinny emo boy, assaulted her. In 4th grade I went to the playground after school with a friend instead of to our after school program. There were 2 other girls there who did the same thing. They left 5 minutes earlier than us, told on us, and got us suspended while getting off scot-free. Well, I know my mother had been informed of what this meant, so I went to school the next day anyways. Got called into the office around noon and sent home. That day happened to be test day, so when I went back on Tuesday the next week after my suspension, a friend informed me that my teacher had written a big red 0 on all of the tests I took that day and posted them up in front of the class. 5th grade, same school. This teacher decided that they wanted to be special and start giving out homework over the weekends in the form of an essay. I forgot to do it the first week because I'd never had weekend homework, offered to do it Monday night instead. She said no, you should have done it over the weekend. You're getting detention on Wednesday. Fortunately, I weaseled out of that due to the fact I was moving the week after, so I just told my mom what happened and stopped going to school a week earlier than planned. My 3rd 5th grade teacher of the year, we moved twice, seemed fine. Until the end of the year, when she pulled me aside one-on-one and verbatim told me, you may act like a good kid, but I know what you are underneath all that. Yeah, I didn't have great luck with teachers. Still hold a grudge against all 3 of them. I'm an anxiety-ridden, antisocial, introverted mess even now 14 to 15 years later. Thanks school system for hiring such lovely people. I was in 5th grade. I wanted to buy my school's menu. Yes, you had to buy it. So a friend of mine from 1st grade gave me 25 cents. He wanted it back around an hour later, but my 5th grade friend defended me, and I kept the money feeling a little guilty. This happened at my morning school. I would stay there until my actual classes begin. The kid, me and other students stood there until the actual class begun, in the afternoon. Fast forward to the next day. I was pretty popular, and I was a really good student, so I was shocked to know the principal wanted to talk to me. The principal calmly told me that the mom of the 1st grader came to school and said I was robbing the kid, bullying him, stealing his meal, all sorts of stuff. The vice principal came in too, and not a single thing they said ringed a bell. So many lies that I had no idea what was happening, but somehow remained calm. After all the accusations were made, they decided to call the kid. When the kid came in, a big O was dropped. That's when I realized what the fuck was happening. The kid began saying the accusations and stuttered all the time. He knew he was lying. I knew he was lying. Everybody knew he was lying. After all that stuttering, it was my turn to tell my side of the story. I was confident and calmly explained to the principal the whole situation. There wasn't much the school could do, since the 25 cents drama happened in the morning school, and I had already bought the menu. The principal and vice told me I could go back to class. I don't know what sort of punishment the kid received. Entering my class, the teacher said, "It was about the boy from 1st grade, wasn't it?" "Yeah," was my surprised answer. Not only all the teachers knew it, in the break, everybody was asking me about the drama. It was actually pretty funny, if you think about it, so I talked about it like it was just another ironic occasion. Now, after the afternoon school, me and kid go back to the morning school until someone pick us up. There, the kid apologized pretty quickly, and the incredibly humble me accepted it with no problems. We basically ignored what happened and stood friends. Didn't get in trouble by the way, and this, kids, is why you don't accept money from other people, no matter how much it is. It made me cursed. I remember one time in 2nd grade there was a girl named Maya sitting next to me in class. Maya turned to me when started to do our assignment and told me to give her back her pencil, which I did not have. She would not give up and kept demanding it back until the teacher noticed us arguing. She asked what was up and Maya claimed I stole her pencil. You probably know where this is going at this point. I tell her I don't have the pencil. Teacher demands I stop messing around and not to steal others' things and so on. After getting my color card pulled, she said if I didn't give it up she would write me up on these sheets we used to have. Meant we would get a parent-teacher conference. It made me cry as she told me that was it and got the paper written. As I'm crying there with this elementary school court order in my hands that I have to take home to my parents and embarrassed in front of my whole class, she digs into the back of her desk to find the damn pencil and gives me the guiltiest sorry. Maya C from California, fuck you for making me cry in front of everyone, that sucked. During my math midterm, my Azerbaijani professor, who spoke Russian, hands out his test one by roll call had called on my name, very Slavic name, and looks at me with a confused look as he saw me at the back of the class. He said something along the line that I don't look familiar in front of the whole class. I've been in that class for weeks at this point. As I was about to walk to grab my test he said to grab my ID, because Russian boys like to cheat in front of the whole class. I did grab my ID, but every part of me didn't. I didn't necessarily get in trouble per se, but man was I livid. Almost reported him to the school dean. Looking back at it I should have. When I was in 9th grade, we had a teacher doing an internship teaching our history teacher's class. He asked a question I knew an answer to, and as I rarely knew answers I was excited, because I knew this one. So I shot my hand up, and couldn't remember his name, but in my excitement I said, oh, Mr. Dude. He immediately shouted who just called me dude. I didn't think anything of it, and said it was me, and I couldn't remember his name as he hadn't been there long. He sent me out into the hall where the real history teacher told me how disrespectful it was, and said how would you feel if I called you an asshole? I was like, those are totally different things. I meant no disrespect in the slightest. I was promptly taken to the principal's office, where I was given 3 licks over it. I got detention twice in grade 5 because my shoes were untied. In grade 6, at a parent-teacher conference, my homeroom teacher mentioned it was a problem that I didn't have friends, as if this was somehow my fault, and then got mad at me when I cried and called me manipulative. I also got sent to the office a number of times in high school because my skirt was too short, which was ridiculous because we didn't have a dress code, and it was the same dumb American Apparel circle skirt half the class was wearing, and I was the shortest of the lot. Anyways, I always wore shorts under my skirt, and after a while I just started wearing only the shorts and skipping the skirt, and nobody ever said a thing about them being too short. I'm still kind of bitter. TLDR at the end, when I was in high school, I'd gotten a hall pass to head to the restroom. I forgot said pass as I left the washroom, and I realized this when I was halfway back to the classroom. Now me being the goody two shoes I was back then began to head back to the washroom to grab it, and on my way there a teacher who hated me, for no real reason other than hating my older brother, saw me and proceeded to yell at me for not having a hall pass. When I was explaining that I did have one, I'd just left it in the washroom and was going to grab it, she just said I was lying and took me back to my class to tell my teacher I was walking in the halls aimlessly and a bunch of other bull. Well, my social teacher knew I never did shit like that, and while ignoring her and asked me where the hall pass was, I told him I'd left it in the washroom, and when I was heading back to grab it, Ms. Kennedy, hell yeah I'm gonna give her real name, had stopped me and started this mess. He asked her if she'd checked to see if it was in the washroom. She said no. Surprise surprise. Since this was disrupting the class, and at this point I looked like I was gonna start bawling, he asked Ms. Kennedy to watch the class so he could take me back to the washrooms so I could grab the hall pass. She only agreed because at this point the situation looked really bad. He went with me to grab the hall pass, and we found it where I said it would be. He was consoling me the whole way back to the classroom. Not gonna lie, I had a crush on him because he was awesome and so sweet to students. When we got back to the classroom he showed her the hall pass and explained it was where I said it was. She only ended up apologizing because my social teacher told her not to set a bad example under his breath to her. I know this cause I was standing there with them. Also Ms. Kennedy made life a living hell for a lot of black students. If you wanna hear any more stories about this beach let me know. TLDR equals I was yelled at for not having a hall pass and was sent to the classroom only to have another teacher prove the beach wrong and to get apologized to in the end. I got into an argument with some little kid in 12th grade because he kept interrupting the teacher during her lecture. So I told him to stop talking and let her finish the lecture. He got mad and told me that just because I look the way I look he isn't afraid of me. I got upset and told him to shut up. No one is supposed to be afraid of me. I just want you to shut up and let her teach. The teacher tells me to leave the classroom. So I walked out and went to the dean's office for the rest of the day. I come into school the next day and find out I'm suspended for 3 days. So I got suspended for 3 days because I walked away from a fight. I really wanted to see him on my way out so I can give them a real reason to suspend me. In 6th grade I had a clear view binder with a collage of pictures I liked as the front cover. One of those was RuPaul in a power stance with sky-high heels and a pink dress. As a young sea-eyes girl with no real idea what a drag queen was at that time, I just loved the confidence in that image. It wasn't about sexuality in any way to me. My teacher saw it, made a spectacle in front of all my friends, yanked me out of class, then made me take the whole collage out and throw it away before they would give me the binder back. None of the other images was in any way offensive, just singers and actors that I liked at the time. I was so confused, and now that I'm remembering the whole ordeal, I'm furious all over again. In the 5th grade we had a really strict teacher. She really enforced the rules. She would check everyone in the class for the right clothing. And one time I had forgotten to wear socks, and she sent me to the office to get some. Another time she checked my friend, who didn't have a belt, and opened a cabinet in her room, and forced him to put on this tiny belt that barely fit him. Another teacher in that grade was being called by the office asking for a student in a different class. So I told the office where that student was. The teacher started screaming at me saying she wasn't mute and told the office the exact thing I said, as if they didn't hear me. Yeah, 5th grade was the best. So many times. Being bullied sucked. Plus the admin hated my family due to issues with an older sibling with special needs. I've blocked out most of it, so I probably couldn't write anything of the worst detailed. I do remember one though. Someone wrote the word idiot and my name all over the bathroom wall. The principal tried to have me expelled for it. Like who'd be stupid enough to sign it, and my name was the wrong spelling. Think Steven compared to Steven. Not to mention obviously not my handwriting. Not that additional, of course it wasn't me, but I didn't even know the word. Well, when the principal couldn't get me expelled she gave me detention cleaning the school after hours with the janitor for a week. I kept asking him when it would start, but luckily he wasn't a moron and told me to forget about it. When I was in elementary school, I think 1st or 2nd grade, I went to school with these two rowdy twins. I think their names were Michael and Brian, but honestly can't remember for sure. One day I walked into the bathroom to go use the urinal, and one of them, I don't remember which, was pissing from a distance, because this is what kids did back then, apparently. I didn't see the arc of piss, and walked right through it, ruining my shirt. I got really pissed as they laughed, so I left and told the first teacher I saw. Unfortunately this teacher was like a helper teacher in our class, and she hated me. There's another whole story with her that would fit on this post, but I'll exclude. Anyway, this teacher started yelling at me and called me a liar. She didn't reprimand the other kids at all and just got angry at me as if I had some responsibility. Anyway, it's funny now, but that feeling of being reprimanded for something you didn't do stinged. During a school trip we went to a museum. We were all assigned buddies to stay with while in the museum. At the end of the trip, we had to walk down the road a bit to a park to eat lunch and chill until the buses came to pick us up. However, a few people had to go to the bathroom right at the end, including my buddy and my friend's buddy, so we were waiting in front of the building with a teacher, while the rest of them went on ahead. It was only like a few blocks. There were a few steps in front of the building with a guardrail, but it wasn't that big, and the incline on it was minuscule. My friend and I thought it would be funny to pretend to be sliding down them, while acting really scared, as if we were sliding down this steep dangerous incline. My teacher didn't notice until I threw my hand up in the air, like I was going down a roller coaster. When she saw us, she thought we were each straddling a rail and pretending it was our dick, so we both got detention. Late, but this entire period with this one substituted teacher has stuck with me since the 6th grade. So, we had a sub in our social studies class, and class hadn't started yet because she was trying to get the TV to work. So I was just whistling at my desk, you know, like you do when you're bored and can whistle. The sub stopped messing with the TV, turned around, and demanded to know who was whistling. I stopped, sheepishly raised my hand, and waved a little, and she sort of deflated a bit but replied, in the same tone as before, "You whistle pretty good for a girl," and turned back around. I'm sorry, what? If I was a guy, I would have gotten attitude, but because I'm a girl it's okay. About 5 minutes later, while she's still messing with the TV, she got a water bottle thrown at her. Subsequently blamed and started shouting the wrong guy, even though literally everybody in the class was defending him. He was a genuinely nice, funny guy, bitter joker, but never hurt anyone. The guy responsible didn't come forward, but was his loudest defender, made him cry, and sent him to ice for the rest of the period. I dunno with some people. I went to a private school that required us to take art electives, chorus, instruments, etc. I broke my jaw during preseason football, so I couldn't take my music course anymore. The school enrolled me into a study hall. The study hall class didn't exist. There was a room number, but no teacher or students. This was an error. I decided not to correct this error, and kept a free hour for the entire year. Toward the end of the year a teacher came into the empty room, where I had sat all year, never created trouble, never made much noise. It was my time. This teacher decided to tell the school that a student was not being watched, which led to me being brought into a board meeting and being suspended for a week. I got a suspension for the school's error. Once, in 2nd grade, I really had to go to the toilet. As you do, I put my hand up and waited her to ask me what I wanted to say. Mind you, this wasn't during a time we were meant to be doing work or anything. I'm pretty sure she was taking questions at the time. She answered everyone else with their hands up, but not me. I had my hand up for about 5 minutes. I saw her look over at me, then look back at her desk and tell the class to get started with the work. I gave up at that point. I was busting. So I walked up to her desk and said, "Miss, can I please go to the toilet?" And you know what her response was? Yelling at me for coming up to her desk when I should have put my hand up. After a minute or two of her yelling, she let me go, but by God, that was the most infuriating moment of my life. I had a coughing fit in my sign language class. My teacher, who was deaf, thought I was laughing at him, so he wrote me up for it. Few days later I get pulled out of class to talk to the vice principal about it. After explaining what had happened, he lets me go free. However, my teacher finds out I was not punished for it, so he wrote me up again for the same crime. The vice principal realized that he was going to continue to write me up until I was punished, so I was given a 1-day after school detention for it. There were a lot of kids in my class that would mock and taunt him. He just automatically assumed that I was just being a dick like all the other kids in class. I get it. Witnessing how rude those kids were, I used to stick up for him and tell them to quit it often. After that incident I stopped standing up for him. I'm late to this, like really late, but this year in the 8th grade I brought lunch to school, so I had a lunch box and my friends would always give me their apples from the cafeteria. Normally I was only given 2 or 3, but that day I was given 14 apples. How did they get them? I don't know. So as a joke I put them in the lunch box and took it with me to class. Some kid knocks the lunch box over while it was open and the apples fell out the At that second the teacher enters the room and screams at me that it's a safety hazard. Everyone hates this teacher, she is the biggest beach. She writes me a referral saying it was a safety hazard. I was the only one who got in trouble. The kid who knocked it down felt bad and wanted to take blame for it, but the assistant principal did not care. That is my only referral ever. I still have the referral. I got in trouble a lot in elementary school, so I got plenty of examples. The first time I went to the principal was in first grade, 6 years old for those not in US, and I was sent there because I flipped off my entire table. Now I had no idea what this gesture meant at the time. I mean, I was 6. So when the other people at my table told me that it meant something bad, I just brushed it off like they were overreacting and continued to do it. Little did I know they were completely right, and I was sent down to the principal's crying and confused. Thus began the first of many visits to my elementary school's principal's office. And my principal, who I'll call Mrs. Beach for legal reasons, was not very nice, but that'll come into play later. I went to the principal at least 5 times in 2nd grade, but the dumbest example from back then was for singing under my breath. I was doing it without thinking, and this girl told me to stop. Being the little sheet I was, I continued anyways, and teacher took me to the side and told me to stop. Once back to my seat, I then went right back to singing under my breath, which of course annoyed the girl next to me and pissed off the teacher enough to send me down. I was sent down to the office again that same year for losing focus while reading a book about the guy who discovered the Hudson River, Henry Hudson. My frazzled 2nd grader mind heard Orlando Hudson, and I then blurted out this name. Got the class to laugh, but not the teacher, so back to the principal's office I went. Still 2nd grade, I think I remember going down there with 2 other kids. Now they weren't regulars like myself, so at least one of them was crying their eyes out. I was fortunately cool as a cucumber, so I was doing my best to comfort them. However, our principal, mean Mrs. Beach, decided that making sure her students didn't cry was unreasonable and immediately told me to stop comforting them. I don't remember her exact words, but to this day I know how wrong that was. I will always wonder why she was in that profession, because she clearly did not like children. This brings me to the last time I went to the principal as an elementary schooler. This was in 6th grade, my last year of elementary school. I'd had a good run for most of that year and managed to stay out of the principal's office, which I was very proud of. However, one day towards the end of the year, I decided it would be funny to write on the back of the TP holder in the 6th grade bathroom, "Mrs. Beach is a beach." I showed a couple of kids this and thought it was pretty funny myself, and eventually I got caught. You'd think, oh, it was probably just one of the kids ratted you out, which isn't 100% false, but not totally true. When Mrs. Beach called me down to her office, she had actually done a thorough investigation, which included taking my notebook from my desk and comparing my writing to that of the graffiti in the bathroom. It didn't occur to me then, but I believe that she must have had it out for me for some reason or another. Maybe she just didn't like me, but I can tell you this much: that woman had no right working with children with the way she acted. Thankfully though, she's retired. Edit, just had to reword some stuff and forgot to make it Mrs. Beach. Not sure if this exactly fits the question, but it does show how dumb teachers can be. I started first grade when I was 5. I turned 6 in November. Today I would have waited another year. But back then, they did that. They also had a system in the school where you kept the same teacher for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. I never felt close to Mrs. G's though, and she never really got to know me very well either, as this story will show. I was a fairly compliant kid. I wasn't a troublemaker. So, when I asked to go to the bathroom, I really meant it. Except that Mrs. G's just didn't get it. She said, no. I held on as long as I could, but it was a losing battle. I peed in my pants. My mom had to come with new clothes. How humiliating. As I said, next year I had Mrs. G's. Sure enough, I had to pee again. I asked to go, and guess what? She said, no. So, I peed in my pants once more. You would have thought she would have learned. I should have just gone to the bathroom. They called them laboratories back then. But as I said, I was a very compliant kid, being so young. Fortunately, it didn't happen in 3rd grade. I was really good friends with this girl for many years growing up. We went to elementary school together and hung out all the time. In 6th grade, we were joking about some dumb shit in the lunchroom and I called her a hoe, totally just messing with her, and she knew it. I laughed, but as an evil little joke she went and told on me. We just had that sense of humor, and I had to go see the principal, who called my mom and sent me home for the day. What became just playful shit talking and messing with each other took a weird turn. When it was all said and done, she never explained that it was all a joke and just threw me under the bus and acted like she hated me. She got scared when she was being questioned, I guess, and decided she'd rather let me take the fall than spend 2 more minutes with the principal. Just like that, we went from childhood friends to never speaking again. It's been over 10 years. In 11th grade, I was running late on my way to school, and the school resource officer was in the parking lot. As I pulled up, he approached my car and stated he was going to have his canine sniff my car. Of course, the dog alerted on my car, so there is his leeway to search. Mind you, the weekend prior I was having trouble with my window to the car with it staying on the track and needed to reposition it. Not having any tools at the time, we improvised with a steak knife. I left the knife in there because I may need it again to take the panel off. Didn't think anything of it. He searched my car thoroughly and had found the steak knife. I explained the situation, but he did not care either way. He gave it to the principal. The principal expelled me on the spot. Mind you, the steak knife was under the passenger seat, not anywhere readily accessible to take and harm anyone, and I've never even used drugs. No reason for the dog to sound off on my vehicle. Just wanted to add, when I told my friends aren't at this, she said that same resource officer used to work as one at her middle school when she was in 7th grade and sexually harassed her all the time. He was that creepy older dude you tried to avoid. What a douche. Well, there were a bunch of things. 1. In 6th grade, I got pulled up and yelled at by my geography teacher for writing some rough answers in pencil and for having written messily. Again, it was rough work, not something we had to present to the teacher. 2. I happened to have a bunch of post-it/sticky note to put in my bag in 3rd grade. A girl sitting near me got caught with a toy phone that would make noises or play songs when used. My teacher had confiscated that, then confiscated my post-its for at least 2 to 3 months, just because it wasn't a part of the regular stationery students would bring to school. 3. My physics teacher yelled at me in front of the whole class in 9th grade for walking in 5 minutes late, even though it was because of the rule that I had to wait back at the podium till all the students had marched back into their classes. I used to play hymns and marching songs on the keyboard for the morning assembly and always had to wait back. All the teachers knew this. She said I was a careless student who would go nowhere in life, would end up on the streets for playing the piano, and that I ought to stay out of class altogether considering I wasn't a good physics student anyway. 4. My English teacher in 7th grade made fun of me for explaining to her that she'd made mistakes in correcting my paper. Rather, I'd explained this through a note my mother had written, as I had anxiety and often choked up, even more in front of this teacher, who seemed to hate me for no apparent reason. She made fun of my anxiety, said it wasn't real, and that I was being extra in having my mother write her a love note. The rest of the class made fun of me for it too. Oh, and the dumbest thing of all. 5. On my very first day of school, I was 4. My mother got a complaint from my class teacher that I was following the American tradition of referring to a teacher by their first name, while in India, we refer to the teacher by their last name. I'd just come back from America and was more used to American structures in that sense. She took great offense and said I was a troublemaker as a result. 6. A year later, when I'd moved to another school, my teacher called my mother on the first day itself, giving her an earful, just because I could only write in capitals and not small letters. In 6th grade we had Chromebooks to type notes. I was the type of student to type every single thing I needed, so when the chapter test came along my Google Doc was a review sheet. We're learning earth science, I think, and I'm typing the vocabulary words into the document. My teacher puts on a video, and I continue to type away. My teacher W/O warning takes my computer and says I'm not allowed to use it because I wasn't focusing. I even told her to look at the computer, but she refused, and I couldn't take notes for the rest of the class. 5th grade, my teacher would pick on me because I was tired. I would have no reaction to her lesson plans and she would always, in front of the class, say is there something wrong with me? My entire class got in trouble because kids were pulling each other's pants down during recess. A kid accused me of being a creep because I hung out with the girls a lot in middle school. When I confronted him about it, he said denied it and tried to play it off. The guys bullied me and were complete D-bags anyways. Teacher sided with me and just kept us separated for the rest of the year. Seat arrangements. Kids flooded the bathroom. I told my teacher and she blamed me. Had to sit the next couple's lunches with her. Kid lost his wallet on the day that I missed school. I was still questioned about if I had anything to do with it. Only dark-skinned kid in a all-white Catholic school. I got in trouble for defending myself too well in junior high. It was 3 8th graders vs me. I had accidentally bumped into one of them. Attempted to apologize, but they said I had to crawl on all fours and beg like a dog. I said no. They started beating me with their backpacks, which were full of books and binders. Lunged at one, got a hold of him by the throat, slammed him into the brick wall, then swept his legs. Another one tried to grab me. He caught an elbow to the face. The third tried to tackle me. We got separated by teachers as he was about to go unconscious from being choked out. We were all pretty beat up, but I ended up getting suspended and put into special education. My dad was furious. I had been in martial arts pretty much my entire life up until this point. Even though I had several other students and one teacher as a witness, the administration felt that I needed to be separated from the general education because I could snap again. This really messed me up for quite a few years. There was this blue-haired senior in the band with us. She hated me because I tried to prove to her that being anti-vax was wrong when she exclaimed she wouldn't vaccinate her children. Then other things happened and she grew to hate me and my friends for understanding the facts of science. And when her close friend found out that the blue-haired lady, that I won't name, was trying to get us in trouble, she left the friend and joined our friend group. At this point the blue-haired lady decided to tell the principal I had made terroristic threats toward her in private, and the school believed her with no proof besides my word against hers. So I went to juvenile jail for a week, then sent to an alternative school. Then when after finishing my second sophomore semester and my first junior semester I went to a new school knowing only one person who I haven't seen since middle school. Because of this I have lost a lot of friends from the old school, only starting the new semester with 3 friends who I've been close to since a young age. This happened recently, as I'm now in my second semester of junior year, and for the first time in my life struggling with grades, anxiety, depression, and keeping anyone I know happy with my being as to avoid this incident again. This has caused me to lose all faith in the school system, because I had no prior record of violence and never threatened anyone. This is why I'm going to homeschool my children. Many days late, but I thought I might contribute. I was in the 5th grade, having a childish argument at my desk with a girl across from me. We were in table groups of 4, 2 people facing 2 other people. She was diagonal from me, and I had a friend that I wasn't super close with and rarely talked to directly next to me. It was something related to video games, Pokemon if I remember correctly. She started to get really angry with me and said, "I hope you go back in time, before you were born, when you were in your mommy's tummy, and kill yourself." And awkward 5th grade me decided that the best comeback would be to say it right back at her. "I hope you go back in time, before you were born, when you were in your mommy's tummy, and kill yourself." She promptly started crying. We were sent to the office, and I was suspended for 3 days, while she got off scot-free, even though she said it first. Also, the kid sitting next to me got a 1-day suspension for association. He wasn't even involved. I had this sub back in 3rd grade who my class had never had before. There was another kid in my class who I kinda looked like. I never saw it, but it caused teachers to accidentally call us by each other's name from time to time. It honestly didn't really bug me. The sub however kept getting frustrated that she would mix up me and this kid's name. It didn't help either that we were friends, so when we would do things like move to the floor we'd want to sit next to each other. We had removable name tags on our desk as well we tried using at one point to help the sub keep us straight. While we were sitting in a circle my buddy switched out name tags that were lying in front of us without me noticing. Sub called us by the wrong name again. I realized what he did and she grew frustrated. Teacher returned the next day and pulled my buddy and I into the hallway before we went off to music class. We were getting a detention because the sub had written down we spent all day trying to confuse her and going by the wrong names. Yes, the one name tag switched by my buddy was on purpose, but I had nothing to do with it. To be honest, that's also just a third graded acting their age and was literally the only time it was either of us actually felt. She just decided to blame both of us instead. I got grounded and was made to feel guilty for something I didn't do. TLDR sub kept mixing up my friend and I's name and blamed us in the sub notes leading to a detention as well as a grounding. I got kicked out of Catholic school in the 8th grade for pantsing a kid in front of an entire 3rd grade class. During 8th grade it was like the thing around school for the guys to pull each other's gym shorts down on gym days. No one ever got in trouble for it until I had the bright idea to make the kid do a pull-up on the door frame facing a classroom. I tell him I bet he can't do 5 pull-ups blah blah blah. After the first pull-up I pants him and accidentally got boxers. So here he is hanging, but naked from the waist down as the 3rd grade class opens the door and walks out for lunch. Principal called my mom and told her laughing what I had done and that it was in fact a full Monty showing. I was just going to get in school suspension, but the kid's brother was in the 3rd grade class and told his mom, so 3 days later I had to enroll in public school. I was a problem child at the school for wearing socks that were below my ankles before that. Not even a joke. Was one of the reasons they gave my mom for expulsion. When I was in elementary school, I had a sleeping problem making me stay up long nights because I just couldn't sleep. We had a pretty strict teacher at the time despite being in 3rd grade, and one day I yawned very loudly in her class, slept extra badly, and my teacher stopped learning the class and looked at me with a deadly stare for a few seconds before she started screaming at me telling me that I should sleep more and stop playing those horrible video games rotting my mind. I told her I didn't sleep that well last night and she just told me to go to bed earlier in a still very angry voice. 1 point she didn't know about my problem. 2 point she was probably extra grumpy that day. 3 point she was pretty old to me and didn't like video games. 4. English is not my first language. Sorry for anything spelled wrong or structured weirdly. 2nd grade. Something I did a lot when I was bored was color in my fingernails with my lead pencils. I thought it was amusing. I had done this before and literally no one gave a F. We had a recently new girl in our class who I maybe didn't make the best first impression. I don't know, 2nd grade was weird and I was a brat. I'm showing off my fingernails. I just started coloring to my friends. They all say cool whatever. My boyfriend does a similar thing as well. New girl starts shrieking like we committed a horrible crime and says we shouldn't do that and that she was going to tell on us. At first I just sorta ignored her and continued perfected my nails. But new girl won't drop it. Everyone in our group is telling her to chill, but she won't, and I'm panicking as she actually goes and tells the teacher that I am coloring a few of my fingernails with a pencil. I was freaking out and the teacher actually looked mad. She interrogated me and I bluffed my way through it by pretending I had only done it for a little bit. Lie, but the teacher made me show her my hands. My friends defended me, but I got a talking to. I'm not sure what she was lecturing me about. I was really confused, but the way she talked, it's like she thought I was bullying the new girl somehow by shading my fingernails. It was so strange. I kept coloring my fingers though. Fighting back. I was in a private Christian school for 3 years, not too long after 9/11. Being a brown kid with thick curly black hair going to a private school in the South/Midwest was not exactly safe at the time. Just for the record, I'm black, not Middle Eastern or Hispanic. Not that there's anything wrong with either, but I would suffer bullying on a daily basis from which state did you hop the border into all the way to don't make him too mad or he'll fly a plane into the school. I didn't have a ton of friends, so very few people stood up for me or had my back, including teachers. There was one day a kid a few years ahead of me started shoving me as class was letting out, so I just flew off the faking handle and started swinging. I ended up with in-school suspension, and any time there was an altercation involving me after that, the administration assumed I was the aggressor. A few visits from my mom, a few threats about bringing in lawyers to shut the school down for rampant discrimination, and bullying issues and lawsuits to recover tuition and therapy costs, and suddenly I wasn't getting in trouble for fighting back anymore. I sighed in my history class after the teacher told us we would be copying notes about the open field system from the 20-plus-year-old textbooks for the umpteenth lesson in a row, literally copying word for word out of the book. He sent me out of the class and came out spitting and bawling about how disrespectfully I acted towards him. He asked why I was out, to make a mockery of him. I replied that I wasn't disrespectful, I just didn't learn from copying from books. His face turned purple, and I'm pretty sure I saw steam come out of his ears. Full on old man rage. More spitting and bawling, his mustache twitching. After he raged on for a few minutes, I was eventually sent back inside to inevitably copy out of the books. A few lessons after this incident, he sent my friend out into the corridor for saying the same thing about copying from the textbooks. He rages on and on about disrespectful, ungrateful, rude, insolent children. He doesn't get paid enough to deal with this. She, my friend, should know better, all loud enough, so we could hear from our classroom at the other end of the corridor from where they were standing. Then he punched the wall right next to her face. It sounded like a gunshot, so we all lost our sheet. He stormed off to complain to our head of year, and the next lesson we had a substitute teacher. He came back to teach us the week after, but didn't get any further along than copying from the textbooks. He was a grade A fuckwit, and didn't teach us a single thing in 2 years. Potentially the worst teacher I'd ever experienced. I ended up getting a G for GCSE history, didn't even know that was possible, and I'm pretty sure no one in our class got above a D grade. I should have chosen geography instead. Fuck you, Mr. Trimble. For chasing a beach ball. When I was 10, my class got to host a field day for the pre-K and kindergarteners. Was really fun, because we got to man a station outside for a few hours, and then be rewarded with a treat after. My friend and I were deemed especially responsible at the time, so we got stationed on the best activity, the parachute. It had a few beach balls in the middle, and we would have all the little kids grab an edge, and teach them to throw the beach balls in the air, and then catch them. Definitely the most fun station. Well, we are sitting on the parachute waiting for the next group of little kids, when a huge gust of wind carries all of our beach balls away. We chase them all down, and get back before the next group of kids gets there. When the field day is over, and we go back inside for our award/treat, I think it was a cookie or something, my teacher announces in front of the class, that when she checked on my friends and my station, we had abandoned it, so we would not be getting a treat. We tried to explain that the only time we left was because the beach balls blew away, but she stuck to her guns. Probably because she couldn't go back on what she had said after announcing our punishment in front of the whole class. I got into trouble in our MPS class, Religious, Moral and Philosophical Studies, because one day my friend and I were writing things in each other's notebooks, just dumb stuff really, until I wrote X's mum loves God's cork, she is a devout Christian, which we both laughed about. At the end of class the teacher asked us to turn in our books, so she could mark the mini essay she gave us as homework. I had ripped the things he had wrote in my book, but he forgot to, and turned it in with the tasteful message still there. A week later I was called to my history teacher, the RMPS teacher's husband, who just looks at me and tells me that the RMPS teacher is angry and that he knows that it's my handwriting because he'd been my history teacher for years. He told me to be careful around her in class and that I had to write another mini essay for her by the end of the week. He liked me. My friend got a bowl locking off of him. Me, can I go to the bathroom? Teacher, I don't know. Seeing you. Me walks out of classroom cause I'm not playing this stupid faking game, and if I wasn't 8, I'd flip you off. As I walked out the door got a parent call over that one. Another time I tried to walk away from the school in kindergarten. My best friend convinced me to come back, but mentioned I didn't want to be at school to her mom, who then told my mom. And when she asked me why I did it, it was because I only wanted to ride the bus to school, not go there, and I knew how to get home. We had some long discussions on why I needed to stay at school, until she came to get me. I have my master's degree, but my attendance at school has always been spotty. I was frequently lectured in high school by teachers telling me if they saw me ditch school again, they'd tell my parents. Just made sure that teacher wasn't on break/the roof next time I left. Edit. I used to wonder why I didn't have friends as a kid. I think I may have had an attitude problem. Now I'm an adult and my friends know sometimes I Irish goodbye totally sober, but they're cool with it, as long as we aren't abroad. I got in trouble with some of my friends for bullying this girl we used to be friends with. She completely blew us off and claimed we were being bad friends for not noticing she was upset. We did, and the answer was always I'm fine, don't talk to me, I'm going to. Person she ignored us for now, and so we decided to cut ties with her. 6 months later we're in the deputy head's office for bullying her while she sobbed in the corner. We were made to apologize to her, but she didn't have to apologize to us for anything. Whenever we tried to explain our side, the deputy head said we were lying. No one likes that girl, and I regret ever being friends with her. Looking back, she was always a bad friend and faked eating disorders and mental illnesses to get us to say nice stuff to her and excuse her crappy actions. Lydia, if you see this, fuck you. I went to a small school in a small town in rural New York. Our accounting/computer/programming, lol, she had no idea, teacher's classroom was like a small computer lab. One day, she told us the IT lady informed her that pressing the power button on the computer instead of using the shutdown menu was bad for the computers. I've always been into computers and gaming and knew that yes, hard shutdowns can be dangerous, but when you just click the power button it goes through the shutdown process, so I never gave it much thought. Later in the week, class was over, I clicked the button and she faking lost it, literally screaming at me how she just told us that's bad for them, and if she catches me doing it again I would get suspended for ruining school property. I attempted to point out, while she was yelling, that the PC is currently going through its shutdown process, but I just left class and let it go. She was usually okay, but completely clueless when it came to anything outside of accounting practices from the 80s. So let me take you back to grade 9 gym class. There are dozens of pubescent boys all around. The scent of awful body odor and Axe body spray is in the air. We got let out early, so we'd have time to shower before our next class, something we all thought was repulsive for some reason. So instead we are faking around in the change room. Some guys are trying pull-ups on the shower curtain rod, some guys are just snacking. I decide I don't want my orange for lunch that day and offer it to a friend across the room. He accepts. As I'm all full of testosterone with no control over it, I decide I want to test out my arm. My buddy gets out his baseball glove, and I set up about 25 feet away. I don't have a great arm. I don't even have a good arm. I go into the stretch and take a step towards home plate. I launch the orange, and it starts getting away from me. My buddy ducks to avoid certain death by citrus. Just then, my gym teacher walks in the door to see the exploding fruit against the wall. Fast forward 25 minutes. On speakerphone, my principal is describing to my mother the damage caused by the orange, as if I set off a nuclear bomb in the change room. She asks if she can talk to me separately. I pick up the phone to her, just howling in laughter and saying to come home after I'm done cleaning up, and that she would only be buying clementines from now on, so I do less damage. 1 day suspension, and about an hour to clean it all up. I snapped my kneecap in half while riding my horse in competition. I had one previous surgery which led to a crack in my patella. Landed off a jump and it snapped. I go to school the next day, which I really shouldn't have. I was in excruciating pain and yeah, no, had a broken kneecap, and tell my math teacher that my surgeon said I need emergency surgery the next morning. This meaning I will have to miss our math exam that day. I asked if I could take it right then, since I would be out for a good week and a half. This beach told me there was absolutely no way I could make up the exam, and I should move my surgery. Oh sorry, I faking broke my knee and still made it into school to try to make arrangements. I had always had awesome relationships with my teachers, but this one for some reason just hated me. I had to talk with the principal, and she was almost fired over the situation. I remember back when I was in the 5th grade, I was in my history class talking about the different religious sects of colonial America. The topic shifted to the discussion of the Quakers and what they were all about at the time. I remember seeing the Quaker Oats container and wondering if these two things were related at all. So, I raised my hand and asked, "Are they like the guy who was on the Quaker Oats box?" The entire classroom laughed because they thought I was joking. The teacher was not as amused. She shut my question down and said I was making a mockery of the history of these people. The class was pretty quiet after that. Mrs. Z, if you're reading this, it was a legitimate question. In 6th grade I quietly said the word "turds" when the teacher asked us what we thought was in the basket in a picture she showed us. Only my friends in the desks right around me could hear me, but one of them loudly yelled, "EWW. That's gross." He immediately told the teacher what I said. I got sent out into the hall. And a few minutes later the teacher came out holding a paddle. This was in the corporal punishment OK80s. I got 3 licks, and she did her best to shame me, saying that my father, who had passed away 2 years before, would be ashamed of me. There are very few people I absolutely despise in this world. That old lady is one of them. I wrote a satirical paper in high school how I didn't like Fahrenheit 451, which I didn't, and that it was a waste of my faking time, and how no one would ever go to that far in banding ideas. In response they made me rewrite it, and I was not allowed to use profanity or talk down on school selected material. So then I wrote about how society in a whole is already controlling your opinion and only allows us to be taught certain ideals. In this paper I quoted and attached my first paper and the letter telling me to redo my assignment. The school got pissed off because then I was talking badly about them. I was called into the principal's office, where a dean of students and a few council members were already called, and they gave me the option to get a 100 on the first assignment or be suspended. So already bringing it this far, why not go all the way? And so I got suspended and a 0. Parents were super pissed, so next day everyone decided to forget about it. My attempted rapist has been allowed to file a retaliatory Title IX against me. The school didn't activate it or even tell me about it for 2 years, suspiciously after I appeared on the news talking about how the food in the cafeteria was making students sick, and after 3 years of fighting and activating a federal investigation into why they didn't properly follow Title IX, when I filed against my attacker and other harassing students. They notified me via my school email after shutting it off, ran through an arbitrary deadline that they refused to budge from, while I asked to coordinate with an attorney, which they denied me time to do, and won't let me participate in my own defense fully. Also, a group of students she is friends with have been harassing me ever since I filed. The school coerced me out of my private apartment lease after this, and contacting the police about other illegal activities, and protected students who posted tacit death threats about me in a group chat. I had to medically withdraw due to the psychological damage all of this has caused. Frankly, my full time has been taken up fighting this, and while people on Reddit have mostly been cool, I have received the barest of help in real life, and get ghosted by most everyone I reach out to. I discovered a year or so ago that the harassing students contact new people I meet and link up with on social media, and that they still stalk me on Reddit and will likely read this message. I have proof of all of this. I'm probably going to lose my future and all of my hard academic work for trying to get some justice against my attacker. It's disgusting and sometimes feels very hopeless. I was a good student and took an outdoor education option class in grade 8. We were told to illustrate a setting showing an unsafe handling of a firearm. I drew a guy standing in a boat while duck hunting. The duck he was aiming at was Donald Duck, and it was saying, "Hi, I'm Donald Duck." That's it. Teacher gave me an in-school suspension. My parents laughed when I told them, and told the principal the school had no credibility over this. The principal agreed and lifted the suspension, but to make a point I completed my 2-day sentence only because the whole school knew and the teacher was embarrassed over it. He basically didn't like me because of my eldest brother and assumed I was just being an asshole and making fun of his class. The sheet we remember from school. I've told this before, but defending a kid with physical/mental disabilities from a group of guys bullying him, picking up his things, throwing them to each other, so the poor kid couldn't catch them but kept trying, etc. I'm never really one for being confrontational, but this just pissed me off. I'd heard of this happening 20 to 30 years ago, but not more recently. I screamed a whole sludge of curses at them, got the kid's stuff, and took him to the reception office. I later got detention because it was my word against 8 of them, and they said I had been the one to call them names, and they had never done anything to the kid. Vice principal believed me, but said he had to give me the detention to appease the group, but he later excused me coming in late like 10 or 11 times. We are allowed it twice, so it made up for it. Summary: this is why people don't stand up for each other. When I was in 6th grade I had a friend who usually butted heads with another kid a lot. My friend was slightly overweight, and one day on the bus the other person was making fun of his weight a lot. It was a constant endless stream and finally my friend yells, so the bus could hear, "Well, at least my brother isn't in prison." The instant after that the kid making fun of my friend jumps up and starts punching him. I instantly get up and pull him off of him from behind off of him. He tries to push back while I pull back to start attacking me, but I was pulling back with my right hand and there was a space to the right where he fell. The space between the seat and where your feet go. And then he lets out a blood-curdling scream and says, "Oh my faking head." And at the time I went to a private Christian middle school, so cussing was a no-go. So just to recap, one kid was continually verbally bullying another, then my friend retaliated by talking shit about his brother. Then the other kid starts to fight him, and I break up the fight. We all got an in-school suspension. I was in a computer class, where there was an aisle between the desks. On the other side there was a girl who sat across from me most days. We'd talk and joke around, and it was cool getting to know her. One day, I don't know why, she raised her hand in the middle of class, and gets the attention of the teacher, and said that I was asking her to do dirty things. Rightfully I was completely thrown off guard and went immediately on the defensive saying that I didn't. But now the teacher and everyone in the class thought I was asking her to show me her boobs. I stopped talking to her for a bit and was just working on an assignment. But then like 2 minutes later she raises her hand and does the same exact thing, saying I'm still telling her to do things. The teacher looked at me like I was a literal piece of shit while I bumbled like an idiot trying to say I didn't do anything. Got in trouble, detention, and I never spoke to that girl again. In fact I sat somewhere else in the classroom from that point on. 8 years old, learning about how to write recounts and how they are real events as they are recounts. 2 weeks prior we had been learning about fairy tales and the exercise was to start all our stories off with once upon a time. When giving her example on how to write a recount she had absent-mindedly said once upon a time to give a fake example. I, under my little shy very non-talkative breath, giggled and said fairy tale to myself because it very clearly reminded me of our last project. She immediately stopped talking and asked, "Who said that?" I raised my hand because I was proud, very rare for me, and thought I was going to get a well done, cause I had remembered from the last topic. Nope. She raised her voice and pointed to the back of the classroom giving me a timeout. I almost cried on the spot. I had never been in trouble before and was one of the shyest and least confident kid in the school. Other kids in my class had done worse things and never gotten in trouble for it. It took the class clown to explain that she had said once upon a time on what was supposed to be a true statement and the confusion it had. My teacher did apologize, but it kinda set off the long-lasting effect of me never speaking up for the rest of my school life and almost crying when a teacher would ask me a question in class. Not a good look going through high school. Another time, 10 years old, the class was sitting on the floor listening to the sub, notorious for having no eyebrows, when from behind her a bunch of books fell from the bookshelf onto the ground. I, who was sitting at the edge of the large group of kids and about 2 meters away, got a death glare and yelled at not to do it again. Completely confused me, and I thought I had magic powers for a bit after that. Truancy. I, top of my class, rarely missed a day, class president, skipped school the day before winter break my senior year. Actually I showed up, didn't go to homeroom, so you never get checked and therefore the teachers in follow-on classes aren't looking for you. Spent an hour or so in the library finishing an assignment that was due that day, handed the assignment into my English teacher between classes, and then just walked out. Came back from break, they wanted an excuse for my absence. I told them I didn't have one, that it would be an unexcused absence. My parents knew I skipped, but weren't about to write me a fake note. Then 3 days later I got called in and interrogated about where I was that day. I told them point blank that I came in, used the library without checking in, walked out, went golfing, grabbed lunch. They were supremely unhappy. I got 2 days of ice. I never understood, because people had unexcused absences all the time without getting in trouble, but apparently if you readily admit to it, it's a big problem. Also I got detention for sitting on a desk between periods. I walked into a study hall, jumped up on a desk, started shooting the sheet with another student, and the study hall monitor walked in and told me to get down. I complied. On my way out the door she handed me my detention slip. It was the first time I'd ever sat on a desk in her study hall. I felt it was pretty unfair. 6th grade teacher decided to make an example out of me and gave me my first and only suspension I ever got. It was a lunch suspension, so could have been worse I guess. We had a water fountain in her classroom at the sink. If you hit the button with some force, it would shoot out a little jet of water past the sink to the garbage can. Kids loved this game and literally did it all the time, though admittedly it wasn't really something we should have been doing. Several kids before me had been doing it to see who could make it before class. Teacher doesn't say a word. I go up and do it once, and for the first time ever, and hear chaos. August, will you wait outside in the hall? I need to talk to you once class gets started. Made me wait in the hall for 5 minutes, came out, handed me a lunch suspension. I was a good kid for the most part, and with this being my first time getting in trouble for something that other people seemingly had a free pass on, I cried. Kids kept doing it for the rest of the school year, and I'm not aware of one other person getting in trouble like me. In 8th grade my homeroom teacher let us use our phones, which apparently we weren't allowed to do, but she never told us, and just let us, so we didn't know. One day my friend at the time came into my homeroom and saw I was using my phone. He decided he was going to do the right thing and snitched to my teacher, some friend, and my teacher said that we were allowed to. My now ex-friend wasn't satisfied with that, maybe a little jealous, so he took it up with his homeroom teacher, who was the head teacher of our team, US middle school. Grades were split into 3 or 4 different teams with different teachers and class schedules. The lead teacher must have talked to my teacher after school, because the next day, and for the rest of the year, she had it out for me. The only thing really to come of it was a lunch detention, in which she just asked me over and over why I showed him my phone, and made it seem like it was my fault, even though I had no idea phones weren't allowed in other homerooms. Nothing else happened, but it was clear the rest of the year that I was not among her favorite students. During an after-school detention I was made to clean the desks and whiteboards by my math teacher. Another teacher down the corridor then made me clean her classroom too. I noticed the stuff I was made to clean the desks with was anti-graffiti spray to stop everyone drawing on the desks, so I thought it would be funny to clean her whiteboard with it. Next morning I have math first lessons. The teacher down the corridor comes bursting into my classroom telling me she a bone to pick with me. She marches me into her classroom and asks me to explain to her class why she can't write on her whiteboard. She didn't buy my excuse of, well, I'm not a cleaner, I don't know what I'm doing. I then have to find a bucket and soapy water to clean off the graffiti spray in front of her class, including my friends who found it hilarious. Edit, spelling mistake. At my elementary school all the 5th graders would act as crossing guards after school. Whenever it rained we would have to put on these plastic, neon yellow, rain ponchos. There was a day when I already had a raincoat on, so I went to put on the normal belt/sash thing that we would wear in good weather. I was told to put the poncho on anyway, so I reluctantly did. After wearing the annoying and stuffy poncho for a half hour, me and my friend come back inside. On the way in I told my friend how stupid it was that I had to wear essentially two raincoats. My teacher overheard, pulled me aside, and did the whole whisper yell through his teeth thing that only adults do. He told me how disrespectful it was to talk bad about rules that your elders made you follow. Last time I checked, criticizing establishment was the only way anything changes. Two things. Once in grade school, right after switching schools in the middle of the year, I had really bad social anxiety. After recess, we were on a restroom break where only 4 students were allowed in the bathroom at a time. There were 5 of us in there at the time and 3 of the kids were yelling at me because I shouldn't be in there, even though I had already used the restroom and washed my hands and was literally on my way out of the restroom. The teacher heard all the yelling and made all the students, including me, write sentences during the next recess. I tried to explain to her that one of the other kids in the restroom wasn't yelling at me, not that I wasn't yelling, just that one of the other kids wasn't, and she wouldn't listen to me at all. I think her exact quote was, "I don't want to hear it." Then once in middle school, after the most creative lunch ever, ham and cheese sandwiches that were served in plastic lunch bags, a bunch of kids were popping the bags. Anyone who was caught by the stereotypical librarian was sent to the principal's office and given detention. In high school, I was browsing through a website in the library to research some stuff for history class. The thing is, the library computers don't have ad block on them, so we get a lot of ads. The site I was on was advertising some newest games at the time. A librarian walked past me and saw the ads and thought I was on a gaming forum. I tried to explain them the site and everything, but they yelled at me saying, "If it has game ads, it's a game forum. Get off it or else." Thing is, this is the site that my history teacher recommended us to go through. Tried to explain that, and the librarian rolled her eyes before repeating it again. So I decided to get off, not willing to get into any more trouble as I'm now over ads of all things. The kicker is that she reprimanded me over video game ads on a site, but allows a couple of kids to play Minecraft on full volume in the library, citing Minecraft isn't a game, it's a learning tool, and not bothering to tell the kids to turn down the volume. Minecraft equals a learning tool, so it's fine. Game ads equals near detention worthy. Peeing too quickly. I was in 3rd grade and I asked to use the restroom, which was literally across the hall, maybe 2 yards from the classroom door. You could see the bathroom door through the classroom window. Teacher said sure thing. I go and do my business, wash my hands, and come back to class. The teacher asks me where I went. The bathroom? He repeats the question, and I respond to the restroom, thinking it was one of those may I versus can I grammar games. Nope. In front of the whole 3rd grade class, the teacher tells me nobody can pee that quickly. Don't lie. Where were you? We went back and forth and eventually I got lunch detention for lying. To this day, 20 plus years later, I still wash my hands as slowly and thoroughly as possible, not only for sanitary reasons, but because it's in the back of my mind that nobody can pee as fast as me, and it would be weird if I came out too early. I know this is illogical, but it's a pretty ingrained habit, unless I'm home alone. Some adults don't realize how influential they can be in even the smallest interactions, good or bad. I remember when I was in 4th grade, my math teacher was a real witch of a woman. There was one time one of my friends sneezed in class, and I said bless you. I didn't say it overly loud or anything, it was just an automatic thing, since my parents were big on teaching me manners. My teacher stops the lesson, and then goes on this rant about how I interrupted her while she was speaking, and then made me go sit out in the hall. I remember being so confused as to why she was so upset. There were many other instances of how awful she was, and looking back I really don't think she should have been teaching. But she had 10 years, so even when my mom complained to the school after I told her about the incident, no one could do anything to her. Then when this teacher found out my mom had complained, she started to single me out a lot and was kind of a bully. My 3rd grade teacher comes to mind. She was an absolute beach and probably gave a couple of my classmates trauma from tossing our stuff out the window, occasionally pushing them off their chairs resulting in them smacking their heads on the ground hard enough to make an audible smack sound, and generally cursing our entire existence. She had me write 4 pages worth of ink because instead of saying good morning, I simply greeted the school secretary by saying hello when I was sent there to fetch something too unimportant to remember. Crazy part is it was the secretary who was originally upset by this absolutely unforgivable act of terrorism, and she's the one who complained about my rude and disrespectful behavior to my teacher. I curse both of them to this day. In 6th grade French class, 12-year-old me thought it would be faking rib tickling to get my phone out and use Snapchat when we were supposed to only be using our phones as a calculator. So, I opened Snapchat and took a cringe picture of me in French class and captioned it something along the lines of backquote, when you're supposed to be on the calculator, thinking I was the absolute sheet. But, what I didn't realize is that in the background of the pic I posted to Snapchat, my teacher was just stood there marking books. And if you don't know, my school has a very strict policy on pictures, so that basically students and teachers cannot be in pictures together, or students cannot take pictures of teachers to protect their privacy or some bullshit like that. So long story short, the fugly best friend of a girl I had mega beef with reported me to the head of my grade for backquote breaking the photo policy, and the faking school had the audacity to put me in isolation. Yes, you read that correctly. Isolation. Luckily, my favorite teacher was supervising me and knew how ridiculous the school policy was, so she gave me some of her wedding cake mayo. So, honestly it didn't work out that bad. I got to miss physical education, and I got cake. Win? I think so. A few of my classmates and I were doing a group project where we were put in the room that the parent/teacher group used. It was essentially a small kitchen/dining room, had cupboards full of dishes, a couple deep freezers, tables, and chairs. I don't remember what the project was, but we were given hot glue guns for it. We used those glue guns to glue everything we could in that room, glued the dishes to the shelves, the cupboard doors closed, the freezer lids, the chairs and tables to the floor, the phone to its base, the closet door, things that were plugged into the wall got glued into the outlets. We glued everything. About a week later we all got called to the principal's office when the parent/teacher group came in to use the room. I don't remember the punishment being too severe. All I remember is this one beach mom named Joan being so mad at us. My twin sister and I would constantly get in trouble for wearing clothes that were inappropriate and distracting boys, but my sister had it way worse. She had developed EDs by 8th grade and the principal of our high school would pull her out of class, tell her she needed to go home, force her to wear a sweatshirt in the summer, etc. Now we did not wear anything bad at all, but the school was in the habit of wanting girls to wear shapeless bags. One time my sister pointed out that she and a teacher were wearing the exact same button-down shirt. The only difference was my twin had large breasts and a thin waist, while the teacher was more rectangular. Principal didn't care. Luckily my parents didn't mind fighting with authority figures. My mom had dealt with the same shit when she was in high school. It was just obnoxious because they literally equated how we look to us being sluts, which isn't true even by their own outdated version of the word. I waited until my boyfriend and I were graduated and had been together 4 years before having sex, while my sister didn't like anyone well enough until she was 20. So maybe stop bothering the 2 chicks who are in the top 10 in your class, interrupting their studies, all because you want to police their bodies. Let's see. Once, in like grade 3, a friend of mine, white kid, wanted to pretend like he could speak Chinese. You know, the whole Ching Chan kind of stupid nonsense. I got in trouble because I was close enough to hear him. Again around grade 3 or 4, we had a kid in class who was both severely mentally and physically handicapped. The other kids would constantly ask him to do things like repeat, "I'm a stupid gay lord" and stuff like that. You know, kids. I never did, because like, why? Anyway, one day in class he just randomly tells me, "You're stupid." So I replied, "You're stupid." Teacher heard the whole thing, including him starting it out of the blue, and gives me detention for a week. For some reason, in grade 5, so I was like 10 years old, they let students be phone monitors during lunch. I did it for a while, got to sit in the office, answer phones, and page teachers on the PA system if they got calls. So while I'm doing this, someone calls for the preschool teacher. I ask them to hold on and page her. Nothing. First page her a few times over the next few minutes, and she doesn't arrive. I have to go back to class, but I still have this person on the phone, and I don't know what to do. Finally the teacher storms into the office and starts screaming at me. Apparently the preschool classes have different hours. She doesn't get the same lunch break as everyone else, and she obviously can't leave a room of toddlers unattended. But like, nobody told me. And there were other people, adults, in the office who could have at any point. In grade 12 math, one of the Lord of the Rings movies was just about to come out, so I was rereading the books in class. To give you some context, I got a 97% in math, was the first person to finish my final, and only got 1 mark off, because I wrote something down wrong as I went a little too fast. I paid attention in class, and did all the homework before class was even finished. The teacher yelled at me, said I'm tired of your passive-aggressive bullshit, and banned me from bringing books to class. She was slightly unhappy when I pointed out the math textbook was, in fact, also a book. Lastly, again in grade 12, after school we would sometimes practice our music in the band room. You know, that room designed for 100 students to all be playing instruments at the same time. Apparently the other teachers would complain that we, a group of 5, were making too much noise. Didn't really get in trouble, but it was pretty stupid.